Chapter 1039. However, the Lotus God was too strong and had already transcended fate. Therefore, the net of fate could not find the Lotus God at all. It could only attribute Mohina Dojin's death to the previous person who had severely injured Mohina Dojin. The previous person was Yin Chuan. The rolling merit disappeared. The Dazhao sacred ground collapsed. For a moment, countless disciples of the Dazhao sacred ground looked at the sky in horror. The ocean of merit disappeared? How could this be? Countless disciples gathered in Jiahu. In the south of the Dazhao sacred ground, Jiulu Academy's Mengling Tian led 4 other people outside the Jiulu Academy. Seniors, the Dazhao sacred ground collapsed? Mengling Tian said in shock. Mengling Tian was an immortal. Those who could be Mengling Tian's seniors could only be stronger immortals. The 5 immortals looked at this scene in shock. Similarly, King Guai and Snake Emperor also arrived at the Dazhao sacred ground and looked at the rolling merit disappearing in shock. Your Majesty, although the Dazhao sacred ground's merit disappeared, the evil aura in the sky is still here. Clearly, the Lotus God is still here. Snake Emperor said with a solemn expression. On the other side, Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd with 5 purple-robed men behind him. Each of them had a threatening aura and were much stronger than the upper emptiness realm. Clearly, they were also immortals. The Dazhao sacred ground changed hands? Meng Sansheng's expression darkened. In the west, Kong Daoqiu quickly flew over with 5 men shrouded in countless rays of light. Did someone make a move first? Kong Daoqiu said in shock. In the north, Yin Xian, Yao Tianshang, and 5 elders from the Archaic Mysteries sect. Junior brother, there's a change in the Dazhao sacred ground. We should go quickly. An elder said in a low voice. Yin Xian nodded. Another group of immortals arrived. Almost simultaneously, a group of immortals arrived outside the Dazhao sacred ground from all directions. The group of heroes surrounded the Lotus God. But how could the Lotus God be so easily surrounded? Great Jin Empire Yinjing. In a pavilion in the palace, ZZ poured a cup of tea for Yin Chuan and accompanied Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was looking at all sorts of information coming in from all over the world. He was looking at the military situation of the Great Jin Empire. Originally, ZZ did not need to pour the tea herself, but ZZ liked to accompany Yin Chuan. After taking a sip of tea, Yin Chuan looked at the memorial and smiled. Li Si. Sure enough, he was a genius who could help a king. Ha! Is that Li Si who wants to be the prime minister? ZZ asked curiously. Not bad. Yin Chuan smiled. However, just as Yin Chuan was halfway through his sentence, the providence of Dezhun suddenly skyrocketed. It was as if endless merit had flowed from the north. Roar! The 9-clawed golden dragon roared excitedly. Looks like Jin Dayu and Hua Guang have taken down another middle-rank sect. ZZ sighed. No, it's not a middle-rank sect. Is it an upper-rank sect? The Dazhao sacred ground? Yin Chuan stood up abruptly. The surging providence skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by nearly a third. Not only was Yin Chuan surprised by this scene, but even Yifeng, Meng Wenrua, and the others looked at the sky in surprise. Some sensitive ministers quickly rushed to the imperial palace. Yifeng walked at the front and quickly arrived at the palace. Your Majesty, Lord Lord Meng, and Lord Lu request an audience. Lu Jin shouted outside the small courtyard. Come in. Soon, a group of ministers rushed into Yin Chuan's courtyard. Your Majesty, is this the Dazhao sacred ground? Yifeng asked excitedly. The ministers looked at Yin Chuan excitedly. That's right. The merit that the Dazhao sacred ground lost. Mohina Dojin is really dead this time. Although I don't know what happened to the Dazhao sacred ground, it's not important for now. What's important is that not only did the merit flow to Dezhun, but also the karmic rank. Yin Chuan said excitedly. If you don't take what the heavens give you, you will be punished. Get ready. Dezhun will advance to the heavenly dynasty. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The ministers were even more excited. Chapter 1040. Great Jin Empire Skyward Palace. All the officials and generals were suppressing their excitement as they stood respectfully in the palace. Everyone knew that Great Jin was about to ascend to the celestial empire. Yen Chuan was wearing a black dragon robe and a black jade crown as he sat on the 9 dragons' heavenly chair. After ascending to the imperial empire, one would worship the heavens and earth. After ascending to the imperial empire, one would worship the heavens and not the earth. After ascending to the celestial empire, one would no longer worship the heavens and earth. Yen Chuan sat on the dragon throne and closed his eyes. His mind was immersed in the 9-clawed golden dragon. The 9-clawed golden dragon's pupils suddenly shrank as its eyes turned into Yen Chuan's eyes. Roar! The 9-clawed golden dragon let out a deafening roar. Stepping on the clouds, it absorbed the surging providence. Yen Chuan sensed the entire sea of providence. Suddenly, Yen Chuan caught a glimpse of the karmic position of heaven and earth. Roar! The 9-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the karmic position of heaven and earth. Upper karmic position. Roar! After swallowing the karmic position of heaven and earth, the 9-clawed golden dragon suddenly roared. Amidst the roar, the vast sea of providence was quickly absorbed. Whoosh! The karmic position of heaven and earth was visibly decreasing as it gathered into the 9-clawed golden dragon. The 9-clawed golden dragon was also surrounded by the karmic position of heaven and earth, gradually forming a giant cocoon. Rumble! The surging karmic position of heaven and earth gradually decreased. Gradually 1/10 of the karmic position of heaven and earth was lost. The absorption only ended when the sea of providence was only 1/3 of its original size. The sea of providence suddenly quieted down. All the people focused their attention on the giant cocoon above the sea of providence. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, 9 incense sticks time. Crack! The giant cocoon let out a loud cracking sound. From the giant cocoon, a pair of dragon horns suddenly emerged. The dragon horns were not as before, but they were 9 times as long as they were before. Just the horns alone, the karmic position of heaven and earth. Roar! A dragon roar came from the cocoon. The giant cocoon suddenly shrank, as if it had been sucked into the mouth of a dragon. The golden dragon of providence once again appeared in front of everyone. However, this time, it had already reached a length of 10,000 feet. Its entire body radiated golden light, as if it was a real dragon. The dragon's might surged, and the dragon's scales went against the sun. As for the dragon claws, there were as many as 18 of them. The golden dragon with 18 claws twisted its body and stepped onto the sea of providence. It opened its mouth and roared. Ong! The world shook as the dragon roared. Countless people in Yanjin could only hear the dragon roar, which was so loud that their eardrums were about to shatter. Almost everyone could feel the heavenly might of the 18-clawed golden dragon. The voice was not only heard in Yanjin, it seemed to have spread to all the cities in Dezhun. Almost instantly, all the citizens in the thousands of cities in Dezhun heard the dragon roar from Yanjing. All of them looked at the sky in shock. At that moment, small golden dragons slowly appeared above the sea of providence. Thousands of small golden dragons appeared and danced above the sea of providence. As soon as the golden dragon with 18 claws appeared, Yen Chuan knew that it was done. His karmic ranking was finally stabilized. The golden dragon with 18 claws suddenly said, "Citizens of Dezhun, from today onwards, Dezhun will be promoted to the Celestial Empire. From now on, Dezhun will be the Celestial Empire." Boom! That was Yen Chuan's voice. His voice instantly spread to all corners of the world and into the ears of all the citizens of Dezhun. Carefree City. In a restaurant. What? The Celestial Empire? The Celestial Empire of Dezhun? Am I hallucinating? No, I heard it too. I heard His Majesty's voice too. That's His Majesty's voice? I've heard of it before. The Celestial Empire? Dezhun has been promoted to the Celestial Empire? In thousands of cities, countless citizens listened to Yen Chuan's voice in shock. Some cheered, some were sad. However, nothing could be changed. Dezhun was getting stronger. Yen Capital. The golden dragon with 18 claws slowly transformed into a statue of a person. Yen Chuan. The 18-clawed golden dragon disappeared and transformed into the gigantic Yen Chuan. Nearly half of the small golden dragons suddenly transformed into the statues of the civil and military officials of the imperial court. The sky above the Sea of Providence changed rapidly. The statue of Yin Chuan slowly sat down on a 9-dragon throne that was condensed from Providence. The statues of the officials of Dezhun stood on both sides of Yin Chuan's body. It was a complete replica of the Skyward Palace. As soon as the statues appeared, the officials could mobilize the power of their statues. At the same time, a surge of providence descended on everyone. Countless officials immediately felt comfortable. Some of the officials with forbidden cultivation felt as if they were about to break through. The Sea of Providence slowly calmed down. The statues in the sky revealed a vast majesty. Dezhun had officially been promoted to the Celestial Empire. The spiritual qi on the statue of Yin Chuan on the Sea of Providence slowly disappeared. Yin Chuan's consciousness returned to the main body of the Skyward Palace. The officials immediately sensed the return of Yin Chuan's consciousness. "Congratulations, Your Majesty! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Holy One!" Bai Guanshan cheered, expressing their excitement at this moment. "Mengwenruo, draft the imperial edict and announce it to the world," Yin Chuan said. "Yes, Your Majesty," Mengwenruo said excitedly. At the same time, outside Dezhun, Jin Dayu and Hua Guang were leading an army to attack a middle-level sect. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the ears of the two of them and all the soldiers. "From today onwards, Dezhun will be promoted to the Celestial Empire. From now on, Dezhun will be the Celestial Empire." It was Yin Chuan's voice. Through the providence of the Celestial Empire, it spread to everyone's ears in an instant. All the soldiers were slightly taken aback. Then, they looked at Hua Guang and Jin Dayu. The two commanders looked at each other and finally shouted excitedly, "Long live Dezhun! Long live Dezhun!" The army cheered. On the other side, the disciples of the middle sect who were trapped stared blankly ahead. The army that was about to charge a moment ago was suddenly ecstatic. What were they cheering for? Yin Chuan's voice was only heard by the people of Dezhun. Therefore, the disciples of the sect were confused. Dezhun's army is dumbfounded? It can't be. All of them are dumbfounded? While the disciples of the various sects were still in a daze, Hua Guang suddenly gave the order to charge. "Kill!" The army shouted excitedly. Dezhun Celestial Empire. Skyward Palace. The court meeting had ended. The officials quickly went back to running the country. Only Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne, deep in thought. With the investiture of the gods in one hand, and the great stabilizing heavenly seal in the other, Yin Chuan smiled as he felt the providence of the two items. "Celestial Empire? I finally reached the same height as my previous life, the 7th level of the upper void stage. It's slightly weaker than my previous life. But soon," Yin Chuan pondered, Dezhun ascended to the Celestial Empire. Even though many of the outer sect disciples could not sense it, some of the peerless powerhouses could sense it. At this moment, in the former Dezhou sacred ground, Meng Sansheng, Kong Daoqiu, King Guai, Meng Ling Tian, Yin Xian, Yao Tianshang, and the others were still lamenting the collapse of the Dezhou sacred ground when they suddenly felt the heavenly might from Dezhun's celestial empire. "Another sacred ground is born?" Meng Ling Tian said in surprise. An immortal behind Meng Ling Tian shook his head and said, "It's not a sacred ground, it's the Celestial Empire." "The Celestial Empire? Dezhun's Celestial Empire. That Yin Chuan is indeed not simple." Another immortal narrowed his eyes. Outside the Dezhou sacred ground, a group of immortals narrowed their eyes and looked toward the southeast. On the square of Dezhou Palace, Yang Ziga had just submitted to the Lotus God when he sensed the powerful auras surrounding him. Yang Ziga was already a human immortal now. With the help of the Lotus God's power, he was even more powerful. Naturally, he could feel the killing intent around him. "A group of grasshoppers?" Yang Ziga sneered. At this moment, Yang Ziga was in high spirits with great power in his hands. "Come out, you grasshoppers!" Yang Ziga shouted coldly. A huge sound wave rolled out, causing the expressions of the surrounding immortals to change in the blink of an eye. Huff! 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 Streaks of light shot out as the immortals quickly gathered outside Dezhou Palace. "A group of people here to die? Ha 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 ha, just nice. Let's test my strength." Yang Ziga laughed evilly. Boom! Yang Ziga attacked first. West Great Buddha Empire. Kong Mok also sensed the changes in the east through the Sea of Providence. A dragon's aura that surpasses mine? Like the great tragedy of southern divine continent? It's Yin Chuan from the east. It's that bastard Yin Chuan. He's ascended to the celestial empire. Kong Mok's face suddenly turned ferocious. Buddha Prophet's face darkened. So fast. That's right. How could I be wrong? Yin Chuan, that bastard. I should have killed him long ago. Kong Mok's face turned ferocious. Your Majesty. Buddha Prophet's face turned ugly. Prophet, you have to help me. You have to help me. Kong Mok shouted. Buddha Prophet's face was troubled. Prophet, you're the Buddha of the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. I trust you the most. Only you can help me obtain the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground. Only by obtaining the upper karmic rank can my great Buddha empire reach the celestial empire. As long as I obtain the Buddha's Sarira, my strength will skyrocket. Only by becoming stronger can we kill Yin Chuan for revenge. Kong Mok shouted. Buddha Prophet's brows furrowed deeply. Prophet, only you can help me. The great Buddha empire must become the celestial empire. It must. Kong Mok grabbed Buddha Prophet and begged. Buddha Prophet's face became more and more troubled, as if he was struggling with something. Great Jin Empire. Upper study. There were only 3 people in the upper study. Yin Chuan, Zizi and Lu Gang. Lu Gang handed over a mirror. Your Majesty, Empress, this is the image of Yang Zigu that was taken by the people of the East faction in the former Great Zhao sacred ground. They just arrived. Lu Gang said. Yin Chuan took the mirror. This mirror was very strange. The mirror couldn't reflect a person, but it could see a portrait, as if it was drawn on. The image in the mirror was Yang Zigu. With this image, I can use the Nailhead 7-Arrow book. Zizi took it. Chapter 1041. The former Dazhao sacred ground. Billowing smog filled the sky as all the mountains, rivers, and palaces of the Dazhao sacred ground were destroyed. The disciples of the Dazhao sacred ground were almost all dead. More than 20 immortals, along with a group of absolute powerhouses in this world, were currently besieging Yang Jijio, who was covered in evil qi. Ha 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 ha, you can't do anything to me in this form. What if I go through a second demonic transformation? The pitch-black Yang Ziga laughed evilly. The immortals' faces sank. Everyone immortal array. Kong Daoqiu shouted. The group of immortals belonged to different forces, but facing Yang Zigu, they could only nod. Immediately, everyone surrounded Yang Zigu and cast their spells, forming an immortal array. Humph. Yang Ziga snorted coldly. Lotus God, lend me your power. Yang Ziga shouted. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus above Yang Ziga's head suddenly released a dark energy that quickly poured into Yang Ziga's body. Ka. 2 huge horns slowly appeared on Yang Ziga's head. The immortals' faces sank. Everyone. Yin Xian suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus doesn't have much power on its own. It needs a puppet. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is extremely sturdy and has unparalleled evil intent. Back then, no one could destroy it, so Immortal Master Damiao killed it. Without the puppet, the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is not much of a threat. As long as we destroy the puppet, as long as Yang Ziga dies, we will have succeeded. Yin Xian shouted. Kill Yang Ziga. Another immortal shouted. Immortal array kill. Kong Daoqiu shouted. You're courting death. The second demonic transformation, Yang Ziga said coldly. Boom! Dazhao Celestial Empire, Yanjing, inside the palace. In a courtyard. The huge courtyard was cleared, and a large camp was set up. There was a tall platform above the camp with a straw doll on top. The words Yang Zigu and his birth date were written on the straw figurine. There was a lamp on the scarecrow's head, and another lamp at its feet. Yin Chuan carried Miao on his shoulder and stood outside the high platform. He watched as Zizi shook the mirror with Yang Ziga's image in it at the scarecrow. The image fell into the scarecrow. Putting down the mirror, Zizi stepped on the ground and burned the talisman seal. Following that, Zizi bowed 3 times to the scarecrow respectfully. Miao, it's this again. Miao said blankly. In the distance, Zizi left the high platform after finishing her task. Alright, let's start today. 3 times a day. After 21 days, his soul will be scattered by my worship, and I'll be able to nail the scarecrow to death. That Yang Ziga will also be dead. Zizi laughed. This Nailhead 7 Arrows book is indeed strange. Yan Chuan nodded. The former Great Zhao Holy Land. Roar. Immortal? Isn't it still in my hands? Yang Zhijiu, who was covered in a sinister aura, shouted excitedly. Yang Ziga's pitch-black hand was gripping an Immortal's neck. It was as if Yang Ziga moved his hand, the Immortal would be crushed to death in the blink of an eye. Yang Ziga's other hand stretched out behind him, forming a huge spherical shield around him. No matter how much the Immortals outside attacked, they were unable to break through the shield. The Immortal who was gripped by the neck seemed to have his cultivation locked. He was unable to move. Ha 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 die. Yang Ziga laughed evilly. Just as he was about to crush the Immortal in front of him, Yang Ziga's body suddenly trembled. Buzz! With a tremble, the shield around him suddenly loosened. A large number of immortal spells attacked Yang Ziga's body. Boom! The Immortal who was gripped by the scarecrow also escaped. Yang Ziga was sent flying by a group of immortals, but he did not suffer any serious injuries. How could this be? Why did I suddenly get distracted? It must be an illusion. You locusts, die for me. Yang Ziga's eyes turned cold as he once again charged into the group of immortals. Great Jin Imperial Palace. ZZ wrote a talisman seal and burned it again. She bowed 3 times to the scarecrow. Once again, Yang Ziga was about to succeed. Suddenly his mind shook. Boom! Once again, a group of immortals turned danger into safety. Bastard, what's wrong with me? Yang Ziga was furious. Just like this, the battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Among the group of immortals, someone finally realized that something was wrong. It seems that someone is helping us. Meng Sansheng's expression suddenly changed. Huh. The group of immortals looked at Meng Sansheng in surprise. Did you notice that Yang Ziga would go crazy every once in a while? Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. That's right, I was almost finished earlier. Was there a senior secretly helping me? The group of immortals who could not see any hope before suddenly became spirited. There was an expert helping them. An expert helping them? Suddenly, everyone saw a ray of hope, and their hands began to exert more strength. Boom! 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 After fighting for 5 days, Yang Ziga's mind was in a trance again and again. This made Yang Ziga more and more anxious. Lotus Goddess, why am I like this? My mind is not as focused as it was at the beginning. Yang Ziga finally asked the Lotus Goddess for help. Wait one more time. I will help you calculate. The voice of the Lotus Goddess came from the 10,000 Wonders Demon Lotus. Okay. Yang Ziga nodded. Boom. Boom. Although Yang Ziga had a lot of advantages when fighting with the group of immortals, he always dropped the ball at the crucial moment. This made Yang Ziga more and more anxious. Die, bastard. Yang Ziga once again attacked a despairing immortal. Wang. Again. Yang Ziga's body trembled, and his mind was in a trance. This time he even had a nosebleed. Quick attack. The group of immortals shouted. Rumble. A huge force quickly hit Yang Ziga, and a huge explosion occurred where Yang Ziga was. However, after the explosion, Yang Ziga was still safe and sound. Lotus Goddess. Yang Ziga shouted in Jiahu's direction. This was because Yang Zhijiu could feel that his body was getting weaker and weaker. At this rate, it would not be long before he was dragged down to the same state as the group of immortals. At that time, he would be finished. You are cursed. The voice of the Lotus Goddess came. Cursed? Yang Ziga was shocked. That's right, a curse. You are only an immortal and cannot resist this curse. You still have 16 days to live. After 16 days, your soul will scatter. The voice of the Lotus Goddess came. 16 days? I only have 16 days to live. No, Lotus Goddess, you have to save me. You have to save me. Yang Ziga rushed to the sky in fear. He ignored the group of immortals and flew away in fear. If you want to live, you have to kill the person who cursed you. And that person, I have calculated that he is at the place where Maori's body was destroyed. The voice of the Lotus Goddess came. Yanjin. Yang Ziga's expression changed. That's right. The Lotus Goddess said. Yanjin? Since he is in Yanjin, then I will go and destroy Yanjin. Yin Chuan. Humph. I can even kill a group of immortals, let alone a puny Yin Chuan. I will destroy Yin Jin, and leave no one alive. Everyone will die. Yang Ziga said with a ferocious face. With that, Yang Zigu immediately shot towards the southeast. Where do you think you are going? When the group of immortals saw Yang Ziga leave, they thought that he was going to escape. Everyone chased after Yang Zigu. Whoosh! Wherever he went, a storm would roll up. Yang Ziga was in the front, and the group of immortals behind him. They kept rushing towards Yin Jin. Quick, quick, quick! Yang Ziga's face was anxious. He was afraid that it would be too late. Yin Jin. ZZ was still worshipping the scarecrow 3 times a day. Yin Chuan started to deal with the state affairs. Because just a moment ago, another huge stream of merit flowed in. It could be seen that Hua Guang and Jin Deyu had achieved great results. In the upper study, congratulations, Your Majesty. Other than the Julu Academy, there is only one middle sect left in the East Divine Continent. Yifeng said with a smile. The East Divine Continent is only the first step. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Wenrua, your task will be more important next. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Wenrua and said, the Great Jin Empire's speed of conquering cities is indeed very fast. I have already sensed it. All these years, I have been gathering officials, but it is still a little difficult to take on the entire East Divine Continent. Your Majesty, after we take down the last middle sect, we may need to conduct a large-scale examination. I hope that Your Majesty will conduct it personally. Meng Wenrua said solemnly. Then let's start now. Wenrua, go and draft the documents. 10 years later, the Great Jin Empire will conduct a large-scale examination. The candidates will face the 5 continents. Anyone who is knowledgeable can participate. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, but Your Majesty, you know that the world is too big. Meng Wenrua frowned. Didn't we subdue a group of Upper Void Realm cultivators in the East Divine Continent this time? Let them run as fast as they can. Pick out a group of recruitment officials and scatter them to the various continents. They will be responsible for identifying the people that the Great Jin Empire needs. When the time is up, let these Upper Void Realm cultivators bring these people back. 10 years later, on the 9th day of the 9th month, the large-scale examination will be held. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Meng Wenrua replied. Hua Guang and Jin Deyu were at the battlefield. 1,000,000 cultivators were bound in a huge plaza. They were all looking at the army with hatred. Hua Guang and Jin Deyu ignored them. Instead, they looked at Li Si. Lord Li, there is still one middle sect left. We will not stay here any longer. Bring the victorious army and conquer the last middle sect. We will present the grandest congratulatory gift to Your Majesty and the Great Jin Empire. These 1,000,000 prisoners will be left to you. Hua Guang said with a smile. Li Si nodded. Hua Guang and Jin Deyu led the army and left quickly. Li Si looked at the 1,000,000 cultivators. He waved his sleeve and said coldly, kill them all. Yes. The soldiers standing guard on the square immediately responded in unison. Baozhen, you will die a horrible death. Baozhen, Li Si, you traitor. The 1,000,000 prisoners shouted in shock. Li Si ignored them and looked at a deputy general at the side. Apart from the disciples of this sect who surrendered to our Great Jin Empire before the war, issue an arrest warrant for the rest of the escaped disciples. Put up their portraits in all the major cities. Those who harbor them will have their entire family wiped out. Those who capture the fugitives will be rewarded with an earth-grade cultivation technique and 3,000 spirit stones. Li Si said in a deep voice. Yes, the deputy general replied. No, Baozhen. Li Si, you will die a horrible death. The shouts continued, but what was the use of shouting now? The 18th day, a group of immortals trapped Yang Zigu again. Bastards, get lost. Yang Zigu roared. Boom. Yang Zhijia once again escaped, even though his arm was heavily injured. Once he escaped, he once again shot toward Yanjing. Cough. Pft. Yang Ziga coughed and spat out blood. He said anxiously, it's been 18 days. There are only 3 days left. Hurry. Chapter 1042. Beijing Upper Study Room. Yin Chuan sat alone behind the desk while Feng Yinyang Yifeng, and Meng Wenrua waited respectfully. Yin Chuan closed his eyes. At this moment, Yin Chuan's statue above the fortune cloud looked toward the northwest with divine light shining in its eyes. However, this gaze was extremely far away. After Great Zhen became the Celestial Empire, Yin Chuan could use the Golden Dragon of Providence to survey the world. As long as it was within Great Zhen, Yin Chuan could see everything with his eyes. In the southwest direction, it was a huge desert. Boom, boom, boom. The sandstorm rushed into the sky, covering the entire sky in a dusky expanse. Within the sandstorm, radiance shot in all directions. Loud sounds rang out one after another, shaking the sandstorm until it covered the sky and covered the sun. Bastards, scram, you bunch of grasshoppers! Yang Zigu roared in the desert. Yang Zigu is getting weaker and weaker. Kill him! Kong Daoqiu shouted excitedly. Immortal swarm formation! Yin Xian called out. Formation crush! The immortals shouted in unison. There's only 1 day left, only 1 day left. You locust sunfire! Yang Zigu roared. Boom! High up in the sky, the scorching sun once again plunged straight down with rolling flames. Once the heavenly fire appeared, the desert seemed to have turned into a huge furnace. Under the raging fire, the sand and dust that had been there turned into a gorgeous color, as if they had melted into countless glass beads. Kill! The immortals shouted in unison. Boom! Within the sandstorm, a black figure shot out like a stream of light amidst the huge collision of forces. It was Yang Zigu. At this moment, Yang Zigu's left arm was almost destroyed. His flesh and blood were gone, leaving only white bones. One of the horns on his head was also broken. Yang Zigu was severely injured. Pooh! Yang Zigu spat out blood as he sped toward Yin Jing. One more day, one more day. You bunch of locusts, when I destroy Yin Jing, none of you will be able to escape. I will use the cruelest methods to slowly torture you. Yang Zigu flew into the distance with great hatred. Boom! A group of immortals also quickly charged out of the sandstorm. He got away again. Meng Lingtian's expression was extremely ugly. The group of immortals chased after him. Although they were furious, most of them came to their senses. Yang Zigu is getting weaker and weaker. There is indeed an expert targeting him. He is obviously going to find trouble with that expert. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Who is it? Kong Daoqiu asked with a frown. It doesn't matter who it is. Yang Zigu is getting weaker and weaker. Just now, he even injured himself to escape. His strength is getting weaker and weaker. Now, even if the Lotus God helps him, he's at most an Earth Immortal, or even worse. Let's work harder. We must kill him. We can't let him recover. Yin Xian shouted. Okay. The group of immortals quickly chased after Yang Zigu again. Yang Zigu used a secret art by injuring himself to increase his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had left the group of immortals behind. Of course, the group of immortals wouldn't lose him. They would just be a bit late. He seems to be going to Yanjing. Ming Lingtian suddenly said in shock. Yanjing? Is it Yin Chuan? Impossible. How powerful is Yin Chuan? Kong Daoqiu said in disbelief. The group of immortals continued to chase after him. Meanwhile, in Yanjing, Yin Chuan, who was in the study room, became serious and came back to his senses. Your Majesty, why did you summon us? Gigazi asked. Yin Chuan frowned and said, Just now, I felt a huge fluctuation in the fortune cloud sea. The fortune cloud sea is able to sense everything in the world. With such a huge fluctuation, something big must have happened. I used the divine statue's vision to look. I saw that Yang Zigu is coming to Yanjing with the help of the Lotus God. Oh! The group of immortals' faces changed. Yang Zigu is now more powerful than he was on Maori Day. Feng Yinyang, set up the array and protect Yanjing. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Feng Yinyang replied. Yifeng, Wenrua, you two are in charge of maintaining stability in Yanjing and comforting the people and officials. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them replied. After that, Yin Chuan went straight to the backyard. Yin Chuan knew that Yang Zigu was coming for the Nailhead 7-arrow book. Luckily, it was the last day. What's wrong? Zizi looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. Yang Zigu is coming. Yin Chuan said. Oh, There might be a fierce battle coming up. ZZ, you're in charge of the Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. Make sure there are no mistakes. I'll stall for time. We must kill Yang Zigu, Yin Chuan said. Okay. ZZ nodded. After that, Yin Chuan quickly went to the square of the Skyward Palace. Looking at the statue in the sky, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Roar. Yin Chuan's statue let out a loud dragon roar. Suddenly, it soared into the sky and turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Boom! The 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence stepped on the Sea of Providence and let out a long roar. Ung! The dragon's roar pierced through the 9 heavens. At the same time, the roar spread to every city in Great Jun and into the ears of every citizen. When they heard the dragon's roar again, all the citizens put down everything they were doing. Citizens of Great Jun, listen up. I am Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's voice suddenly spread to the ears of all the citizens of Dejun. In a restaurant in Carefree City. His Majesty's voice. I heard His Majesty's voice. Countless citizens, soldiers, and city guards looked up at the sky. Citizens of Great Jun, please raise your right hand and borrow my power. You will be weakened for a short period of time, but you will recover after some rest. All city guards, keep watch. Kill anyone who dares to sneak up on you after borrowing my power. Exterminate your entire family, Yin Chuan said. Through the 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence, Yin Chuan's voice spread across the entire Yinjing. All the citizens looked up at the sky in confusion. Borrowing the citizens' power? On a street in Carefree City. His Majesty wants to borrow our power? How can he do that? Yeah, it's easy to borrow power? Is this a joke? While everyone was doubting, someone finally listened to Yin Chuan's advice and tried it. A burly man slowly raised his right hand. Raise your right hand. What's the use of that? The moment the burly man raised his right hand, phew! The burly man felt as though his power had been sucked away in an instant. In an instant, the burly man was powerless. Smack! The man fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Big brother? What happened to you? Someone exclaimed. Dragging his injuries, he stood in midair, looking at the towering giant before him in a daze. It was a 1,000-story building, but Yin Chuan was standing in front of Yang Zigu at the moment. Grasshopper. Yang Zigu suddenly felt that he was the grasshopper. The giant didn't say anything and slapped at the grasshopper. The air around his palms suddenly formed a vortex. It attacked Yang Zigu. Chapter 1043. Exterminating Yang Zigu. The group of heroes was flying towards Yanjing. Due to the severity of the situation, the heroes did not repel anyone. The Immortals even used spells to bring along the peerless powerhouses who had yet to become immortals. They passed by a city. King Gai suddenly saw the people below. The people suddenly raised their right hand and fell to the ground. Your Majesty. Cough cough. The Serpent Emperor coughed and said in surprise. The Dajin Empire has indeed ascended to the Heavenly Empire. I didn't expect Yin Chuan to be so familiar with the Heavenly Empire and know how to mobilize the power of the Dajin Empire. King Gai said in a deep voice. Cough cough. Your Majesty, if that expert is Yin Chuan, then it'll be a little tricky. Cough cough. The Serpent Emperor said solemnly. The heroes besieged Yang Zigu, but could not do anything about it. However, Yin Chuan was able to suppress Yang Zigu from so far away. Did that not mean that Yin Chuan was more powerful? In the future, when the Dajin Empire conquered the world, would it be easy with Yin Chuan as an obstacle? King Gai shook his head and said, along the way, not everyone has given it their all. Oh, I still have a backup plan. I can see that Meng Sansheng, Yao Tianshang, and Kong Dao Chiu did not give it their all. King Gai said in a deep voice. Them? The Serpent Emperor narrowed his eyes. Human immortals are immortals who passed the tribulation at the 9th level of the upper void stage. Although they are immortals, they are the weakest immortals. Although they have many exquisite immortal techniques, their strength is only at the 11th level of the upper void stage. Mystic immortals are equivalent to the 12th level of the upper void stage. Yao Tianshang inherited all of Zhu's memories. Zhu was at the 12th level of the upper void stage in his past life. Although Yao Tianshang did not reach that level, he has a foundation. Meng Sansheng hid his strength even better. King Gai said in a deep voice. Cough cough. This world is different from what we thought. The Serpent Emperor said in a deep voice. King Gai, you nodded. The Dezhou holy ground has shown me many things. First, it's Jing Ming. No wonder when Jing Ming was alive, no one dared to rebel. Your Majesty, Jing's strength. The Serpent Emperor frowned. Oh, Snake Emperor, you can tell? King of Gai's expression changed. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly and said, Actually, I've been guessing and suspecting all these years, but I've never dared to be sure. Tell me, King of Gai said in a low voice. Jing Ming, it might be Sky Pillar's group. Cough cough. The Snake Emperor frowned. The eyes of King Guai's skeleton flickered. Qingtian, are you saying that Jing Ting is one of the top immortals in the immortal world? Yes, the ancestral immortal stage. The Snake Emperor sighed. Rumor has it that the Lotus deity is also at the ancestral immortal realm. Jing Ting has also reached the ancestral immortal realm? King Guai said solemnly. Therefore, Your Majesty, you don't have to hold a grudge against Jing Ming. This kind of person has already surpassed our current understanding. What Your Majesty wants is to accumulate as much foundation as possible in this realm, so that the path of the Celestial Empire can be further improved. The Snake Emperor consoled. Yes, Serpent Emperor. To be able to receive your help is the greatest blessing in my life. King Guai nodded. Cough cough cough. The Snake Emperor coughed and said bitterly, I dare not forget the favor of saving my life back then. My fate has been damaged, and I don't know how long I have left to live. I will do my best while I am still alive. I will definitely think of a way to save you, King Guai said with certainty. The Snake Emperor nodded. However, there was not much hope in his eyes. The group of immortals around them looked in the direction that Yang Zigu went and frowned. Was it really Yanjin? Could that expert really be Yan Chuan? The group of elites revealed complicated expressions, especially Kong Daoqiu. According to blood relations, Kong Daoqiu was Yan Chuan's grandfather. Not only was Kong Daoqiu not happy that his grandson had suddenly become so powerful, but he was also a little worried. Yan Jin, the 10,000 feet tall giant Yan Chuan. Although his body was incomparably huge, his speed and strength did not decrease at all. Taking in the power of the people, with the power of the world, it struck towards Yang Zhijiu, who was still in a daze. The huge palm pressed down on him. Yang Ziga's expression changed. At this moment, Yang Ziga's left arm was injured, so he could only use his right arm to block the attack. A huge energy palm suddenly appeared. Bam! The two palms collided. All of a sudden, there was a huge earthquake in the northwest of Beijing. Yang Ziga's energy palm shattered, and Yang Ziga was sent flying by Yan Chuan's attack. Puffed! Yang Ziga spat out another mouthful of blood. Bastard! Yang Ziga roared angrily. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ziga's feet on the ground slowly grew. In the blink of an eye, Yang Ziga became 5,000 feet tall. Yan Chuan threw another punch. Yang Ziga's feet on the ground collided with Yan Chuan's fist. The two fists collided. Bam! Even though Yan Jin was enveloped by the array, it was still shaken by the impact. Bang! Yang Ziga was sent flying by Yan Chuan's punch. Impossible! No! Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me again. Yang Ziga yelled. Humph! That's all you got. Yan Chuan snorted. He waved his hand, and a huge suction force sucked Yang Zigu into his right palm. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan used the universe in the palm again. Countless stars suddenly appeared in the right palm of the towering giant. It was as though a galaxy had appeared in Yan Chuan's palm in an instant. Lotus God, lend me your power. Lotus God. Yang Ziga yelled. Waves of energy flowed into Yang Ziga's body from the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Rumble. A third horn appeared on Yang Ziga's head. Yang Ziga had been demonized for the third time. Yang Ziga's power surged again. A terrifying energy was released, and it seemed to be repelling the galaxy in Yan Chuan's palm. The universe in the palm was squeezing Yang Zigu with the power of a galaxy, but Yang Zigu was also repelling it with the power of the Lotus God. The two forces clashed fiercely. A booming sound came from Yan Chuan's palm. Crack, crack, crack. Some of the stars that were close to the two forces even had a large number of cracks on them, as if they would collapse at any moment. Yang Ziga yelled excitedly, "Ha ha ha, Yin Chuan, lend me your power. I'm immortal now." His body moved quickly, as if he wasn't bound by the universe in the palm. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. His body slowly shrank. As Yin Chuan's body shrank, all the energy in his body gathered in his right palm. Whoosh! The original galaxy in his palm suddenly split into 2 galaxies. Then as more power gathered, it split into 3 galaxies, then 4 galaxies, until it reached 10 galaxies before stopping. 10 galaxies, the power increased tenfold. Yang Zigu, who had almost escaped from the universe in the palm, suddenly couldn't move. "Ah, how is this possible?" Yang Zigu yelled. Crack, 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 crack. The power of 10 galaxies kept acting on Yang Zigu's body. Yang Zigu instinctively felt pain. "Roar!" Yang Zigu yelled in pain. "Lotus God, lend me your power. Lend me more." Yang Zigu yelled in pain. The myriad wonders demonic lotus suddenly said, "I can lend you more, but you can't take it anymore. If I lend you more, you'll explode. You have the strength of a sky immortal now, and the pressure on you is only at the level of a sky immortal. But I can't move." Yang Zigu yelled in pain. "If you want to die, I'll lend you more." The Lotus God's voice sounded again. Yang Zigu could feel his blood expanding. He knew that if he took any more, he would die immediately. "Lotus God, save me. Save me." Yang Zigu yelled. This lotus has only sealed its own power once. After saving Maori's soul, it's gone. It can only borrow power. It can't control itself. The Lotus God said, "Yin Chuan, let me out if you dare. Let's fight fair and square." Yang Zigu yelled in pain. Yin Chuan looked at his palm and sneered. "I'm fighting fair and square now. Let me out." Yang Zigu yelled. Yin Chuan looked at him coldly. Just like that, the stalemate lasted for 2 hours. Yin Capital, the palace. ZZ stepped onto the platform again. "This is the last time," ZZ said solemnly. ZZ bowed respectfully to the scarecrow again. The lights on the scarecrow's head and feet suddenly flickered. Puffed. Yang Zigu spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Yang Zigu yelled in fear. 1 bow. 2 bows. 3 bows. When ZZ bowed 3 times, the lights on the scarecrow's head and feet suddenly went out. Yang Zigu trembled. His eyes turned blank as if his soul had left his body. On the platform, ZZ shot a nail into the scarecrow's chest. Stomp. A large amount of blood flowed out of the scarecrow's body. "Success," ZZ said excitedly. In the universe in the palm, a huge hole appeared in Yang Zigu's chest. Yang Zigu's will, soul, and body were all destroyed. Boom. Yang Zigu's body exploded with a bang. The evil energy was forced out of the universe in the palm. "Jade Emperor!" Yin Chuan yelled. Whoosh! The Jade Emperor sword shot over, and quickly absorbed the black energy. Yin Chuan stared at the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus in the universe in the palm. "Kid, I have endless power for you. Do you want it?" A friendly voice came from the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. Yin Chuan sneered. "Lotus God, you've got the wrong idea. I was the one who released the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus back then, and brought harm to the world. Today, I'll destroy the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus and end your dream." The Lotus God snorted. The 10,000 wonders demonic lotus suddenly emitted a dazzling black light. The evil energy surged towards the universe in the palm. "Destroy. Although I created this lotus casually back then, it is not something you can destroy," the Lotus God said coldly. Screech. The Jade Emperor sword suddenly flew out and shot towards the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. Boom. Under Yin Chuan's control, the Jade Emperor sword stabbed into the heart of the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. Gulyalu. The Jade Emperor sword crazily absorbed the evil energy of the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. The Jade Emperor sword could absorb as much as the Lotus God released. In the blink of an eye, the energy of the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus was absorbed. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor sword was still crazily absorbing the energy of the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on one of the petals of the 10,000 wonders demonic lotus. A crack. Bastard kid, do you know who I am? You dare to disobey me? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The lotus god said coldly. If I don't disobey you, you won't kill me? Furthermore, disobey? Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan laughed crazily. Gurgle. The Jade Emperor sword crazily absorbed the evil energy of the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The universe in the palm had been removed. Yin Chuan knew that the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus had no vessel and could not escape. As for the lotus god's revenge, although Yin Chuan knew it was scary, he was not afraid at all. In fact, facing the lotus god, Yin Chuan's violent nature seemed to have been awakened. Gulyalu, the Jade Emperor sword crazily absorbed the evil energy. In the distance, rays of light shot over. The group of immortals quickly flew over. They looked at the slightly scattered battlefield, and then at the Jade Emperor sword devouring the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The group of immortals was stunned. Chapter 1044. Rays of light landed not far away from Yin Chuan. All of the immortals were surrounded by countless rays of light as they prepared to kill Yang Zhijiu. However, the sight before them made everyone realize that Yang Zigu was already dead. Yin Chuan, Meng Lingtian said in surprise. Meng Lingtian realized that every time he saw Yin Chuan, his knowledge would be overturned. It was the same every time. This time, Meng Lingtian was even more shocked. Was Yin Chuan really that strong? He was able to severely injure Yang Zigu from billions of miles away, and even lured Yang Zigu here and killed him on the spot. He had more than 20 immortals on his side. Were they still no match for Yin Chuan? Was the decision he had made in the past wrong? Kong Daoqiu also looked at Yin Chuan with mixed feelings. He was conflicted when he came, but now that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he looked at Yin Chuan and did not know what to say. Yin Xian, Yao Tianshang, Meng Sansheng king of Gai, and the others looked at Yin Chuan with mixed feelings. Yang Zigu was an expert that had attracted the attention of the immortals, but Yin Chuan had killed him? The 10,000 Wonders lotus is destroying it. Yin Xian said in surprise. One of the petals of the 10,000 Wonders lotus suddenly cracked and fell off. It turned into an evil aura that was absorbed by the Jade Emperor sword. Isn't the 10,000 Wonders lotus indestructible? Immortal Master Damiao placed it in the feng shui formation because it couldn't be destroyed. Can Yin Chuan really destroy the 10,000 Wonders lotus? Meng Lingtian was startled when he saw it too. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan had gathered his power in his palm, so he had shrunk down. Yin Chuan was controlling the Jade Emperor sword with all his power. Buzz! The Jade Emperor sword kept shaking. The black aura formed a whirlpool around it, but the Jade Emperor sword continued to absorb the power of the 10,000 Wonders lotus under Yin Chuan's desperate control. Gurgle! It made a gurgling sound like a whale sucking in water. Yin Chuan did not dare to underestimate the lotus god. The immortals around them did not interrupt him. The lotus god was the world's enemy. If anyone dared to stop him from expelling the lotus god, the petals of the 10,000 Wonders lotus withered one. Kid, what's your name? The lotus god's angry voice came from the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. The lotus god's eyes? The immortals' expressions changed. When they looked at Yin Chuan, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. Remember, my name is Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan said coldly. Since he was already an enemy of the lotus god, Yin Chuan no longer hid his intentions. Hiding was not his style. Yin Chuan? Ha ha ha. I just killed the Emperor of Yama not long ago. Now there's another Yin? Ha ha ha. The lotus god's voice was cold. Yin Chuan? I'll come back for you. The lotus god's voice was threatening. Buzz! The 10,000 Wonders lotus evil aura suddenly froze. The lotus god seemed to have cut off the connection with the 10,000 Wonders lotus. Without the support of the lotus god, the 10,000 Wonders lotus withered quickly. Crack, 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 crack. The petals shattered and turned into evil aura, which was quickly absorbed by the Jade Emperor sword. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 Wonders lotus disappeared completely. The Jade Emperor sword floated in the air with evil aura. It was as if it had not completely digested it. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Screech! The Jade Emperor sword flew into the palace. Yin Chuan stepped forward and looked at the immortals in front of him. Everyone, Are you here to kill Yang Zigu? Yin Chuan asked. At this moment, the power Yin Chuan displayed was enough to move everyone. At the same time, everyone recognized Yin Chuan's strength. They no longer treated him as a junior. That's right. I didn't expect you to kill him. Yao Tianshang exclaimed. Yang Zigu is dead. Is there anything else? Yin Chuan asked. Yin Chuan did not want to entertain the immortals. Hence, he did not ask anyone to stay. No. Goodbye. Yao Tianshang smiled. Yin Xian looked at Yao Tianshang and nodded. Your Majesty, this is a great deed. Yin Xian will take her leave. Yin Chuan nodded. Yao Tianshang led the archaic sect immortals and left. Meng Sansheng looked at Yin Chuan. Perhaps because Yin Chuan had saved Meng Sansheng previously. Meng Sansheng saw through Yin Chuan's intentions. He did not say anything, and only nodded at Yin Chuan. Then he led the immortals and flew away. Meng Ling Tian also saw through Yin Chuan's intentions. He led the immortals and left. King of Gaia and Snake Emperor looked at Yin Chuan. Congratulations to your Majesty for ascending to the Heavenly Empire. King of Gaia said. It seems like your Majesty's injuries have recovered. Congratulations. Yin Chuan nodded. We won't disturb you. King of Gaia said. I won't send you off. Yin Chuan nodded. King of Gaia brought Snake Emperor and flew towards the south. Only Kong Daoqiu and his group were left. Ha, Kong Daoqiu. Yin Chuan is your grandson, right? An immortal behind Kong Daoqiu suddenly said in a strange tone. Kong Daoqiu frowned and said, Kong Xiantian, what are you trying to say? The immortal called Kong Xiantian smiled and said, Back then, your daughter and my son, Kong Mok, fought for the position of crown prince. My son Kong Mok won. I didn't expect you to have a grandson. Haha, your grandson is not simple. Do you want to continue fighting for the position of crown prince? Kong Xuantian's expression was cold and vicious. He looked at Kong Daoqiu and Yin Chuan with a hint of malice. Kong Daoqiu smiled coldly and said, What do you think? Kong Daoqiu, let me remind you. Although he is Kong Susu's son, his surname is not Kong. The old ancestor will not agree to it. Kong Xiantian sneered. Don't worry about it. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Humph. Kong Xiantian snorted. Following that, Kong Xiantian left alone. The direction he left in was none other than the direction that King of Gaia and Snake Emperor had left in. Kong Daoqiu and the four immortals behind him looked at Kong Xiantian in the distance. They did not stop him, nor did they say anything. Clearly, they understood what Kong Xiantian meant. Kong Daoqiu turned to Yin Chuan. Ding Kong, is there anything else? Yin Chuan looked coldly at Yin Chuan. Susu gave birth to a good son. Haha, Yin Chuan, how about? Kong Daoqiu smiled and wanted to stay and talk to Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, Ding Kong, you'd better go back to where you came from. Kong Daoqiu's expression froze. Yin Chuan, Kong Daoqiu is your grandfather. An immortal behind him shouted. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, Grandfather? When my mother died, where was grandfather? When Kong Emoko forced my mother to her death, where was grandfather? I don't believe that you couldn't stop him. When your mother died, it was a family rule. Once she was involved, no one could interfere. Kong Daoqiu said in a low voice. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and said, No one could interfere? Do you think I'm that gullible? I'm already giving you face by calling you Ding Kong. Don't force me. Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. I know what you're thinking. You want Zhen to rely on your Kong family? When my mother died, you didn't care. When I was young and innocent, you abandoned me. Now that I'm strong, you want me for your own use? Ding Kong, I only suppressed the killing intent in my heart because of this trace of blood. If it weren't for this blood connection, I would have annihilated the Kong family. Yin Chuan said in a cold tone. Destroy the Kong family? Kong Daoqiu's eyes turned cold. What? You want to attack me too? With just you? Yin Chuan's voice was filled with hostility. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and suppressed the anger in his heart. Yin Chuan, after all, you have the blood of the Kong family. Kong Daoqiu tried to persuade him. Ha, ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan laughed disdainfully. My mother also had the blood of the Kong family. Why don't I see any pity from you? The Kong family? I Yin Chuan am not a rebel. I can accept the Kong family, but I have a condition, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, Kong Daoqiu was puzzled. Take Kong Mok's head and offer it to my parents in heaven. At the same time, all of the Kong family's disciples need to kowtow to my mother's grave 3 times to repent for their past sins. That way, I will acknowledge the Kong family as my family, and I can even give you a position in the Daizhen Empire. Yin Chuan said coldly. Bastard. Preposterous. Unfilial son. The group of immortals stared at Yin Chuan angrily. Yin Chuan did not back down at all. He stared coldly at the group of immortals led by Kong Daoqiu. Yin Chuan and Kong Daoqiu stared at each other fiercely. They stared at each other for 10 breaths of time, neither of them backing down. You will regret this, Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Yin Chuan clenched his fist, and a thin arc of electricity appeared around Yin Chuan's fist. It was as if the surrounding space had cracked. Just as the two of them were about to attack, suddenly, Kong Daoqiu's expression changed. The group of immortals' expressions also changed. They all looked toward the west at the same time. Is there a change in the 10,000 Buddha sacred ground? One of the immortals asked. Everyone looked at each other, and then at Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu finally looked at Yin Chuan coldly and turned around. Let's go. Let's go back first. The group of immortals immediately shot toward the west and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yin Chuan was left alone. He stood in the air and stared coldly into the distance. On the other side, King of Gai left quickly with Snake Emperor. However, they did not fly far before Kong Xiantian suddenly appeared in front of King of Gai. Stop right there, Kong Xiantian shouted coldly. Boom! King of Gai and Snake Emperor paused and looked at Kong Xiantian. Cough cough cough. Your Majesty, this is Kong Imoka's father, Kong Xiantian. Snake Emperor said. Kong Imoka's father? King of Gai's expression darkened. Since you know, come with me, Kong Xiantian sneered. Come with you? King of Gai asked. There are 2 ways for an imperial dynasty to become a celestial dynasty. One is to snatch the heaven and earth karmic rank of a celestial dynasty. You came just in time. Come with me and let my son take your heaven and earth karmic rank. Kong Xiantian said coldly. King of Gai said coldly, You? Kong Xiantian seemed to have heard a joke. King of Gai, you're at the 10th level of the upper void stage, right? I went through the tribulation at the 10th level. I'm a mystic celestial. My strength is similar to the 12th level of the upper void stage. This is not your heaven and earth karmic dynasty. Can you escape here? If you don't want to suffer, surrender. Cough cough cough. Your Majesty. Snake Emperor looked anxious. Snake Emperor, you watch from the side. I'll do it, King of Gai said. Yes. Snake Emperor nodded with a complicated expression. It's useless to resist, Kong Xiantian said coldly. King Guai narrowed his eyes and took out a huge coffin with a flip of his hand. It was the sky-burying coffin that rescued Miao. It was also the sky-burying coffin that Li Songhai used to break the seal in the celestial realm. As soon as the sky-burying coffin appeared, a ferocious aura of death spread out. Kong Xiantian said coldly. Didn't you use this coffin against Yang Zigu? King of Gai did not say much. He controlled the huge sky-burying coffin and locked it on Kong Xiantian. Kong Xiantian sneered. Haha, Immortal's Dharma treasure dares to embarrass yourself in front of me? World suppression. King of Gai shouted. Space cracks suddenly appeared around the sky-burying coffin, and they pressed down on Kong Xianshui with a wild force. Kong Xianshui struck his palm toward the sky. Bam! The palm seal shattered. Kong Xiantian immediately noticed the abnormality of the coffin. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Ah! Boom! Kong Xianshui screamed as the sky-burying coffin crushed him. The immense power caused the earth to tremble once again. Under Snake Emperor's shocked gaze, King of Gai shrunk the sky-burying coffin and placed it on his palm. Only a pile of flesh was left on the ground. Kong Xiantian, a mystic celestial, was killed by King of Gai's coffin? Just one blow? Just one blow. Your Majesty, is this true? Snake Emperor rubbed his eyes and said in surprise. King of Gai nodded and said, That's right. The sky-burying coffin. I did not expect it to be a grand celestial artifact. A grand celestial artifact. Grand celestial artifact? That is a celestial artifact that is more powerful than a heaven immortal artifact. Snake Emperor said in surprise. King of Gai nodded and said with relief. Yes, no one expected the sky-burying coffin to be so powerful. With this coffin in hand, as long as we do not meet people like Jing Ming, we will be invincible in this realm. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Snake Emperor said with a smile. King of Gai nodded. Your Majesty, why did we leave so quickly just now? Since we have this coffin, we are not afraid of anyone. I thought Your Majesty was worried that there would be an accident and wanted to go back early. Snake Emperor was puzzled. King of Gai shook his head and said, I don't know why, but when I was facing Yin Chuan just now, the sky-burying coffin suddenly resisted, as if it wanted to escape from my control. This has never happened since the sky-burying coffin was unsealed. There are still many things about the sky-burying coffin that I have not figured out, so I did not take the risk. When it saw Yin Chuan, the sky-burying coffin resisted. Snake Emperor was surprised. Once Kong Xiantian is dead, the Great Nightmare Dynasty and the Great Buddha Imperial Dynasty will not rest until one of us is dead. But it doesn't matter. Kong Mok. Heh. King of Gai said coldly. Your Majesty, with this coffin in hand, Kong Mok will not be able to get away with it. Snake Emperor said confidently. Let's go. King of Gai shook his head. The two of them flew towards the south. The news quickly spread to Yin Jin. Yin Chuan had just received the congratulations from his officials when he received the news from the south. Kong Xiantian? Kong Mok's father was killed by King of Gai's sky-burying coffin? With just one blow. Yin Chuan looked at the news in his hand. Chapter 1045. Dajin Celestial Empire. The entire country was celebrating, and the people of Yin Jin were extremely excited. The emperor had transformed into a 1,000-foot giant to kill evil. When the deities descended, many cultivators saw the countless rays of light around the deities. They immediately recognized the deities after comparing them to the records. A large group of deities, had been driven away by the emperor. A cultivator with a good eye could see clearly that there was a hint of fear in the eyes of the deities. Even the deities were afraid of the emperor. Many people felt their blood boiling. They all felt fortunate to have settled in this celestial empire. The Dajin Celestial Empire was instantly recognized by all the people of Yin Jin. The news quickly spread everywhere. While the entire country was celebrating, the official document of the grand examination hosted by the emperor in 10 years was quickly spread to all the cities in Yin Jin. The emperor hosted it? The grand examination. The people of Dajin were instantly excited. The officials were busy. Yin Chuan was in the upper study, reading the memorials. Kong Xiantian? Kong Mok's father was killed by the sky-burying coffin? Just one attack. Yin Chuan looked at the information in his hand seriously. The Great Calamity Celestial Empire and the Great Buddha Imperial Empire are enemies. It's beneficial to our dynasty, Yifeng said. But that sky-burying coffin is too powerful, Meng Wenrua said. Sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, he had obtained one when he opened the tomb of the deities. However, he did not have time to study it, and only used it to bury his previous body. Alright, let's not think about this for now. Yifeng. Yes, Your Majesty. The Great Zhao sacred ground has collapsed. Quickly collect the 1,000 cities controlled by it. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng replied. Wenrua, you will be in charge of the world examination this time. Spread the net all over the world. You must help me search for outstanding talents. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Wenrua replied. Other than the Julu Academy, they were the last middle-class sect in the East Divine Continent. Jin Dayu and Huaguang once again led their troops forward. Along the way, all the inferior sects surrendered one after another. The sect leaders and elders all came out to welcome Dezhen's army. Wherever the imperial court's army went, no one dared to stop them. The army slowly gathered towards the last sect, the Heaven Lake sect. Outside the Heaven Lake sect, a strong gust of wind blew, causing the Hua and Jin flags to flutter in the wind. In the Heaven Lake sect, all the spell formations were activated. The ferocity of Bao Zhen's army had not been heard for a day or two. Sect leader, surrender. Sect leader, let's fight it out with them. Sect leader, another disciple escaped. The Heaven Lake sect was in a mess. The Heaven Lake sect master was so anxious that a few strands of his hair had turned white. He stood at the top of the main peak and looked at the two commanders in the distance. Hua Guang, Jin Dayu, do you really want to force the Heaven Lake sect into a dead end? The master of the Heaven Lake sect cried out in grief. Hua Guang and Jin Dayu looked at each other. To the east of the Heaven Lake sect is the ocean. To the south, west and north are all the territory of the Dezhun. The Heaven Lake sect is located in the hinterland of the Dezhun. How can we allow outsiders to sleep under our beds? Just like your Heaven Lake mountain, if we set up a government office for the Dezhun, would you be willing? If you submit to the Dezhun will treat you well. Hua Guang shouted in a deep voice. Submit? The master of the Heaven Lake sect's expression was extremely ugly. Sect leader, forget it. It's the same even if we go to the Dezhun. Sect leader, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. Let's fight it out with them. The two voices put the master of the Heaven Lake sect in a difficult position. The master of the Heaven Lake sect was an extremely ambitious person. He even had the ambition to establish a holy land. Now they wanted him to submit to them? Even the Great Zhao Holy Land was not so domineering back then. If he continued to fight, the Heaven Lake sect would only be annihilated. However, there was still a glimmer of hope. If he did not fight, he would not be satisfied. Just as the master of the Heaven Lake sect was in a difficult position, a figure flew over from the top of a mountain in the distance. It was a man in a green robe. He held a green feather fan in his hand and looked at the Heaven Lake sect with a cold gaze. Masterly, is everything settled? Hua Guang smiled and asked. Yes, now only the Heaven Lake sect is left. Li Si smiled. Li Si's appearance was nothing to Hua Guang. However, in the eyes of the Heaven Lake sect disciples, he was like a monstrous demon. Li Si. It's Li Si, the violent Jin Li Si? The Li Si who killed millions of people. He's the Li Si who destroyed the Li family? The Li family? The Li family is here. In an instant, the Heaven Lake sect was in an uproar again. When they saw Hua Guang and Jin Dayu, they still had the ambition to fight. However, when they saw Li Si, many of them collapsed because Li Si's methods were too cruel. Resist? Fine, if you resist, your entire family will be destroyed. Some of the cultivators were very hot-blooded and did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Therefore, when faced with a powerful cultivator like Hua Guang, they were also prepared to sacrifice themselves. But what about Li Si? If you resist him, he will kill your wife and children, kill your parents, and even issue an arrest warrant for the whole world to hunt you down. Which hero could stand it? Even if they did not think for themselves, they had to think for their parents. When they thought of their wives and children being killed, when they thought of their children being killed, when they thought of their children and grandchildren being killed, the hearts of all the heroes turned cold. Master, let's surrender. Master, don't resist anymore. Master, my son is innocent. Master, you just had a grandson. Are you going to watch him die under a butcher's knife? The master of the Heaven Lake sect felt sad. His ambition could not withstand Li Si's command. Withdraw the formation and welcome the angel. The master of the Heaven Lake sect said gloomily. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Long live the Holy One. Before the soldiers of the Great Jin dynasty could react, the disciples of the Heaven Lake sect were already crying tears of joy and cheering. The master of the Heaven Lake sect was speechless. These fence-sitters fell too quickly. The two commanders looked at each other, and finally looked at Li Si. Master Li, you're still the best. Jin Dayu laughed bitterly. They thought that there would be a fierce battle. They did not expect Li Si to scare the disciples of the Heaven Lake sect. Li Si was very satisfied. Boom boom boom. In the Heaven Lake sect, the fate energy rolled and flowed quickly towards the Great Jin dynasty. Jilu Academy. Behind Meng Lingtian were 5 immortals. They looked towards the southeast. The five of them looked at each other and finally frowned. Other than the Julu Academy, all the sects in the East Divine Continent are almost unified. An immortal said with a complicated expression. Most importantly, how old is this Yin Chuan? Another immortal said with a complicated expression. How old? Everyone had seen Yin Chuan's information. 108 years old? 108 years old might be the limit for mortals. But for these immortals, it was just the time to play a game of chess or go into seclusion. And in this short period of time, all the major powers of the East Divine Continent had been wiped out. And Yin Chuan had risen from a mortal to an enemy of the entire world, laying down a huge foundation. Ambitious. Ambitious was not enough to describe Yin Chuan. The speed of his rise could only be described as shocking. Seniors? Meng Lingtian frowned. One of the immortals shook his head and said, logically speaking, the Julu Academy is still allied with the Great Jin Dynasty. He won't attack us. Furthermore, the appearance of the Lotus God is also telling us something. Meng Lingtian looked at the immortal. The appearance of the Lotus God is unavoidable in the immortal world. An unprecedented calamity is coming. It might even be as tragic as the great calamity of the Antiquity Age. The immortal said with an ugly expression. Although the Great Jin Dynasty rose quickly, they might not be able to withstand this calamity. We don't have to do anything for now. The Julu Academy has a foundation in the immortal world established by our founder, Dongfang Bubi. Let's wait and see. The immortal said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. Right, Meng Lingtian. That girl Meng Rongrong's comprehension of the Tao of the Zither is too amazing. An immortal suddenly looked at Meng Lingtian. Meng Lingtian said bitterly. Yes, even I can only reach the third note of the 8 notes of the heavenly demon. She managed to connect them all in just a few decades. 8 notes. Haha. 8 notes of the heavenly demon? Haha, you're not the one teaching her now. She's the one teaching you. An immortal laughed. Meng Lingtian smiled bitterly. I can only reach the 4th note of the 8 notes of the 8 notes of the heavenly demon. I can't go any further. Meng Lingtian, why don't you help us ask? An immortal said with a smile. Meng Lingtian shook his head. I did. But her theory overturns our previous methods. Oh, when I was teaching her, I told her that she had to sever her emotions in order to comprehend. But after she perfected it, she told me that I was wrong. She didn't have to sever her emotions. Instead, she had to reach the realm of grand oblivion. Grand oblivion? Isn't that just severing her emotions? No, oblivion isn't severing her emotions. It's a state of seeming emotions. Forgetting doesn't mean that they don't exist. Instead, it makes the emotions stronger and stronger. It becomes as deep as the sea and as deep as the sky. Forgetting and not forgetting are indistinguishable. This is grand oblivion. Meng Lingtian explained. The group of immortals. The Great Jin Celestial Empire had almost unified the East Divine Continent. Like a plague, it spread rapidly in all directions. At the same time, under Yin Chuan's arrangements, Upper Void Realm experts led batches of Great Jun's recruitment officials to the various divine continents. They spread the news of the Great Jin Celestial Empire and recruited talents from all over the world. North Divine Continent. Yao Tianshang smashed a chair beside him. How ambitious of Yin Chuan to recruit examinees. He has even recruited all of us to the Northern Divine Continent. Yao Tianshang said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Ju boiled a pot of tea at the side. She was not angry but said quietly, This Yin Chuan is so ambitious. Ju, you and I were at the 12th tier of the Upper Void Realm in our previous lives. As long as you recover your cultivation, you can become a heavenly immortal. That day, Yang Ziga was at most a heavenly immortal. Yin Chuan might not be a match for us. Yao Tianshang said in a low voice. Ju shook her head slightly. No, I'm not afraid of Yin Chuan. But our Emperor dynasty is not as good as the Celestial Empire. We don't have many chances. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes and nodded. Not many chances. The chance for the Emperor dynasty to ascend to the Celestial Empire was indeed not many. At least in this world, there weren't many. Chapter 1046. 8 days of leave, 9 days of leave. Happy New Year! The Great Jin Celestial Empire's first world examination was open to all who were willing to become officials. The world was in an uproar when the news came out. Because the world's mindset was still stuck in the era of sects, they were still unfamiliar with the dynasty model. A sect model only recognized its own disciples. Outsiders were only allowed to be guests at most, and were not allowed to interfere with the sect's activities. However, countries were different. The Great Jin Celestial Empire was even more accepting. As long as one had the ability and could contribute to the Great Jin Celestial Empire, the Great Jin Celestial Empire would recognize them and be willing to let them take charge and participate in the decision-making of the Great Jin Celestial Empire. In an instant, countless cultivators flocked to the Great Jin Celestial Empire. Yin Chuan was also preparing for the world examination in Yin capital. In the Chaotian Palace, during the morning assembly, Wenrua, it will definitely be crowded. You will set the agenda and make the first batch of eliminations. Yin Chuan said to Meng Wenrua. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Wenrua nodded. Just as Yin Chuan nodded, the Great Jin Celestial Empire's providence cloud suddenly churned. Yin Chuan's expression changed. He slowly stood up. Everyone in the hall was puzzled. Yin Chuan slowly stepped down from the dragon altar and walked out of the Chaotian Palace. The officials in the Chaotian Palace were curious. They followed behind Yin Chuan and slowly walked out. Standing in the square of the Chaotian Palace, Yin Chuan looked at the providence cloud. Then, Yin Chuan turned to the west. Your Majesty, something big happened in the west? Yifeng asked curiously. A celestial empire was born in the west, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Celestial Empire? The Great Buddha Empire? Yifeng's face sank. That's right, it's the Great Buddha Empire. Kong Mok. Haha, it's really like drinking poison to quench thirst. Yin Chuan sighed. Yifeng and the others thought for a while, and immediately understood. Kong Mok severed one of his arms. Did he seize the karmic position of heaven and earth of the 10,000 Buddhas' holy ground? Meng Wenrua's expression changed. Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. Kong Emoka may be useless in external affairs, but he is ruthless in internal affairs. Li Si sighed. Your Majesty, with the sudden change in the west, should our Great Jin plan? Yifeng asked. There's no need for that. The west, the Great Buddha Celestial Dynasty, we have long made arrangements. The most important thing now is still the world examination. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The west had already made arrangements. Yifeng, Li Si, and Meng Wenrua were all astonished. The three of them were all extremely capable. They knew about the relationship between the Great Buddha Empire and the Great Buddha Empire. Hence, they understood that it was impossible for them to infiltrate the Great Buddha Empire. However, the emperor said that he had already made arrangements. The three of them looked on in admiration. The West, Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Long live the Holy One! Long live the Holy One! The officials of the Great Buddha Empire cheered excitedly. On the huge dragon platform, Kong Emoka looked at the officials with great satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, you may rise. Kong Emoka laughed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials congratulated him. From today onward, the city of 10,000 Buddhas will be the capital of the Great Buddha Empire. Kong Emoka said loudly. Yes. The officials congratulated him. In the distance, at the peak of a mountain, Kong Daoqiu, a group of Confucian scholars and monks looked ahead. The eyes of the group of monks were filled with resentment, but they were also filled with helplessness. Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. The four immortals behind him also had complicated expressions. Kong Daoqiu, why did you let him? An immortal said with a complicated expression. What's done can't be undone. Instead of losing the karmic ranking, why don't we just give it to him? Kong Daoqiu said with an ugly expression. The group of immortals felt bitter. The 10,000 Buddhas' sacred ground. It took us so much effort to cultivate it, but that bastard Kong Emoka stole it. Kong Emoka doesn't have the ability to deal with the outer sections. He specialized in stealing from the inner sections. Kong Emoka? We might have been wrong about him back then. Forget it. The old ancestor has tacitly agreed. Let's see how he develops. The immortals were dissatisfied with Kong Imoku. Kong Daoqiu frowned and thought about it. In the end, he said nothing and let everyone back. In the distance, Kong Imoku slowly looked over from the dragon throne in the great Buddha Empire. After everyone left, Kong Imoku heaved a sigh of relief. Prophet, it's all thanks to you that the great Buddha's advancement this time. Of course I won't forget you. From today onwards, the Prophet Buddha will be conferred the title of first-class prophet. He will be rewarded with 10 ninth-tier magic treasures and 100 celestial stones. Kong Mok rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Prophet Buddha said bitterly. The Prophet Buddha was helpless against betraying the Buddhist sect. The great Buddha has just been decided. Dear officials, do you have any suggestions for the future of the great Buddha? Kong Imoku looked at the officials and asked. The officials fell silent. Suddenly, at the end of the line, a man stepped out and said, I have something to report. Oh, Feng Xiao. Kong Imoku frowned and looked at the official at the end of the line. Feng Xiao was the grandson of the Dai sect, the original sect leader of Yin Chuan's father Feng Tairan. After his father Feng Tianyu committed suicide, he left the Dai sect and never returned. He had been a wastrel, and now he was an official of the great Buddha Empire. Although he was at the very end, Kong Imoku still looked at Feng Xiao with suspicion. I know that Your Majesty has some great enemies, but I feel that our great Buddha Empire needs to unite the West Divine Continent as soon as possible and use the power of the Divine Continent to fight the world. Feng Xiao said. Kong Imoku thought that Feng Xiao would advise him to deal with Yin Chuan. He did not expect Feng Xiao to say this. The Prophet Buddha did not trust Feng Xiao, but after thinking about it, he finally nodded. Because Feng Xiao's words were the best decision. Your Majesty, official Feng's words are exactly what I think. Only when the great Buddha Empire is strong can we fight all enemies. The Prophet Buddha said. Kong Imoku nodded and looked at Feng Xiao with suspicion. The great Buddha Empire's promotion made all the experts in the world feel that something was wrong. In the North Divine Continent, Zhu and Yao Tianshang stepped out of the palace and looked to the southwest. In the South Divine Continent, King Dai stepped out of the palace and looked to the northwest. In the Central Divine Continent, Meng Sanxing stroked the primordial gourd and looked to the west with narrowed eyes. In the Julu Academy, Meng Lingtian and the others also looked to the west with serious expressions. In a valley, the emperor sat cross-legged on a large rock. 12 disciples stood respectfully in front of him. The emperor suddenly looked to the west and then to the east. He frowned slightly. Master, the young 8 sabers. We have already grasped all of them. A disciple said with a smile. The emperor turned his head and looked at the disciples. Master left 10 sabers on the back mountain. Study them well. Master will return in a few years. The emperor said in a low voice. Yes, the 12 disciples answered. The emperor stepped into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the emperor left, the 12 disciples seemed to be relieved. Why hasn't Master smiled before? A female disciple asked curiously. How would I know? However, even though the heroes of the present age have been bragged about, no one can compare to Master. A disciple said proudly. Nonsense. Who doesn't know that it's our fortune to be able to become Master's disciple? What's Master's cultivation base now? Master might be at the perfection upper void stage. 12th level upper void stage. Of course. Otherwise, how could he have killed a human immortal with 1 saber? Everyone nodded. Right, Master only left 10 sabers. Could it be? A disciple said with a frown. It's not like you don't know Master's saber technique. Although we were born with the saber physique, we are still far from Masters. Master said that 10 sabers are enough for us to learn for a while. It must be a while. Learn well and cherish it. Yes, eldest senior brother, the group answered. East Divine Continent Yin Capital. In the upper study room, Tan Lang was the only one standing in front of Yin Chuan. Tan Lang, you and He Guang already call each other brothers? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Tan Lang used to be a wolf child. He was rescued by Yin Chuan and He Guang, and taken in as a disciple by He Guang. He was loyal to Yin Chuan. Yes, eldest brother asked for it. But in my heart, no matter how I address you, His Majesty and eldest brother, are the people I respect the most in my life. Tan Lang said solemnly. Yes, I've already asked Hua Guang to relieve you of your military position. Yan Chuan nodded. Ah, His Majesty, is it because I didn't do well? I'll definitely change. Tan Lang panicked. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, No, I relieved you of your military position because there's a more important thing for you to do. Ah, yes, His Majesty, please instruct me. I want you to search the world for 3,000 children with excellent physiques and bones to cultivate a group of personal guards for me. They will also be my trump card. They will only have one belief, and that is to be loyal to Dejun. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Personal guards? Tan Lang's expression changed. You'll be the leader of the personal guards. Remember, you'll only be responsible to me for these 3,000 personal guards. I've already told Hua Guang that he won't ask you. As the leader of these 3,000 personal guards, they will be my killing weapon, the strongest killing weapon. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Tan Lang's expression changed, and he immediately understood. Yes, Your Majesty. This subject will definitely train a peerless killing machine for Your Majesty. Their goal is to remove all obstacles for Your Majesty. They live and die for Your Majesty. They are His Majesty's personal guards. His Majesty, why don't we call the personal guards the Terracotta Army? Tan Lang asked. Yen Chuan was slightly surprised, but finally nodded and said, All right. I'll do my best. I beseech His Majesty to equip the Terracotta Army with the strongest weapons. Of course, when I enter the heavenly secret realm in the next dream, these 3,000 terracotta soldiers will follow me into the heavenly secret realm. Yes, Tan Lang replied. Tan Lang went to the 4 directions to prepare the terracotta army for Yin Chuan. However, Meng Wenrua and Yifeng brought a new piece of news. His Majesty, a person has appeared after the selection of the heavenly secret realm. Yifeng smiled and said, Oh, Yin Chuan was slightly curious. Does His Majesty still remember Jin Diu's sect, the Great Winged Heaven School? His Majesty used spiritual stones to move the entire Great Winged Heaven School. The Great Collapse plan was like a tsunami that destroyed the Great Winged Heaven School? Yifeng smiled and said, How was it? At that time, there was a person who saw through His Majesty's plan. Later on, we tricked him and forced him to leave. His Majesty has been looking for that person, but he was nowhere to be found. Today Lord Meng and I met him. Yifeng smiled and said, In Hentian? Yen Chuan's expression changed. Although he had only heard of this person, Yen Chuan still remembered him clearly. It could be said that this person had seen through the Great Collapse plan early on. Unfortunately, after this person was expelled from the Great Winged Heaven School, his whereabouts were unknown. This made Yen Chuan feel regretful. Yes, this person is also participating in the heavenly secret realm. Chapter 1047. In Hentian? Yes, this person is also participating in this year's examination. A light flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Although he wasn't clear about Yin Henshin's ability, he knew that he was the only one out of hundreds of millions of people who saw through the collapse plan. How could Yin Chuan not be excited? Your Majesty, do you wish to see him? Yifeng asked with a smile. No need. Since I am the host of the examination, I naturally have to uphold justice for the Great Jin Empire. Since he is here, it is enough. Yen Chuan shook his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Yifeng nodded. Other than Yin Hentian, many talents have come from all over the world. Southern Divine Continent, West Divine Continent, Central Divine Continent, and North Divine Continent. Many of the recorded talents have abandoned their respective divine continents to come to the East Divine Continent. Yifeng said excitedly. The heroes of the world are all in my grasp. Yen Chuan sighed, his eyes filled with emotion. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Everyone bowed. Yen Chuan tapped his dragon throne lightly. After some thought, he said, The examination is not just about these talents. It is also about the Great Jin Empire. After Yen Chuan finished speaking, Yifeng, Li Si, Meng Wenrua, and the others all raised their eyebrows. Your Majesty, Are you worried that the experts of the various divine continents will come to disrupt the examination? Li Si raised an eyebrow. Yan Chuan nodded lightly. West Divine Continent. Konglu Academy. Kong Daoqiu stood at the peak of the academy, looking at the great Buddha celestial empire in the distance with a complicated expression. Kong Daoqiu held a bamboo scroll with the words spring and autumn written on it. His eyes narrowed. In the day, when the great Buddha celestial empire was established, a group of immortals from the Kong family had scolded Kong Mok, but Kong Daoqiu had suppressed them. On the surface, Kong Daoqiu supported Kong Mok, but in his heart, he was filled with doubts. Just like that, Kong Daoqiu stood from night to dawn. For the entire night, Kong Daoqiu's expression kept changing. It was only when the first ray of the morning sun that Kong Daoqiu's face turned resolute. Stepping forward, Kong Daoqiu flew to a valley in the distance. It was a forbidden ground for the Kong family. Even the immortals of the Kong family. Kong Daoqiu landed at the mouth of the valley. Daoqiu requesting an audience. Kong Daoqiu said. There was no response from the valley, but Kong Daoqiu wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently for 2 hours before a voice could be heard. Kong Daoqiu? Hadn't the Lotus Goddess been forced out of this world? Daoqiu Li Daoqiu. Daoqiu. Is. Daoqiu. Oh, old ancestor. Kong Mok stole the karmic position of heaven and earth of the 1,000 Buddha's holy ground, and established the great Buddha celestial empire. This is an act that will bring disaster to the Kong family. Please give the order for the Kong family to step in and take down the great Buddha celestial empire. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. The elder ancestor's surprised voice came from the valley. Old ancestor, Kong Mok is too reliant on the clan. However, he is cold-blooded by nature and has a tendency to backfire. The myriad Buddha holy ground is an example of this. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. Backlash nature? Daoqiu, you worry too much. Kong Mok is the descendant of the Kong family. Didn't the all Buddha's holy ground nurture him into a karmic rank of heaven and earth, so that the Kong family could use him? Back then, it was precisely for this purpose. Why would there be a backlash? The old ancestor said in a deep voice. Old ancestor, the difference is that the all Buddha's holy ground has become a part of the Kong family after all these years of governance. It is a flexible arm that listens to the Kong family's orders. However, this arm should not be removed by Kong Mok. If he had the ability, he could have gone to the other holy grounds to fight for it. Why would he remove our own arm? Compared to Daoqiu's grandson, the difference between the two is too great. Kong Daoqiu advised. Yan Chuan. He is just an outsider. The old ancestor said in a deep voice. But half of his blood runs in the Kong family. Old ancestor. I wonder if you have heard of rare goods worth hoarding? Yan Chuan is that rare good, while Kong Mok is just an ordinary good. Why would we let go of the rare good and protect the ordinary good? The value of rare goods is constantly rising. No matter how much the ordinary good is praised, they are still worthless. Old ancestor, it is not too late to cripple Kong Mok. Kong Daoqiu shouted. Enough! The old ancestor's impatient voice suddenly sounded. Kong Daoqiu stopped talking. You were the one who presided over the Crown Prince selection. Are you going back on your word now? The old ancestor said in a deep voice. Kong Daoqiu's expression turned ugly. Back then, my daughter should have been the first choice for the Crown Prince selection. If my daughter Susu was still alive, it would only be a matter of time before she became the new Crown Prince. Unfortunately, Susu was too devoted to her feelings. She married Yin Tao and got pregnant. She voluntarily gave up the Crown Prince selection. Old ancestor, you know how capable Susu is. When she was alive, Kong Mok was no match for her. Susu voluntarily gave up the Crown Prince selection, and Kong Mok took advantage of it. But he was unwilling to let Susu go. Old ancestor, Susu gave up everything. But you listened to Kong Mok and his son's slanderous words and told Daoqiu not to interfere. When Susu was forced to death by Kong Mok, Daoqiu suffered silently for the sake of the family. I gave everything to the family, but now, Kong Mok is indeed useless. Old ancestor, Daoqiu does not want to make the same mistake again. Impudent. The old ancestor's cold voice came from the valley. Are you blaming me? The old ancestor asked coldly. Daoqiu does not dare. Kong Daoqiu lowered his head. If you don't dare? I see that you are getting bolder and bolder. I know that Kong Susu's death has troubled you. But Kong Susu was disobedient and betrayed the family. She deserved to be killed. Humph. As for Kong Mok, I am very satisfied that he established the Heavenly Empire. Don't bother about this matter in the future. Alright, you can go back. The old ancestor said coldly. Kong Daoqiu looked at the valley, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes, Kong Daoqiu left, and a few days later, he went to the great Buddha dynasty again. The Prophet Buddha received him. The Prophet Buddha was no longer in the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground, and his name no longer existed. He was now the great Buddha dynasty's first-class prophet. Greetings, family head Kong. The prophet said solemnly. Zhao Xianji, where is Kong Mok? Kong Daoqiu asked solemnly. His Majesty is in seclusion. Does family head Kong have any instructions for me? The Prophet Buddha smiled. Kong Daoqiu looked at Zhao Xianji, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. Prophet Buddha, I really didn't expect that the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground would be destroyed in your hands. Zhao Xianji's face twitched, and a trace of sadness and helplessness could be seen on his face. Family head Kong has misunderstood. The 10,000 Buddha's holy ground's fate has come to an end. This one does not have the ability to do so. You don't have the ability? Kong Daoqiu sneered. Zhao Xianji frowned, and his expression turned ugly. Just as he was about to say something, Kong Daoqiu interrupted him. Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. When the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground was first established, there was a Buddha Saraira. This Saraira was the foundation of the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground. Before my Kong family entered this world, it was the source of Buddhism. Although the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground was under my Kong family's control, my Kong family had never touched the Buddha Saraira. This was to prevent Buddhism from being led astray by my Kong family. Now that the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground is no more, hand over the Buddha Saraira. At the very least, we can create another Buddhism holy ground. Kong Daoqiu said solemnly. What? Buddha prophet, you're going to betray Buddhism, and you're going to betray it completely? You're even going to extinguish the Buddhism holy ground? Kong Daoqiu asked solemnly. Zhao Xianji's expression changed. In the end he said solemnly, since the Kong family doesn't want to mess with Goddess Jichen's wishes, then don't have any ideas about the Buddha Saraira. And Kong Daoqiu's expression turned cold. The Buddha Saraira had already disappeared into the horizon when the 10,000 Buddha's holy ground collapsed. It's no longer in our hands. Zhao Xianji shook his head. Is that so? Kong Daoqiu asked coldly. Yes, Zhao Xianji said firmly. Kong Daoqiu looked at Zhao Xianji coldly for a while, then flicked his sleeves and left with a cold snort. Watching Kong Daoqiu leave, Zhao Xianji's expression was complicated. After all, Zhao Xianji was once a devout Buddhism holy ground disciple, but today, he had come to this point. Zhao Xianji shook his head bitterly. In the great Buddha dynasty, inside a secret chamber in the 10,000 Buddha's palace, the secret chamber was surrounded by all kinds of restrictions and formations to prevent the aura of the secret chamber from leaking. In the secret chamber, a fist-sized golden stone was placed in front of Kong Mok. The golden stone emitted a gentle golden light, and on the surface of the golden light, there were many golden swastikas. They were faintly discernible, and the Buddhist aura lingered. Buddha Saraira? It had already been half a year, but he was still unable to assimilate it? Humph, since I can't refine you completely, I'll break you apart and refine you piece by piece. Kong Mok's eyes flashed with a hint of savagery. Boom, boom, boom. Kong Emoku attacked fiercely, continuously shattering the swastika golden pattern. This lasted for 3 whole days. Crack. A crack suddenly appeared on the Buddha's Saraira. Who? The countless swastikas from the Buddhist relic rapidly rushed towards the crack, as though they were trying to block it. However, a gentle white light emitted from the crack. The moment the white light appeared, it constantly melted the swastikas. The number of swastikas continued to decrease as they were melted away by the white light. Kong Mok looked at this scene with a complicated expression, as though he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Wang. The countless swastikas slowly condensed into the light figure of a bald Buddha. In the light figure, the bald Buddha had a sorrowful expression as he looked at the Buddha's sarira. In the end, he revealed a bitter expression. "You are the Buddha?" Kong Mok looked at the light figure in shock. The light figure turned to look at Kong Mok and smiled bitterly. Ah, fate. This lord used all his cultivation to seal this white lotus. Who would have thought that it would be broken by you, and the calamity of the world would come again? Sigh. Today, I will be destroyed. I only hope that everyone in the world can live with their lives. Boom. The light figure had just finished speaking when it suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, not even a speck of dust was left. In its original place, a pure white and delicate little lotus flower had appeared. The white lotus flower emitted a soft white light, illuminating the entire secret room in circles. Looking at it felt like a dream. I am back again. To think that it is still this world. Interesting. Suddenly, a chuckle came from the white lotus. The white lotus spoke. Kong Mok's expression changed. Who are you? I am the lotus deity. Brat, do you want endless boundless strength? A faint bewitching voice came from the white lotus. Lotus deity. A few years ago, the myriad wonders demonic lotus that possessed Mohina Dojin and Yangzigu had connected to the lotus deity's voice. This was the voice of the lotus deity. The lotus deity descended once again. Chapter 1048. Great Buddha Dynasty Million Buddha City. Inside the palace's secret chamber, Kong Mok looked at the pure white lotus in front of him, and his expression flickered. Lotus God. Kong Mok sucked in a breath of cold air. Last time, Kong Mok didn't go, but he knew that the heroes of the world had surrounded the Lotus God. The Lotus God, as a puppet, had defeated almost all of them. Kong Mok's memory of the Lotus God was still fresh. Kid, do you want endless power? The Lotus God's voice came from the white lotus. The Lotus God did not rush him, and he waited patiently. The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus exuded a nefarious aura, but this white lotus doesn't. Are you that Lotus God? Kong Mok frowned and asked. 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus? How can the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus compare to this white lotus? The 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus is something I casually made. Of course, this white lotus is also something I casually made, but it's 10 times more exquisite than the 10,000 Wonders demonic lotus. Do you know what 10 times means? The Lotus God said calmly. What? With the same physique, the white lotus can allow me to instill 10 times more energy into you than the black lotus. The Lotus God said calmly. 10 times? That day, all the experts in the world added together could not compare to Yangzigu. Now, on the basis of Yangzigu's strength, it could increase by 10 times? Kong Mok's breathing quickened. However, Kong Mok also understood that the Lotus deity was a huge disaster. Even the Kong family's old ancestor was wary of it. Wanting this power was equivalent to going against the world. I've seen you before. The first time was at the Great Revelation Holy Ground. You led a group of people to the Great Revelation Holy Ground, intending to subdue the Great Revelation Holy Ground. But in the end, you returned empty-handed? The Lotus God tempted. The moment the Lotus God spoke, Kong Mok's face sank. Returned empty-handed? More than that. It could be said that the last 2 times Kong Mok roamed the world, he was trampled by the experts of the world. The first time, the Great Revelation Holy Ground, Feng Yinyang, Yao Tianshang, Mohina Dojin, Yanchuan Mengziqiu and Huang. The second time, the Archaic Mysteries Sect, Yanchuan Zhu Renshu, Dongfang Jingpai, and the ministers of Dajin. Even his own father had been killed by King Yugai. Sacrificing himself for others, and severing the White Lotus connection with the Lotus God for the world? Was this a joke? Kong Mok greets Senior Lotus God. Many thanks to Senior for valuing Mok. Kong Mok immediately said respectfully, Ha ha, alright, I'll give you boundless power. Let you stand at the top of the world. Let all living beings in the world bow before you. Lotus God smiled. Buzz. The white lotus trembled slightly before it slowly flew toward Kong Mok. It entered Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's body suddenly emitted a white light. The white lotus baptized Kong Mok's body again and again. Gradually, a white lotus appeared above Kong Mok's head. The lotus slowly rotated, releasing a gentle light. The southern divine continent had suffered a great tragedy. The imperial capital, Wei City. In the imperial court of Wei City. Your Majesty, reports have come in from all over the southern divine continent. Large numbers of talents have been sent away to the east divine continent in batches. Li Songhai stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, Dajin's actions are too overbearing. Not only did they recruit people from the east divine continent in a single examination, they even extended their hands to the southern divine continent. Another minister said in a low voice. The ministers were indignant. On the dragon throne, King Yugai wore a flat imperial crown and a dragon robe. His skeletal fingers extended from his sleeves and gently tapped the armrest of the dragon throne. Li Songhai. King Yugai said in a low voice. Yes. Why did Dajin almost unify the East Divine Continent in such a short time? Why is your progress so slow when I assigned you to manage the Southern Divine Continent? The vast Southern Divine Continent only occupies a third of the continent? King Yugai asked in a low voice. Li Songhai's expression turned ugly, but he still said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. This is the Yang realm. Most of the high-ranking officials and generals of the Great Tragedy Heaven are dead spirits. Using dead spirits to control living beings has caused great resistance in the hearts of living beings. That is why our progress has been slow. Furthermore, this world has returned to the immortal world. We have no dead spirits to replenish our ranks, so our expansion has been slower. Approved. King Yugai said in a low voice. Secondly, in order to break open the gates to the immortal world, I sacrificed many experts of the southern divine continent. I made a mistake. Although I killed many experts of the southern divine continent and reduced the resistance of expanding our territory, I lost the hearts of the people because of this. I could not be like the East Divine Continent, where I could conquer 100 territories just by subduing a sect leader. The Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty subdued 100 cities after subduing a large number of sect leaders. We could not subdue their plans. Furthermore, there was a natural barrier between living beings and dead spirits. It was difficult to subdue them. We could only subdue the Southern Divine Continent with subduing the Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty, with subduing the Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty, with subduing a continent, with subduing the Great Tragedy Heaven Dynasty much faster than us. Li Songhai sighed softly. King Yugai's fingers tapped lightly on the dragon throne. Cough, 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 cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs could be heard from the ministers. Your Majesty, the Snake Emperor stepped forward. Oh, cough, 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 Your Majesty, you don't have to be troubled. Although the Great Perfection Examination is to search for talents, it is to seek the path of annihilation. The Snake Emperor said as he coughed. Seek the path of annihilation? Li Songhai was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. Your Majesty, the Great Perfection Examination this time is too overbearing. Searching for talents in the world? How can the heroes of the various continents be allowed to do as they wish? The slightest mistake will cause the Great Perfection's reputation to crumble. The Snake Emperor said solemnly. I agree. Li Songhai immediately smiled. King Yugai nodded and said, You are right. Haha, the examination of the world. On the day of the examination, I will go and take back the talents of the Southern Divine Continent. The Northern Divine Continent. The Yao Imperial Dynasty. In the study, Zhu and Yao Tianshang sat on the main seats. A group of important ministers of the Yao Imperial Dynasty stood below them. Your Majesty, Yao Tianshang, the Great Perfection Examination, has kidnapped many talents from the Northern Divine Continent this time. Spider King said with a frown. Yao Tianshang frowned slightly and said, What is Yin Chuan doing? Does he want to make the entire world his enemy? Zhu thought for a moment. He took a deep breath and said, Yin Xian? The former sect leader of the Archaic Mysteries sect, Yin Xian, frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, The archaic mysteries sect once promised that they would not calculate the Great Perfection examination for 1,000 years. Your Majesty, please. All right. When the time comes, we will go and take a look. The examination of the Great Perfection examination? This Yin Chuan is so bold. Zhu said in a low voice. Yes. Yin Xi nodded. The Western Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu held a document in his hand. He stood at the highest peak of the Confucius Lu Academy and looked to the east. The examination of the world? Kong Daoqiu frowned. After a moment of silence, Kong Daoqiu took a deep breath and said, How bold. The fish dragon transformation? If he passes, he will prosper. If he fails, he will fall. Yin Chuan, you are even bolder than Susu back then. Sigh. Why can't the old ancestor accept Yin Chuan? If the Kong family gets this child, and borrows the Kong family's power, they will be able to rule the world in less than 1,000 years. Kong Daoqiu sighed. The great Buddha Heavenly Empire, the city of 10,000 Buddhas. Evil arts. Stealing images means death in 21 days? Kong Mok looked to the east and frowned. That's right. But you can try your luck. Perhaps this will be the end of the Great Perfection. The Lotus God's voice came from Kong Mok's body. Kong Mok's expression changed. No need. Wait for me to become stronger first. Wait for me to become stronger. Then I will go. Kong Mok shook his head. Ha! The Lotus God's voice revealed a trace of satisfaction. Kong Mok was inferior to Yin Chuan because of this. Although he was born noble, his courage was far inferior to Yin Chuan's. It was precisely because he lacked this courage that he was the puppet that the Lotus God wanted the most. The Middle Divine Continent. Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd on his back and looked to the east with a complicated expression. Then, Meng Sansheng's expression turned serious. In a valley in the Middle Divine Continent, the emperor returned and looked at his 12 disciples. Master, we have fully comprehended the 10 slashes. One of the disciples shouted excitedly. The emperor looked at them and took a deep breath. Settle your affairs. In 3 days, follow me to the East Divine Continent. After this, we will go to the Celestial World. The Celestial World? Everyone's expression suddenly brightened. A girl who was more sensitive asked, Master, why are we going to the East Divine Continent? Is there anything important? The emperor's expression suddenly changed, and his eyes flashed with a complicated expression. Is Master going to meet someone? The female disciple asked again. Master's enemy, the emperor said in a deep voice. Master's enemy? The 12 disciples' expressions suddenly became serious. Master, don't worry. We will do our best to kill the enemy for Master. The 12 disciples immediately expressed their attitude. The emperor frowned and said irritably, It's none of your business. The 12 disciples were slightly stunned. They were at a loss. Master's enemy? Why would revenge make Master so irritated? Yes. The 12 disciples said no more. 10 years seemed to be a long time. But for these cultivators, it was a blink of an eye. 9th of September. Great Jin Celestial Empire. Yanjing Chaotian Palace. Long live His Majesty. The ministers bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan wore a black jade crown and a black golden dragon robe as he overlooked the ministers in the palace. Meng Wenruo stepped forward, reporting to His Majesty, We have already done a preliminary selection for this examination. Outside the Chaotian Palace, there are a total of 500,000 outstanding talents waiting for His Majesty to decide. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo and nodded. Wenruo, you have worked hard this time. Such a huge project was completed in a short 10 years. I am very pleased. His Majesty is too kind. This is my job. Meng Wenruo immediately said. Well, then follow me to see these 500,000 outstanding talents. Yin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. Yin Chuan stood up and walked down the dragon platform. He slowly walked toward the entrance of the Chaotian Palace. The ministers followed behind and slowly walked out of the main hall. Soon, they reached the entrance of the Chaotian Palace. Yin Chuan stood at the front, and the ministers lined up behind him. Standing at the entrance of the Chaotian Palace, Yin Chuan looked at the vast square in front of him. 500,000 people filled up the vast square. Some had weapons on their backs. Some had clothes that fluttered in the wind. All kinds of people were lined up in an orderly manner. Seeing Yin Chuan step forward, almost everyone showed a trace of worship. After all, Yin Chuan had conquered the Nua River in a short 100 years. Not to mention that there would be no one in the future, at least no one in the past. Greetings to His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. The 500,000 outstanding talents all congratulated. Chapter 1049. Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The 500,000 candidates, who had passed the preliminary round, bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the skyward hall and looked at the 500,000 candidates. Yin Chuan's heart skipped a beat, as if he had sensed something. This feeling was similar to when Li Si bowed to him in the past. Yin Chuan cautiously scanned everyone's body once again. This feeling again? When Li Si bowed to me, it happened too. Could it be someone I knew in my past life? Yin Chuan guessed. Soon. I have a feeling that when I reach the immortal realm, I will be able to unlock all the memories of my past life. Although I don't know much about it now. Since you have entered the Great Jun, I believe that you must be a genius. Yin Chuan thought to himself. Huoguang, Yifeng, Jin Dayu, Meng Wenrua, Li Si, Bai Ditian, and the other officials of the Great Jin Empire all looked at Yin Chuan. The 500,000 candidates also looked at Yin Chuan. Even the people of Yinjing stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the day's event. Countless candidates who had been screened out and countless experts who had rushed over from all over the world were staring at the square of the skyward hall. They were all looking at Yin Chuan. They were waiting for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at the examinees again and took a deep breath. The Great Celestial Empire's first world examination begins today. I am very pleased to see all of you. Thank you for your trust in the Great Jin Empire. In this examination, there will be a top scholar in both the civil and martial sciences. Because this is the first examination, in addition to the original promise, I will also give the top scholar the position of army commander. I hope that all of you will do your best. Yin Chuan said loudly. Army commander? Everyone's expression suddenly changed. The officials and citizens of the Great Jin Empire were all shocked. A legion commander wasn't an official position or a noble title. However, this title alone was much more coveted than an official position or a noble title. This was because every legion commander was viewed by Yin Chuan as a pillar of support for Dezhun. Until now, there were countless officials and noble titles in the Great Jin Empire. But there were only 4 army commanders. Would the top scholar in this examination become an army commander? The 500,000 candidates had studied the Great Jin Empire's official system before. Zhang's army commander. Army commanders for army commander. Army Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan said, Army! Exclamation point. The 500,000 candidates were army commander Wang. There were 250,000 of the two each. After Yin Chuan, a large number of Dezhun guards quickly set up the tables for the literary examinees. On the tables were the 4 treasures of the study. Feng art is his Meng the thousand why the is number army 1,000 candidates and 1,000 1,000. That is the init it is that the is who. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. The topic of the policy discussion was unifying the world. Many examinees took a deep breath, but most of them were agitated. This was ambition. Only by following such an emperor would they be able to fulfill their ambitions. Yes, 250,000 examinees replied in unison. Then they quickly ground the ink stick and started to think. The candidates for the written exam began to write, and the people of Yinjing were filled with pride. The examinees of the combat examination were also looking at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not choose the examinees based on their strength. Instead, he chose the examinees based on their willpower, development potential, combat potential, and ability to lead troops. There were more than 200,000 examinees, from the upper ethereal realm to the Qi realm. just as Yen Chuan was looking at the candidates for the combat examination. Ha ha, unify the world? Yendi, what a big tone. A loud shout suddenly came from the south of Yinjing. The moment he shouted, the expressions of the countless cultivators in the surroundings changed. Someone came to cause trouble? Almost everyone in Yinjing looked up. However, many examinees in the Chaotian Palace Square turned a deaf ear and continued to think about the questions. Yen Chuan looked over and saw a black wind coming from the south. Billowing flames were rushing towards him. Hundreds of cultivators were caught in the black wind. The two people at the front were the King of Gaio and the Snake Emperor of the Southern Divine Continent. King of Gaio? Yen Chuan said in a low voice. The two emperors looked at each other coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Greetings, Your Majesty, the Snake Emperor said. The moment the Snake Emperor spoke, Baiditian also said, Snake Emperor, King of Gaio, when you were trapped in the death trap, it was Yen Chuan who saved you. Why? Are the two of you here to cause trouble for the Great Jin examination? Baiditian's face darkened. Baiditian was very clear about kindness and hatred. Now that the two people he had saved were provoking him, he was very angry. The moment Baiditian spoke, the Snake Emperor frowned. He did not know what to say. Yen Chuan waved his hand and asked Baiditian not to speak. Baiditian frowned and nodded. King of Gaio, what are you doing here? Yen Chuan said plainly. Yen Chuan, I do not want to be your enemy in this battle. I do not care about your world examination. However, the people that the Southern Divine Continent took away must be returned to me. I only want the people of the Southern Divine Continent. King of Gaio said in a low voice. The moment King of Gaio spoke, the faces of the group of candidates in the skyward hall darkened. Then they looked at Yen Chuan. They waited for Yen Chuan's reply. Yen Chuan smiled faintly, and his face turned cold. King of Gaio, do you know where this place is? Yen Chuan said coldly. King of Gaio looked at him coldly. This is the Yen capital of the Great Jin examination. Here, even if all the gods and Buddhas came, they will not be able to take my people away. Yen Chuan said coldly. When Yen Chuan spoke, the group of candidates heaved a sigh of relief. His previous apprehension dissipated by quite a bit. At the same time, they felt that they were the people of the Great Jin examination. Ha 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 ha, Yen Chuan, you will not be able to stop me today. King of Gaio said coldly. Oh, Yen Chuan said in a low voice. Everyone please come out. King of Gaio said plainly. Whoosh. 100 people suddenly appeared in the west of the Yin capital. The ones leading them were Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and Yin Xian. Yin Di, long time no see. I have always regretted the cancellation of the battle between you and me. Zhu said with a smile. Is that the Demon Emperor? And the Demon Emperor? Archaic Arcanum sect leader? Immediately the people of the Yin capital recognized him. Zhu. Yen Chuan looked at Zhu coldly. Like King of Gaio, I do not want to be your enemy. For your world examination, I will only take the candidates from the Northern Divine Continent. They belong to the Northern Divine Continent. They are mine. Zhu said with a smile. The most powerful person in the world 30,000 years ago had an extraordinary temperament. Although he was aggressive, he looked very magnanimous. Yen Chuan sneered as he shifted his gaze away from Zhu Ji's side and looked at another mountain top. There were 6 men standing on the mountain. The one leading them was Meng Sansheng from the Archaic Sect's Sacred Ground. The 5 behind him were all immortals from the Archaic Sect's Sacred Ground. At this moment, all 6 immortals were looking at Yen Chuan. Meng Sansheng. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Sansheng coldly. One had to know that Yen Chuan had saved Meng Sansheng once. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, Yen Chuan, I don't want so many people. I only want one person among your candidates. Oh, Yen Chuan sneered. King of Gaio and Zhu looked at Meng Sansheng curiously. One person? Who? In Hentian. I only want him. Meng Sansheng pointed at a man holding a brush in the middle of the examination hall. The man had green hair and green clothes. His face was sickly white, and he had a small mustache on his chin, which added to his vicissitudes of life. At this moment, the green-haired man was holding a brush and writing on a piece of white paper. As he wrote, The tip of the brush seemed to emit wisps of green mist, which wrapped around the white paper. Faintly, one could hear the faint sound of killing coming from the brush. Inhention. What a good Inhention. When the crowd was closing in, Inhention was not disturbed. Instead, he was the first person to write, as if the quarrel did not exist at all. As Inhention began to write, Yen Chuan's eyes flashed with admiration. The candidates only had one goal, which was to concentrate on the examination. How could they write a splendid essay when they were worried about the exterior? Yen Chuan, as long as you give Inhention to me, the Holy Land of the Gods sect will help you defend the examination, Meng Sansheng said again. The moment Meng Sansheng opened his mouth, the flames in King of Gaio's eyes flickered. He was obviously dissatisfied with Meng Sansheng. Yen Chuan smiled faintly and said, "Defend my world exam? If any of the candidates here is lost, the examination will be flawed." Yen Chuan, you better think carefully, Meng Sansheng said coldly. Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold and he sneered, "Impossible." The determined impossible made all the candidates in the square calm down. With Inhention's words, most of the candidates turned their attention back to the paper on the table, thinking about the examination question. "Humph," Meng Sansheng snorted. "Who else is there? Come out together." Yen Chuan shouted coldly. Not far from the mountain where Meng Sansheng was, more than 100 figures appeared. The leader was Kong Daoqiu from the West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu held the Spring and Autumn Scroll in his hand, and his noble spirit soared into the sky. He landed on the peak of a mountain and looked around. Kong Daoqiu. Yen Chuan looked over. Kong Daoqiu looked at Yen Chuan coldly, and then looked around coldly. A complicated look flashed through his eyes. "Yen Chuan, are you willing to form an alliance with the Kong family?" Kong Daoqiu asked. When Kong Daoqiu opened his mouth, the people from the other three forces were shocked. They only wanted to ruin the examination and make the Great Jin dynasty lose its prestige. But Kong Daoqiu was too arrogant. Forming an alliance with the Kong family? He wanted to swallow the whole of the Great Jin dynasty. Ha, 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 Kong Daoqiu. Have you forgotten what I said 10 years ago? Let everyone from the Kong family kowtow in front of my mother's grave before talking to me about joining the Great Jin dynasty. Yen Chuan refused coldly. How dare you? The immortals behind Kong Daoqiu shouted angrily. Kong Daoqiu waved his hand and stopped the people behind him. At the same time, he looked at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. There was also a hint of anger in his eyes. In a valley on the outskirts of Yanjing, the emperor and his 12 disciples stood in a secluded place. The 12 sword Dao geniuses looked curiously at the scene in front of them. "Master, Yen Chuan is so domineering. Is he going to fight against all 4 of them? They are not just mortals. There are even a group of immortals." One of the disciples exclaimed. "Fighting against the world with his own strength? Just this kind of courage is admirable." Another disciple sighed. While everyone was exclaiming, they suddenly noticed that something was wrong. It was the emperor. At this moment, he was holding the bronze saber and staring at Yen Chuan. The emperor's eyes were bloodshot, and his hands were trembling slightly. It was as if he was suffering a great torment in his heart. "Master, what's wrong?" "Master, it can't be that your enemy is Yen Chuan, right?" All the disciples looked at the emperor in shock. Chapter 1050. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen Capital. All the heroes had arrived, and they all stared coldly at Yen Chuan. Everyone had the same goal, to destroy this examination. If they succeeded, Great Jin Celestial Empire would officially lead the world. Putting aside the fact that the Great Jin dynasty was the strongest in terms of strength, it was mainly because of its prestige. Prestige was something that couldn't be seen or touched. However, it could sometimes gather people's hearts. Once Yen Chuan grew stronger, he would be able to attract even more talents. Destroy. Everyone had to destroy. Yen Chuan, I'll ask you one more time. Are you going to hand over the candidates from the Southern Divine Continent? King of Gai asked coldly. Yen Chuan smiled coldly. Those who enter Great Jin's examination hall will be treated as subjects of Great Jin. We will never compromise. After Yin Chuan finished speaking, the expressions of all the examinees perked up. All of them looked at Yin Chuan with even more respect. The examinees who had been selected early on didn't have any complaints about the Great Jin University. Instead, they yearned to enter the Great Jin University during the next imperial examination. King of Gai's face darkened. Meng Sansheng's face darkened. Kong Daoqiu's face darkened. Zhu's face darkened as well. The four forces looked coldly in front of them. Suddenly, the four forces released their auras. The powerful auras rushed towards Yin capital. The powerful auras forced the faces of countless people in Yin capital to turn pale. A storm was coming. Although Yin capital was big, it seemed to be surrounded by the four forces at this moment. Humph! Ching! A pitch-black long sword suddenly shot up to the sky. Bang! With the black sword as the center, billions of sword chi suddenly shot out. Billions of sword chi instantly surrounded Yin capital and formed a giant shield made of billions of sword chi. The giant sword chi shield protected Yin capital and all of its citizens in an instant. The citizens of Yin capital suddenly felt the pressure lifted. All of them heaved a sigh of relief. Jade Emperor's sword array? King of Gai's face darkened. One sword to protect a city. The Jade Emperor's sword has become an immortal artifact after absorbing the evil aura of the demon lotus? Kong Daoqiu's eyes narrowed. Kong Daoqiu looked at Yin Chuan and sighed. Yin Chuan gave himself one surprise after another. The Jade Emperor's sword, a Dharma treasure that he looked down on in the past, had actually advanced to an immortal artifact today? Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, coldly looking at the incoming attacks from all directions. King Gaiyu, Meng Sansheng, Kong Daoqiu, and Zhu all had ugly expressions on their faces. Since his aura could not stump Dezhun, then he could only make a move to forcefully disrupt the situation. Although the Jade Emperor's sword array was strong, there were many immortals present. It could not stop everyone. However, Yin Chuan had used the Jade Emperor's sword formation to set up a primer. It was a primer to decide who would make the first move. It wasn't that they couldn't break it, but whoever was the first to break the Jade Emperor's sword formation would be the leader of the alliance. There would be no benefits for being the leader of the alliance. Instead, they would bear the greatest hatred from Dezhun. In the future, Great Jin would not rest until one of them was dead. Yin Chuan's cold eyes scanned the surroundings. He forced everyone to choose. At that instant, the four great factions hesitated. They looked at each other. There was silence. At the entrance of the Skyward Hall, Yin Chuan sneered. Finally, after a while it was Zhu. Zhu was the first to take a step forward. Ha, looks like I'll be the one to do it. Zhu smiled. As soon as Zhu spoke, Yao Tianshang and Yin Exan were worried. They wanted to say something, but Zhu shook his head. If he didn't even have the courage to offend others, how could he create a prosperous country? Zhu waved his hand, and a white jade bracelet appeared in his hand. However, there was a gap on the jade bracelet, like a small white dragon circling around it. Its head and tail were close, but they didn't connect. It was a jade pendant. He threw the jade pendant into the sky. The jade pendant shook, and immediately let out a dazzling white light. Under the white light, the jade pendant slowly straightened, and turned into a white dragon, charging towards the Jade Emperor's sword array. Roar! The white dragon let out a long roar and rushed forward with a huge storm. As soon as the white dragon appeared, countless people in Yanjin were shocked. Another immortal artifact? Someone immediately recognized it. Roar! Bai Long looked ferocious. He was about to crash into the Jade Emperor's sword array. His powerful aura seemed to be able to shatter the Jade Emperor's sword array with one strike. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the scene before him. Just when everyone thought he was about to crash into the Jade Emperor's sword array, something suddenly appeared in front of Bai Long. Boom! Bai Long collided with the thing that suddenly appeared. Under the huge impact, a huge storm swept across the sky. The huge shockwave even destroyed a large part of the surrounding mountains. Bai Long crashed back, and a bamboo scroll appeared at the place where he collided. The words spring and autumn were written on the bamboo scroll. Kong Daoqiu. Countless cultivators looked at Kong Daoqiu in surprise. Wasn't the spring and autumn bamboo scroll Kong Daoqiu's treasure? Kong Daoqiu blocked Ju's attack. The Jade Emperor's sword array was still there, but the experts around felt like the world had turned upside down. Kong Daoqiu, what are you doing? Yao Tianshang said coldly. Kong Daoqiu, are you trying to help Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan didn't promise you anything. Yin Xian said in a low voice. Ju's eyes narrowed. Not only Ju's side, but the 100 people Kong Daoqiu brought with him were also very confused. Family head, what are you doing? Family head, why are you helping Yin Chuan? Immediately the Kong family disciples shouted. Yin Chuan was so detestable in everyone's hearts. Didn't he come this time to help the family head disrupt the examination? Why did the family head stop Ju? Kong Daoqiu looked at Ju with a ferocious expression. The strongest person in the world 30,000 years ago is indeed extraordinary, Kong Daoqiu said in a low voice. In the distance, Yin Chuan also looked confused. Kong Daoqiu, why did he help him? Ju was silent for a while then said, Kong Daoqiu? What are you trying to do? You want to help Yin Chuan? Family head, what are you doing? An immortal from the Kong family said in surprise. Kong Daoqiu said in a low voice. I don't need to explain anything to you. Kong family disciples, listen up. As the family head, I order you to stop the Yao Imperial Empire with me. The Kong family disciples were confused and looked at Kong Daoqiu in surprise. Although they didn't understand, they all nodded in the end. Yes, family head. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Kong Daoqiu. Yin Chuan had prepared a lot for this day. Although it might be difficult to face so many people, it was still within his limits. But now Kong Daoqiu was suddenly on his side? Yin Chuan was confused by Kong Daoqiu's attitude. Perhaps he knew too little about Kong Daoqiu. He was on his side. Why? Kong Daoqiu stopped Ju. Yin Chuan turned to Li Si. Li Si nodded and quickly left the square. Soon they arrived at a large hall. There were 5 people sitting in the hall. Meng Ziqiu and 4 immortals from the Julu Academy. Li Si, what's going on? Why did Kong Daoqiu suddenly attack Ju? Meng Lingtian asked in surprise. Li Si smiled wryly. I don't know the details, but it's better this way. His Majesty asked me to inform you that you will fight Ju with Kong Daoqiu later. Oh, you can stop the immortals from the archaic Arcanum sect. That's enough. Li Si smiled. It seems like we got a bargain? Meng Ziqiu said. Li Si also nodded strangely. Finally, Li Si said again. Everyone, His Majesty has always kept his promises. What you did today, His Majesty will pay you back 100 times over. Meng Ziqiu and the others nodded. Outside Yinjin, Kong Daoqiu led the Kong family in front of Ju. King Guai and Meng Sanqing's faces also darkened. If that's the case, let me do it, Meng Sanqing said coldly. Meng Sanqing took a step forward and flew into the sky. The 5 immortals followed closely behind. Meng Sanqing's face was fierce. He took out the giant purple gourd on his back and threw it into the sky. Treasure, please take it, Meng Sanqing shouted. The mouth of the giant Hong Meng gourd suddenly produced a powerful suction force. As soon as the suction force appeared, the clouds within thousands of miles were drawn in. They went straight into the mouth of the gourd, and the suction force was directed at the Jade Emperor's sword array. As soon as the powerful suction force appeared, it immediately caused a storm in the surroundings. The sword chi of the Jade Emperor's sword array shook violently. Although the Jade Emperor's sword was already an immortal artifact, it was still slightly weaker than the Hong Meng gourd. Boom! For a moment, the sword chi rolled toward the mouth of the gourd, as if it was going to be completely absorbed. Meng Sanqing's eyes were ferocious. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. Just as Yin Chuan was about to attack, suddenly from a valley below, a huge green energy saber shot up into the sky. The giant energy blade was like a heavenly sword. It sliced through the void and reached the Hong Meng gourd in an instant. Boom! There was another huge collision. As the void trembled, azure and purple light seemed to dye the world in an instant. Buzz! The Hong Meng gourd was carefully put away by Meng Sanqing. Meng Sanqing looked at the valley where the energy blade shot out from in surprise. In the valley, a woman with short hair and a bronze saber in her hand looked over with a heroic look in her eyes. Behind the woman were 12 disciples. They were also looking at the sky coldly. The energy blade came from the woman. The woman took a step forward and shot into the sky. The 12 disciples remained in the valley. The emperor. It was the emperor who blocked Meng Sanqing's attack. The emperor's back was facing Yin Chuan as he looked coldly at Meng Sanqing. "You're the emperor?" Meng Sanqing's face darkened. "Take your people and scram back to the divine realm. Otherwise die," the emperor said coldly. Meng Sanqing didn't speak. An immortal behind Meng Sanqing suddenly said with disdain, "Die? Haha, you reckless girl. When I became famous, where were you?" Xing. A cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. He didn't waste any time and slashed with his saber. Another energy blade slashed down at the immortal. Whoosh. Before the energy saber arrived, the killing intent had already arrived. The immortal's expression suddenly changed. Not good. The immortal's treasure shot into the sky. The other 4 immortals beside him also attacked the emperor's saber. Boom! The 5 immortals attacked together, shattering the sovereign's astral saber. However, the 5 immortals were sent flying hundreds of meters away. The immortal's artifact that had been used to provoke the sovereign also shattered. Puffed! The immortal's immortal artifact shattered, and his mind was affected. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Scram or die," the emperor said coldly again. Meng Sanqing's face turned ugly. Who would dare to underestimate the emperor now? With a saber in hand, he could kill gods and demons. Chapter 1051. The emperor defeated 5 immortals with a single slash. Meng Sanqing's face darkened at the domineering battle intent. He had long heard of the emperor's strangeness, but he did not pay much attention to it. Only now did he understand how terrifying the emperor was. More importantly, the emperor was on Yin Chuan's side. The emperor's gaze was cold as he stared at the immortals with his sword in hand. It was as if he could slay gods and demons with a single slash. In the square of the skyward hall, Yin Chuan looked at the emperor's back and frowned. His expression was complicated. He had a good relationship with the emperor, and had fought side by side many times. However, his ancestor, Yin Zizai, had killed his father. As a result, the two became strangers. He did not expect the emperor to come and help him. However, the emperor's back was facing Yin Chuan, and he was unwilling to acknowledge Yin Chuan. For a moment, Yin Chuan's heart was filled with resentment that could not be removed. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan turned to look at the last person, King Gaiyu. Yin Chuan looked at him coldly, then turned to look at the 250,000 candidates in front of him. All candidates of the combat examination, listen up. I have decided that you will all return to the Qi realm and fight each other until the last person is left. I hope that the last person will be able to intimidate everyone and not kill everyone. Those who give up, put your hands together, and I will let you out. Yin Chuan said. Yes, sir. The examinees of the martial trial responded. Yin Chuan stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in his palm. The stars spun rapidly, forming a galaxy. Universe in the palm. Whoosh! The 250,000 candidates were all sucked into the universe in the palm. It was as if they had landed on a huge star. Around them, the power of a galaxy quickly acted on everyone. My power. Some of the candidates were shocked when they sensed their own power. Their power was restrained, and they were only in the Qi state. Looking at the mountains and rivers on the star, the 250,000 candidates were overwhelmed. Is this the Emperor's palm? Is this a world? The Emperor created the world? Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. While everyone was still in shock at their surroundings, one of them suddenly raised his head. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw a giant that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth. It was Yin Chuan, who was outside the universe. All of the examinees were startled. Combat trial begin. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's shout resounded throughout the entire universe. Yes, the 250,000 examinees immediately responded. Hiss! Phew! Sharp weapons were pulled out one after another. The 250,000 examinees immediately started fighting. Of course, there were also many who quickly scattered in all directions and entered the forest. A great battle of the combat trial had officially begun. In the distance, although the expression of the king of Gaia's skull could not be seen, but the eyes of the skull flashed with a dim light, and one could understand the anger of the king of Gaia. He was angry that Yin Chuan still swaggered through the examination under such circumstances. The world examination. The arrival of all the heroes did not affect him in the slightest. The written examination had begun, and so had the combat examination. Yin Chuan stretched out his right palm, and a universe appeared in his palm. Did he set up the universe to select the best talents in the world? Kong Daoqiu stopped Zhu, and the emperor stopped Meng Sanxing? The king of Gaia's face darkened. Break the Jade Emperor's sword array. Cough, cough, cough. Yes. The Snake Emperor coughed and nodded. The Snake Emperor took a step forward and slammed his palm towards the Jade Emperor's sword array. Yin Chuan's face was cold, but he was fearless. Without the help of the Emperor and Kong Daoqiu, Yin Chuan dared to fight against all the heroes. Now there was only one faction left. Without waiting for Yin Chuan to speak, Bai Ditian rushed forward and punched the Snake Emperor's palm. Boom! Bai Ditian's face was ferocious, and the Snake Emperor's face was cold. When the two of them collided, a storm instantly swept out in all directions. However, under the protection of the Jade Emperor's sword array, Yin Jing was safe and sound. After this collision, both sides paused for a moment. King of Gaia, Yin Chuan said coldly. From afar, King of Gaia looked coldly at Yin Chuan. Now go back to the southern divine continent. Otherwise, don't blame me for keeping all of you here. Yin Chuan said coldly. Keep all of you here? King of Gaia sneered. Attack together and disrupt the world examination. King of Gaia said coldly. Yes. Behind King of Gaia, 100 elites shouted in unison. King of Gaia didn't attack, but the 100 elites immediately charged forward. One by one, they slashed at the Jade Emperor's sword array with sabers and swords. Yin Chuan snorted at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Boom! In the south of Yanjing, an endless amount of black gas shot into the sky and enveloped the 100 elites in the blink of an eye. Within the black gas, one could vaguely see a black dragon swimming in it. It moved with a powerful dragon's might. Boom! A loud collision sound came from within the black gas, as if it had blocked all the attacks of the 100 elites. Oh no, this isn't black gas. It's miasma. No, it's microorganisms. Tiny poisonous insects. A scream came from within the black gas. Black gas? Did the black gas envelop everyone? Countless people in Yanjing immediately looked over, only to find that it wasn't black smoke at all, but countless tiny microbes. Countless living insects. This is... Someone exclaimed. Within the black gas, the 100 elites felt it even more. Using microorganisms to set up an array? This is... I remember now. Master and Li Kanglin set it up before. This is a feng shui array. The sky-covering poisonous insect array? And Li Kanglin didn't even complete it back then. Oh no, these countless poisonous insects are devouring my protective qi. They're devouring our energy. It's Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang, get out here. Screams came from within the black gas. The black gas covered the south in the blink of an eye, including King of Gaia, the Snake Emperor, and the 100 elites. Boom! Bai Ditian charged into it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jin Dayu and Hua Guang stepped into the black fog. Apart from the three of them, there were also a few upper void realm cultivators who rushed into the black fog formation. Is this a maze array? Someone in the black gas yelled. Bai Ditian, you ambushed me. Oh no, be careful. Screams came from within the black gas. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the facing sky palace and looked on coldly. On the other side, Kong Daoqiu held the spring and autumn bamboo scroll in his hand and started fighting with Zhu. The deities of the Kong family also joined in. Yao Tianshang, Yin Xian and the others also joined in. Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of deities from Yanjing flew into the sky, and the deities of the Jilu Academy also charged in. The entire northwest was also in a fierce battle. In the south, Feng Yinyang trapped the elites of the Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty with the sky-covering poisonous insect array. In the west, Huang Yidao fought against the elites of the divine sects and sacred grounds alone. Yin Chuan stood firmly in the skyward hall, strategizing and presiding over the examination of the world. Boom! The world outside the Jade Emperor's sword array became dark again. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, covering the sky. While the battle outside was fierce, Yin Jing was safe and sound. The candidates of the theory examination were still writing peacefully. Countless cultivators watching the battle in Yin Jing didn't know how to describe this scene. No matter what they were feeling at the moment, everyone knew one thing. The Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty was very powerful. He was so strong that even when surrounded by heroes, His Majesty was still able to remain calm and collected, as if a gentle breeze had blown past. Long live His Majesty! Someone shouted out in reverence. Long live His Majesty! The entire Yin Jing was filled with cheers. This inexplicable cheer was everyone's recognition of the Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty. An irreplaceable sense of pride was released in everyone's heart. Yi Feng, Meng Wenrua, Lu Gang, Lu Jin, and all the officials were overjoyed. Inside the sky-covering poisonous insect array, dang! The Divine Emperor bell rang, and many cultivators covered their ears in pain. Jin Diyu's Divine Emperor bell became fiercer. Huo Guang waved his spear. Boom! One of the skeletons was instantly smashed into pieces. Bai Ditian threw a punch, but the Snake Emperor had to retreat. The Snake Emperor was injured and coughed violently. It seemed that it wasn't Bai Ditian's match. In the sky-covering poisonous insect array, Feng Yinyang stood in a secluded corner. His hands moved slowly, making the array more powerful. He kept separating King Gaio's subordinates with the array, so that the elites of the Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty could break through. The eyes of King Gaio's skeleton flashed. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bronze coffin appeared in front of King Gaio. Once the coffin appeared, the entire sky-covering poisonous insect array shook. Huo Guang and Jin Diyu immediately knew that something was wrong. The two of them charged towards King Gaio at almost the same time. 10,000 spear technique. Primal chaos opening. Boom! Dang! A spear energy, and a huge bell-shaped energy shot towards King Gaio. World suppression! King Gaio shouted coldly. Boom! Huo Guang, Jin Diyu and King of Gai clashed with all their might. The huge impact caused the entire formation to shake violently. The sky-covering coffin was too powerful. It was so powerful that the two war gods of the Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty were pushed back. The ferocious world-suppressing strike smashed through the sky-covering poisonous insect formation, creating a huge hole in it. King Gaio held the sky-covering coffin and charged out of the array. Whoosh! The hole closed in an instant. The faces of the officials in the array turned gloomy. The power of the sky-covering coffin has been prepared by the Emperor. Now take down all the people and ghosts in the array. Huo Guang shouted loudly. Yes. The officials in the array responded immediately. Holding the sky-covering coffin, King Gaio charged out of the array. Just as he stood still, suddenly, King Gaio noticed that his surroundings were dyed in blood. The south of Yanjin was covered in a sea of blood. In the sky, blood clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. They completely covered the area where King Gaio was standing. Yanjin was no longer covered by the Jade Emperor's sword array. Instead, it was covered by the Emperor's sword array. Above the sea of blood, Yan Chuan had a head full of blood hair. He stood on top of a blood pillar that shot out from the sea of blood. Yan Chuan was surrounded by waves of blood. It enveloped Yan Chuan, making him look like a peerless demon god. A vertical red line appeared between Yan Chuan's eyebrows. It looked like a blood meridian. Yan Chuan held the universe in one hand, and the Jade Emperor's sword in the other. A cold smile appeared on his face. Yan Chuan, you want to fight me with only one hand? King Gaio said coldly. Yan Chuan smiled coldly and said, King Gaio, you only have yourself to blame. However, you are lucky to be able to witness the third form of my super mystique, Blood Sea of Blood God. Blood Sea of Blood God. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Above the sea of blood, human figures slowly appeared. The faces of the human figures all looked exactly like Yin Chuan. It was as if 100 Yin Chuan had appeared in an instant. Every blood god held a blood sword in their hands. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at King Gaio, who was above the sea of blood. Chapter 1052. Yin Chuan held the universe in one hand, and the Jade Emperor's sword in the other, as he stared coldly at the bloody battlefield. Hundreds of blood deities, that looked exactly like Yin Chuan, appeared from the bloody sea. Each of them held a long sword and looked at King Gai in the air. King Gai was also shocked by this scene. "Kill!" On the blood pillar, Yin Chuan shouted. "Roar! Roar!" 100 blood divinities suddenly soared into the sky. Each of them swung their blood swords. Suddenly, sword chi burst out from the sea of blood. The 100 blood divinities, sword energy, soared into the sky and pierced towards the king of Geu. King Gai held the sky-burying coffin in his left hand and a scepter in his right as he smashed it towards the blood deities. Boom! Under the huge impact, King Gai's body suddenly retreated hundreds of meters away. Hundreds of blood swords even left hundreds of cracks on the scepter. Hundreds of cracks. King Gai's face darkened. These hundreds of blood deities were all at the upper void realm? Roar! The group of blood deities charged towards King Gai again. King Gai did not use the sky-burying coffin, but only the scepter. Boom! 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 King Gai fought against hundreds of blood deities alone, and was forced to retreat. Hundreds of blood deities were not as powerful as Yin Chuan, but they were still at the upper void realm, and were not afraid of death. Yin Chuan stood on the blood pillar, and looked coldly at King Gai in the distance. At the same time, he was extremely cautious. This was because Yin Chuan knew how powerful the sky-burying coffin was. Although he did not know why King Gai did not use it, Yin Chuan did not dare to let his guard down. Boom! King Gai took the risk of having his robe torn by a blood sword, and smashed a blood deity with his scepter. But soon, another blood deity formed from the bloody sea. Blood deities were not afraid of death. As long as the bloody sea existed, the number of blood deities would never decrease. King Gai's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood how terrifying the bloody sea was. Kill! The 100 blood gods slashed at King of Gaia again. King of Gaia's left hand suddenly moved. World suppression! King of Gaia shouted. Boom! A super shockwave suddenly erupted from the sky-burying coffin. Under the shockwave, the 100 blood gods were violently sent flying. At the same time, the sea of blood where King Gai was standing also turned into a monstrous wave of blood. Waves of blood soared into the sky. The 100 blood gods attacked again. World suppression! The heaven-burying coffin violently slammed down. One coffin against 100 blood gods. Roar! The 100 blood deities roared in unison, brandishing their swords to attack. Boom! The impact was even greater than before. With a loud noise, the heaven-burying coffin enlarged 1,000 times and smashed down. Bam! 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 100 blood gods exploded. Hundreds of upper void stage blood gods could not even withstand a single blow from the sky-burying coffin. In the distance, Yin Chuan's expression changed. Ching! The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly swung out. The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly expanded to a length of 10,000 feet and slashed towards King of Gaia. World suppression! Clang! The heaven-burying coffin and the Jade Emperor's sword collided violently. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword was knocked back. The collision between the Jade Emperor's sword and the heaven-burying coffin ended with the Jade Emperor's sword being completely defeated. The heaven-burying coffin did not lose its momentum and smashed towards Yin Chuan again. The Jade Emperor's sword had already been knocked to the side and used up all its strength. It was too late to use new strength. The Jade Emperor's sword left Yin Chuan's hand, and he clenched his fist and punched towards the heaven-burying coffin. Boom! There was a violent collision. Kacha! On the other side of the heaven-burying coffin, King of Gaia's arm cracked. It was as if Yin Chuan's punch did not land on the heaven-burying coffin, but on King of Gaia's body. Yin Chuan suddenly exclaimed. His fist touched the heaven-burying coffin, But Yin Chuan did not feel any impact. It was as if the heaven-burying coffin did not attack him at all. It was as if it was a part of his arm. His strength was instantly transmitted to the other end through the heaven-burying coffin, and into King of Gaia's body. "Oh no!" King of Gaia exclaimed. Whoosh! Before Yin Chuan could react, King of Gaia swept the heaven-burying coffin away. Yin Chuan reached out to grab it, but it was too late. The heaven-burying coffin had already left his fist. The heaven-burying coffin returned to King of Gaia's palm, but Yin Chuan would never forget the feeling just now. It was too strong. The heaven-burying coffin was unable to attack him. He was immune to the heaven-burying coffin. He even felt as if they were connected by blood. Why did he not feel this before? That heaven-burying coffin should be mine? A thought suddenly flashed across Yin Chuan's mind. It was a very strong thought. It was like an instinct. From afar, King of Gaia seemed to have understood this too. He looked at Yin Chuan with a horrified expression. World suppression, sky crushing. King of Gaia shouted. Boom! The heaven-burying coffin tore a huge hole in the blood cloud. King of Gaia did not linger in the battle. He soared into the sky and rushed out of the Blood Sea realm. Whoosh! The Blood Sea realm retracted, and Yin Chuan stood in the air. He frowned as he looked at King of Gaia's departing figure. King of Gaia had left. He did not even call out to his subordinates. In a great fright he fled. King of Gaia was horrified to discover that his greatest trump card, the heaven-burying coffin, was immune to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan had not used his full strength. Yin Chuan had not activated the great conquering the world's power. Great Jin was actually that strong? Fight! On Yin Chuan's home ground, how could he fight? Once his greatest trump card, the heaven-burying coffin, was taken away by Yin Chuan, he would be stuck here forever. His eyes were filled with hatred. King of Gaia took the heaven-burying coffin and shot away. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The people of Yanjin cheered. Yin Chuan fought King of Gaia. Everyone was filled with worry before this. However, the emperor defeated King of Gaia with only one hand. He only used one hand. He did not even need to borrow the strength of the people. How strong was the emperor? They did not know how strong the emperor was. However, they knew that the great conquering the world was much stronger than the great nightmare world. Hooray! Amidst the cheers of countless people of Yanjin, Yin Chuan returned to the square of the Skyward Palace. Looking at King of Gaia who left, Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. At the same time, he was looking forward to the heaven-burying coffin. The heaven-burying coffin? Yin Chuan muttered to himself. Determination flashed across his eyes. After King of Gaia retreated, the experts of Great Nightmare World were no longer lucky. They were subdued one by one and kicked out of the formation. Then the soldiers of Great Conquering quickly captured them. No, the Emperor will not be defeated. How can the Emperor be defeated? The group of captured experts were still shouting loudly, unable to believe what they had just heard. However, they had no choice but to believe the truth. King of Gaia left. He did not even care about the Snake Emperor. In the heaven-burying poisonous insect formation, the Snake Emperor was at a disadvantage against Bai Ditian. After learning that King of Gaia had been defeated, the Snake Emperor revealed a bitter expression. Cough, cough, cough. Alright, Bai Ditian, I'm not as good as you. Cough, cough. The Snake Emperor coughed and stopped fighting. Bai Ditian did not chase after him. Instead, he nodded and brought the Snake Emperor out of the formation. Whoosh, whoosh. The experts of Southern Divine Continent were subdued and brought to the square of the Skyward Palace. With the Snake Emperor as the leader, everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. They looked unruly and unruly. Looking at this group of people, Yin Chuan smiled and said, Snake Emperor. Yin Chuan, we are the subjects of the Great Nightmare. Even if we die, we are the subjects of the Great Nightmare. Don't even think about subduing us. The Snake Emperor shouted coldly. Don't even think about it. The group of experts shouted. I'm really envious of King of Gaia. He has a group of people like you who are willing to risk your lives for him. Yin Chuan sighed and smiled. The group of people opposite him raised their heads and looked as though they were ready to die for him. Snake Emperor, I, Yin Chuan, have never let you down, right? Yin Chuan suddenly asked again. The Snake Emperor raised his eyebrows. He did not speak. Previously, when you and King Gaiyu were trapped in the White Bone Mountain, it was I who saved the both of you. Although I have recruited candidates from the Southern Divine Continent, most of them are talents from outside the Great Nightmare Empire. If the Great Nightmare Empire does not have the ability to win them over, I can't even take them? Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan's amiable expression made the Snake Emperor blush. I know why you are here. Are you worried that my Great Jin will prosper? If your Great Nightmare Empire has the ability, can't you prosper too? You came to ruin my Great Jin's prosperity. Should I say that King of Gaia is too narrow-minded? Or should I say that he bites the hand that feeds him? And you, Snake Emperor? Yin Chuan smiled and said. The Snake Emperor immediately frowned deeply. Everyone, the Great Jin accepts all rivers. We do not care about living beings or dead souls. If you are willing to join my Great Jin, Yin Chuan welcomes you wholeheartedly. Yin Chuan smiled and said. Before the Snake Emperor could say anything, a skeleton behind him said coldly, I knew it. Yin Chuan, don't even think about persuading us to submit. We will live and die as subjects of the Great Nightmare. The Snake Emperor's expression became resolute. Although the Great Jin cherishes talents, I am not interested if my heart is not with the Great Jin. Everyone, I respect you as heroes. This time, I will let you go. I hope there won't be a next time. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What? You want to let me go? You are really willing to let me go? The group of experts from the Great Nightmare Empire was shocked. Huo Guang immediately made his move. Swoosh, swoosh. Several rays of light shot towards the dead souls. The restrictions on the dead souls were broken, and everyone was instantly free. Cough, 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 cough. The Snake Emperor coughed, and looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. You are really letting us go? The Snake Emperor asked in a deep voice. Go ahead. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The Snake Emperor and the expert's expressions changed. Let's go. The Snake Emperor took a step and soared into the sky. The group of experts looked back at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression and followed him into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the group of people shot towards the south and disappeared from everyone's sight. Beside Yin Chuan, Yifeng suddenly said with a smile, His Majesty is wise. Li Si also smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty is cultivating 100 rebels for the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty in one fell swoop. Once the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty collapses, these rebels will definitely be easily subdued by your Majesty. This time, not only did King Gaiyu lose to His Majesty, but he also abandoned his subjects and left. He also lost the loyalty of his subjects. Meng Wanrua said with a smile. His Majesty did not let him go, but King Gaiyu did not lose his loyalty. His Majesty captured him, and then let him go. This is what really planted the seed of doubt in the hearts of this group of experts. Yifeng said with a smile. The strategists of the Great Jin cheered for Yin Chuan's efficiency. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, turned his gaze to the other two battlefields. Chapter 1053. After retreating, Yin Chuan turned his attention to the other two battlefields. At this moment, a white light suddenly shot towards Yin Chuan. Swoosh! The white light landed on Yin Chuan's shoulder. Meow! It was Meow. Meow landed on Yin Chuan's shoulder and looked at the universe in Yin Chuan's palm. Meow, so powerful. There are so many stars. Meow exclaimed. Meow, why are you here? Yin Chuan frowned. I've been here all along. When you were fighting, I didn't come out. But Meow, Yin Chuan, I can cure the Snake Emperor's cough. Meow said proudly. Oh, you can cure it? He's damaging his birth charts. Yin Chuan said in surprise. I know. Didn't I tell you before? I have the Tiger Tribe's contract. Meow said proudly. Tiger Tribe's contract? The Snake Emperor is not from the Tiger Tribe. Yin Chuan laughed. Not only do I have the Tiger Tribe's contract, I also have the Snake Tribe's contract. Meow said proudly. Snake Tribe? How do you have the Snake Tribe's contract? Yin Chuan was really surprised. Meow, how would I know? Not only do I have the Snake Tribe's contract in my little felt hat, I also have the 12 earthly branches contract, and each of them has a main fate. As long as the sea character fuses with the Snake Emperor's fate, he will be fine. Miao said softly. The 12 earthly branches fate? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. 12. Yin Chuan looked at Miao strangely. Miao also knew the importance of this news, so she didn't say much. She only whispered it to Yin Chuan. How is it? Miao said proudly. Yin Chuan stared at Miao for a while, deep in thought. Why are you looking at me like that? Miao. Miao asked curiously. I now suspect that you might really be a cat. Yin Chuan said in a strange tone. Miao. Miao's white fur stood on end. Cat you? Cat your sister. Miao almost screamed. But she restrained herself at the last moment. Although Miao was usually naughty and mischievous, she still knew the severity of the situation, and did not embarrass Yin Chuan. However, Miao still glared fiercely at Yin Chuan. Miao. Displeased, Miao hopped away. Yin Chuan ignored him, and looked at the two battlefields again. Yin Chuan first looked at the Zhu battlefield. Zhu was indeed the most powerful person in the world 30,000 years ago. Even as a mortal, she was undefeated against Kong Daoqiu. After all, Mohina Dojin, who had been possessed by the Lotus Goddess, was only evenly matched against Kong Daoqiu. The immortals of the Julu Academy, and the heroes of the Kong family, fought against the heroes of the Yao Imperial Dynasty. Zhu also noticed King Guai's retreat in the midst of the battle. Roar! She controlled the jade pendant to crash against the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. Boom! With a huge impact, the original battle was separated by a huge explosion. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and Yun Xian led the experts of the Yao Imperial Dynasty, and separated from Kong Daoqiu, Meng Lingtian, and the others. The battle came to an abrupt end. Zhu looked to the south, and at the entrance of the Skyward Palace, then smiled brightly. Great Jin Celestial Empire. Zhu laughed brightly. Yao Tianshang frowned slightly, while Yin Xian's expression darkened. Meng Lingtian, and the other members of the Julu Academy suddenly laughed. After all, the Julu Academy had formed an alliance with Dezhun. Dezhun had become stronger, so the Julu Academy was naturally happy. The Kong family members had complicated expressions on their faces. Kong Daoqiu frowned. Zhu, are you still going to disrupt my examination? Yin Chuan looked at Zhu in the distance. Zhu took a deep breath and said, The Demon Imperial Dynasty congratulates the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty on the success of the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty. Although the outcome of the battle between Zhu and Kong Daoqiu had not been decided yet, at this moment, the examination of the world could no longer be messed up. Since it could not be messed up, there was no need to be entangled in it. He took a deep look at Yin Chuan, then smiled and said, Goodbye. With a flick of his sleeves, Zhu led the demon race away to the north in a carefree manner. Yao Tianshang's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, Yin Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. Her expression was mixed for a moment. None of the greater demons objected. They followed Zhu and left. Yin Chuan frowned slightly as he watched the demonic beasts leave. This Zhu is not someone to be trifled with, Li Si said in a low voice. Yin Chuan nodded. In the blink of an eye, the greater demons of the Imperial Dynasty were nowhere to be seen. The immortals of the Julu Academy quickly descended from the battlefield. Only Kong Daoqiu and his group were left behind. Kong Daoqiu? Yin Chuan's expression froze. In terms of bloodline, this person was Yin Chuan's grandfather in this life. However, Kong Daoqiu had not cared about Yin Chuan's parents when they were forced to die. Therefore, Yin Chuan did not like Kong Daoqiu. He had thought that Kong Daoqiu was here to cause trouble, but he had not expected Kong Daoqiu to do him a favor. Kong Daoqiu turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan with a smile. This was different from the last time. Last time, Kong Daoqiu and Yin Chuan had fought. This time, Kong Daoqiu seemed to have seen through many things. He glanced at Yin Chuan, then turned his head and said, Let's go. Family head, we're leaving just like that? A Kong family immortal asked in confusion. Family head. The Kong family immortals were all confused. They did not know what Kong Daoqiu was planning. However, Kong Daoqiu ignored them and walked away. The Kong family immortals could only helplessly follow. Kong Daoqiu's departure caused the great Zhen's strategists to frown. Your Majesty, is Kong Daoqiu helping us to atone for what happened in the past? Meng Wenruo asked with a frown. It doesn't seem like it. If it was for atonement, he would have saved the Empress Dowager. Yifeng shook his head. Yin Chuan frowned in thought, trying to guess Kong Daoqiu's intentions. Lu Gang. Yes, Your Majesty. Send more guards to infiltrate the Western Empire and find out everything about the Kong family, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The experts of the North and West Divine Continents retreated, and Yin Chuan looked at the last battlefield. The Emperor was fighting 5 immortals and 1 sacred master alone. Sword energy surged into the sky, and a storm of sword energy billowed in the Western Empire. You're courting death. The Emperor's voice came from the storm of sword energy. Boom! A head flew out from the storm of sword energy. It was the head of an immortal. The Emperor killed an immortal with 1 slash? And this was under the siege of 4 other immortals, and with Meng Sansheng's help. Buzz! The battle in the storm of sword energy suddenly stopped. Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd and looked at the Emperor with an ugly expression. The other 4 immortals did not look at the Emperor as calmly as before. The headless corpse not far away said everything. Zhu Qinggai and Kong Daoqiu were gone. Meng Sansheng smiled bitterly. Meng Sansheng turned to look at Yin Hentian again. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. Yin Chuan, De Zhen is not worthy of Yin Hentian. If you accept Yin Hentian as your subject, you will become the enemy of the entire immortal world. Meng Sansheng shouted coldly. Meng Sansheng said. The officials of De Zhen looked at Yin Hentian in shock. Yin Hentian ignored the outside world and focused on writing his beautiful article. He did not care about anything else. Become the enemy of the entire world if he accepted Yin Hentian. Ha ha ha, there is no need for Sect Master Meng to worry. Since Yin Hentian has entered De Zhen, we will take care of all his grievances. Today, De Zhen does not welcome the arcane sacred grounds. Yin Chuan said coldly. Meng Sansheng looked coldly at Yin Hentian, then at Yin Chuan, and finally at the Emperor who was filled with killing intent. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, Let's go. Yes, the 4 immortals said bitterly. Carrying the corpse of the immortal killed by the Emperor, the group headed west. After the arcane sacred grounds left, only the Emperor with the bronze saber was left. The Emperor still had his back to Yin Chuan. The Emperor did not dare to turn around, fearing that he would not be able to stop himself from killing Yin Chuan, or that he was afraid of something else. Emperor! Yin Chuan frowned and called out. The Emperor frowned. Below, in a valley, the 12 disciples looked at the Emperor with complicated expressions. They did not understand the Emperor's thoughts. Among the enemies who came to see Shizhuan, who was Shizhuan's enemy? Yin Chuan. In the beginning, everyone had guessed that it was Yin Chuan. However, since he was an enemy, why would Master help him? The 12 disciples did not understand. Yin Chuan also had a complicated expression. Emperor! Yin Chuan called out again. The Emperor bit his lips and took a deep breath. With his back to Yin Chuan, he said, Yin Chuan, I have repaid you for saving my life in the past. Yin Chuan had saved the Emperor's life. In the past, when the Emperor was plotted against by a Buddha and was poisoned, Yin Chuan had saved the Emperor once. Now the Emperor used this as an excuse to help Yin Chuan. Emperor, what happened in the past was the grudges of their generation. It has nothing to do with you and me, Yin Chuan said. No. The Emperor shouted. Boom. Saber energy surged into the sky. The hatred of killing my father is irreconcilable. Yin Chuan, I will find Yin Zizai first. After I kill Yin Zizai, I will kill you, the Emperor said stubbornly. Roar. The Emperor raised his head and roared. As he roared, the sky changed color, and a strong wind blew in all directions. Above the Emperor's head, a vast dark cloud suddenly appeared. As soon as the dark cloud appeared, it covered the sky and the sun in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of the heavens pressed down. Rumble! Lightning flashed in all directions in the dark cloud. An aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth pressed down. The emperor stood on top of a mountain, holding a saber, and looking at the dark cloud in the sky with a ferocious face. Boom! Dragon-shaped lightning bolts moved quickly in the dark clouds. The dark cloud was like a dragon pool. Thunder dragons were born, and looked at the emperor with destructive eyes. A strong wind blew, darkening the sky around Yanjin. Feng Yinyang quickly protected Yanjin with an array. Meng Lingtian and the other deities next to Yin Chuan looked into the distance with their mouths agape. 79 Heavenly Tribulations, Human Deity Tribulation? No, it's more powerful than the Human Deity Tribulation. 89 Heavenly Tribulations? Arcane Deity Tribulation? No, not Arcane Deity, it's more powerful than mine. 99 Heavenly Tribulations? Earth Deity Tribulation? No, it's not Earth Deity Tribulation. I remember, it's the same as the Ancestral Masters. Ancestral Master Dongfang Bubi? The most powerful person in the world 50,000 years ago. The Ancestral Master's tribulation was? 19 Heavenly Tribulations, Sky Deity Tribulation. The deities' jaws dropped when they heard the 19 Heavenly Tribulations. 19 Heavenly Tribulations? Are you kidding me? There would only be one powerhouse every 10,000 years. Sometimes there would only be one every 10,000 years. Emperor, he's at the 12th level of the upper void stage. Once he survives the 19 Heavenly Tribulations, he will definitely become a sky deity. He will be the most powerful deity in the world. Chapter 1054. The 19 Heavenly Tribulations appeared. Almost all the powerhouses in Yin capital had their eyes on it. The 19 Heavenly Tribulations were the most powerful heavenly tribulation for mortals. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace and looked at the emperor with a frown. Yin Chuan knew that the emperor's talent was superior, but this cultivation speed was too terrifying. The 12th level of the upper void? How long had it been? No wonder the Saber Demons will said the emperor was more talented than the Saber Demon. The officials and citizens of Great Zhen were solemn as well. The sky was gloomy as the lightning dragons swam in the tribulation clouds. After a while, a lightning dragon that was 10 feet thick swung its tail tentatively. Roar! The thunder dragon roared. Everywhere it passed, the surroundings were set ablaze with thunder and fire. It was as if a sea of fire was following the lightning dragon's roar and was heading toward the emperor. The emperor looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression. Roar! The emperor roared, and a ferocious saber chi shot up into the sky. Boom! The sea of fire was torn apart, and the lightning dragon was sliced by the saber chi. Its flesh and bones were crushed, and it disappeared in an instant. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I was almost killed by the lightning dragon Heavenly Tribulation back then, and she only roared? Just one roar? Meng Lingtian wanted to cry. Meng Lingtian was not the only one. The immortals behind him were also bitter. At this moment, the crowd suddenly realized that they had neglected this emperor too much in the past. The emperor's strength had long surpassed their understanding. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and watched. In the valley in the distance, the emperor's disciples were also excited. Their master's ferocity could no longer be described with words. The emperor's roar had destroyed a lightning dragon? The emperor looked at the sky coldly. There were still hundreds of lightning dragons swimming above the 19 tribulation clouds. After the first lightning dragon was destroyed, the hundreds of lightning dragons were enraged. Roar! 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 The hundreds of lightning dragons roared and opened their mouths as if they were going to pounce. The power of one lightning dragon was limited, but what about 100 lightning dragons? Seeing that the 100 dragons were about to charge down, the huge pressure made countless people in Beijing not dare to breathe. However, the emperor was not afraid. On the contrary, he soared into the sky. Swish! Emperor instantly rushed into the tribulation clouds and entered the interior of the 19th heavenly tribulation. What are you doing? Is she crazy? Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Heavenly tribulation? The inside of the tribulation cloud is the most terrifying part. How did she rush in? Another immortal exclaimed. The immortals cried out in alarm. Yen Chuan's eyes revealed a trace of worry. The 100 dragons were filled with anger as they rushed into the tribulation clouds and attacked the emperor inside. Ong! Roar! You're courting death. Following the emperor's roar, the emperor's voice rang out. Within the tribulation cloud, a series of intense rumbling sounds suddenly came out. Boom! Thousands of cyan saber chi burst out of the tribulation clouds. The moment the powerful saber chi rushed out, it quickly shot back inside. Die! The emperor shouted coldly. Boom! A lightning dragon head fell out of the tribulation clouds. Die! 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 One after another, the dragon heads fell out of the tribulation clouds. Ong! The cries of the lightning dragons came out of the tribulation clouds, but it was impossible to reverse the situation in front of them. The emperor's saber chi was too domineering. The dragons fell out one after another and were beheaded. In the blink of an eye, 100 dragon heads fell out of the tribulation clouds. The dragon heads fell to the ground, creating a huge canyon where they landed. 100 canyons appeared around Beijing in the blink of an eye. In just a short while, the emperor had killed all the lightning dragons. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were speechless. It was too shocking. When they went through the immortal tribulation back then, they almost died. But now, they were going through the immortal tribulation, and it was a sky immortal tribulation, and they were slaughtering dragons like pigs. Not only did the group of immortals feel ashamed, but they also felt that they were too ashamed to face anyone. The first round of the 19th heavenly tribulation is the 100 dragons destroying the world. The second round might be even more terrifying. Li Si said. That's right. The second round of the sky immortal tribulation is several times more powerful than the first round. The immortals at the side finally found a balance and said immediately, the emperor should have a hard time with the second round. Meng Lingtian took a deep breath and felt better. However, just as the immortals were praying that the emperor would have a hard time with the tribulation, the emperor's roar came from the tribulation clouds again. Saber demon of the world. The emperor's roar reverberated in all directions. At the same time, a huge energy saber that could be seen with the naked eye slashed from one end of the tribulation clouds to the other. Just looking at that energy saber was enough to send chills down one's spine. When the immortals opened their mouths, the energy saber cut the tribulation clouds in half. The 19th heavenly tribulation covered the sky and the sun. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the tribulation clouds that covered the sky and the sun. The crack split the tribulation clouds in half, and sunlight shone down from the crack, illuminating the ground. The immortals were petrified. She killed the 19th heavenly tribulation? How is that possible? How is that possible? Boom! The 19th heavenly tribulation exploded. Clearly, the immortals could not wait for the second, third, or even fourth round of the 19th heavenly tribulation. After all, the emperor had already killed the heavenly tribulation. How could there be a second round? Meng Lingtian. Bai Ditian. The immortals. Yen Chuan. The 19th heavenly tribulation exploded, and endless streams of light shot toward the emperor, who was holding the saber in the sky. Large amounts of light rushed into the emperor's body, as if it was transforming the essence energy in his body into immortal essence. The emperor's body was instantly filled with multicolored light. At the same time, the emperor's aura was also cleansed at this moment, and he entered the heaven immortal realm. That's it. Meng Lingtian was petrified. The immortals, Yen Chuan and the others who had not undergone the immortal tribulation, only felt that it was amazing. However, in the eyes of the immortals, there was endless bitterness. They were all undergoing the immortal tribulation, but why was there such a huge gap between them? The multicolored light gathered on the emperor's body for a full 2 hours before he returned to normal. The aura of a heaven immortal made countless experts exclaim in surprise. Congratulations, Emperor! Yen Chuan shouted to the sky. The emperor's back was still facing Yen Chuan. When Yen Chuan congratulated him, The emperor's body trembled slightly. He tightened his grip on the bronze saber in his hand and did not reply to Yin Chuan. With a wave of his sleeve, the emperor pulled the 12 disciples in front of him. Open! The emperor slashed at the void with his saber. Crack! 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 The void in front of the emperor seemed to be torn apart, and a huge hole that was as tall as 3 people suddenly appeared. Let's go, the emperor said in a low voice. He pulled the 12 disciples, and the emperor immediately entered. Rumble! The huge hole slowly recovered, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if it had never been there before. The sky was still blue, and the sun shone brightly. Everything returned to how it was before, as if nothing had happened. Only the countless destruction on the ground described everything that had happened before. The emperor left. Looking at the place where the emperor left, Yin Chuan did not know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Ascended. The emperor has ascended, and he forcefully broke through the void to ascend. He took the 12 disciples with him? Meng Lingtian said with a complicated expression. Not only Meng Lingtian, but the other immortals also felt a sense of loss. Looking at the emperor's departure, the immortals only felt bitter. The immortal realm? Yin Chuan sighed softly. Now that the emperor had left, Yin Chuan quickly hid his emotions. The immortal realm? Since he went to the immortal realm, they would meet sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan looked at the examination hall again. In the examination hall, some of the candidates in the theory examination had witnessed everything, but some were still immersed in writing. In terms of strategy, unifying the world. After this period of time, some of the candidates had finished writing their essays. Buzz! A candidate's pen landed on the paper. When the last stroke landed, a blood-red aura appeared on the paper, gushing into the sky and forming an illusory image. Kill! Roar! In that scene, countless officers and soldiers were fighting. Their weapons were shining, and their horses were covered in armor. Amidst the cruel slaughter, a region was established as the ruler of the world. The pen landed on the paper. Just as the candidate was feeling satisfied, not far away, another candidate's pen landed on the paper. On the paper, a righteous aura soared into the sky. In the righteous aura, several white-robed paragons were benevolent to the world, assisting the emperor. When the emperor descended, the world came to greet him. Long live, long live, long live! Another image of the world being ruled. 2 strokes were not enough to show the Qi image. Following that, more strokes appeared continuously. Out of the 250,000 examinees, 300 examinees had written their names, causing the surrounding winds and clouds to swirl. It was shocking. 30 strokes landed on the paper, forming 30 beautiful images of mountains and rivers. Yin Chuan took a deep breath, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. 300 strokes landed on the paper, and 30 strokes landed on the paper? This was the era of great governance. In the imperial examination in his previous life, there had never been such a magnificent feat. The officials of Great Jin quickly looked over, and they were all very happy. The immortals of the Julu Academy had complicated expressions. The Holy Land of Literature? The Julu Academy had not seen such a flourishing literary style in 10,000 years. The Great Jin Academy had actually recruited so many geniuses in this examination. The 30 images each had their own merits, and no one was willing to submit to the other. At this time, Yin Chuan's gaze gradually turned to Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian's paper was also at the end. Yin Hentian's eyes narrowed as he wrote the last stroke. After he finished, Yin Hentian threw the brush in his hand to the side. Boom! A vast green light suddenly rushed out from Yin Hentian's paper. As soon as the green light appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire Chaotian Palace square. Landing on the paper? Not only that, but the green light also rushed toward the other 30 images. It invaded the images of the other 30 exam papers. Boom! 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 The 30 loud sounds were like the 30 exam papers. In the blink of an eye, the 30 exam papers were absorbed. The 30 images were like 30 countries. Yin Hentian's aura instantly spread across 30 countries, unifying all 30 of them, encompassing all 30 of them in a single piece of land. As for the wind and rain formed by the brush landing on the paper, they were all included. The world was unified, the world was unified. Henshin's image was very simple. It was a piece of sky. The blue sky overlooked the earth below. Using the sky to unify the world? Li Si frowned slightly, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1055. Unify the world with the power of the heavens? Li Si frowned, his eyes flashing with admiration. The officials turned to look at the candidates. A gentle breeze blew through Henshin's long green hair. The group of geniuses also looked at him with admiration. Scholars had the strength of a scholar. Although he had not read the essay, the aura he displayed was enough to explain everything. The candidates who had displayed the power of the 30 strokes were not unconvinced at all. Previously, the 30 of them were still competing with each other. However, Henshin's essay had decided everything. Unifying the world, suppressing the 250,000 candidates. Bring Henshin's essay. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Jin immediately stepped forward. Henshin's test paper, which was glowing with a green light, also landed in front of Yen Chuan. Innate talent. The one who controls the world, the heavens. The one who controls the heavens, the heavens. Using the heavens to control the hearts of the people. Using the heavens to intimidate the world. Rewarding the obedient and punishing the rebellious. Thunder and rain are the heavens' grace. The heavens' murderous intent. Shifting the stars. The innate talent was red, revealing the unpredictability of the heavens, and the ambition to unify the world. How one's mind was determined by the type of essay one could write. From this essay, Yen Chuan saw the signs of great governance, the signs of great prosperity. Lu Jin, recite this innate talent to the candidates. Yen Chuan instructed. Yes. Lu Jin immediately grabbed the essay and read it. An extremely imposing essay. As Lu Jin read it out, instantly entered the ears of all the candidates. The essay was lofty and contained the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a group of candidates looked at it with admiration. They were all intelligent people. Once they read the essay, they immediately understood the brilliance of the essay. Compared to their own essays, the candidates instantly lost their will to compete. Even the 30 examinees who had displayed the power of the heavens and earth revealed looks of admiration. Hentian, on the other hand, was indifferent. He stood among the candidates, his expression unmoved. Yen Chuan was even more satisfied with Henshin's attitude. Is there anyone who claims to be better than this? Yen Chuan asked. At this moment, none of the 250,000 examinees said anything. Clearly, they had all silently acknowledged the champion. Good. From today onwards, I appoint the examinee Hentian as the top scholar of the Great Jin Celestial Empire's first examination. He will be rewarded with 100 celestial stones, and will be conferred the title of the Great Jin Celestial Empire's 5th Army Commander. Yen Chuan announced. At this moment, Henshin's expression changed slightly. He bowed to Yen Chuan and said, Minister Hentian thanks your majesty. Rumble. De Zhen's fortune cloud sea churned, and a golden dragon quickly formed into Henshin's appearance. At the same time, a surge of fortune cloud sea rushed down and entered Henshin's body. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, Great Jun. Long live Great Jun. All the officials bowed respectfully and congratulated him on this prosperous era. Long live De Jun. Long live. The people of Yanjin all cheered. They congratulated him as well. Those who participated in this examination will be conferred the title of Emperor's Disciple. Meng Wenrua and Hentian will decide the rankings. Yen Chuan ordered again. Yes, your majesty. Meng Wenrua and Hentian shouted at the same time. Although the 250,000 examinees on the square were disappointed, they knew that it was impossible for the emperor to personally select all the examinees today. Next, Meng Wenrua and Hentian would compete. All the examinees were convinced by the two of them, and had no objections. Your Majesty, the top scholar has been chosen. We might have to wait for a while for the top scholar of martial arts. After all, the martial arts examination is a long process. Yifeng said with a smile. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. The top scholar of martial arts will be chosen soon, Yin Chuan said solemnly. So soon? Meng Lingtian and the rest were shocked. Suddenly, a blood-red sword ray shot out from the universe in the palm in Yin Chuan's right hand. Yin Chuan waved his hand. Boom! Another 250,000 examinees appeared on the square. These 250,000 examinees were not dressed in flowing robes. On the contrary, most of them were wearing armor or martial arts attire. Each of them held onto their weapons and landed on the square. The person in the lead was dressed in red armor and had a purple gold crown on his head. There were 2 long feathers on the crown. He looked extremely capable and confident. The man had a handsome face and a determined look. He held a bronze sword in his hand and looked extremely valiant. The man suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Yin Chuan. Seeing the man in red armor kneeling down on one knee, the 250,000 examinees behind him followed suit and knelt down. They looked at the man in red armor with admiration. Qi State? Just the Qi State? He managed to recruit 250,000 examinees? Meng Wenrua was shocked. Not only Meng Wenrua, but almost all the officials on the square were shocked. Among the 250,000 examinees in the martial arts examination, the man in red armor had the lowest cultivation level. However, he was able to subdue everyone in such a short period of time. Wang Jian greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. The man in red armor bowed respectfully. With this bow, Yin Chuan sensed something in his mind. The feeling he sensed before the examination came from the man in red armor in front of him. Wang Jian, how old are you? Yin Chuan asked. 46 years old, Your Majesty. Wang Jian replied straightforwardly. Wang Jian. Many of the examinees had never heard of this name. However, everyone knew that after today, Wang Jian's name would be known throughout the world. Do all of you submit to Wang Jian? Yin Chuan looked at the 250,000 examinees. Yes, the 250,000 examinees replied immediately. Among the 250,000 examinees, Yin Chuan saw a man who had just entered the upper emptiness realm. An upper emptiness realm cultivator submitted to a Qi State cultivator? Yin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief as a glint flashed across his eyes. Yin Henshin's talent surprised Yin Chuan, but Wang Jian's talent also surprised Yin Chuan. From today onwards, I appoint examinee Wang Jian as the martial scholar of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty. He will be rewarded with 100 immortal stones, and will be conferred as the 6th army commander of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty. Yin Chuan announced. Wang Jian thanks Your Majesty. Wang Jian bowed respectfully. Rumble. Above the sea of fate clouds, another statue appeared. Wang Jian shuttled through the crowd of officials and entered their ranks. At the same time, a large amount of fate energy rushed down from the statue and entered Wang Jian's body. The 250,000 examinees will be assigned to the 6th Army effective immediately. The ranking of the combat examination will be determined by Wang Jian himself. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Since the examinees had submitted to Wang Jian, no one had any complaints about Wang Jian's ranking. Literature scholar Yin Hentian. Martial scholar Wang Jian. The Dajin Celestial Dynasty had 2 more army commanders and countless talents. All the citizens understood that the Dajin Celestial Dynasty had begun. Roar. A deafening dragon roar came from the sea of fate clouds. Yin Chuan's statue suddenly opened its eyes. He spoke. Citizens of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty, listen up. The literature scholar of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty, Yin Hentian, will be the 5th army commander of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty. The martial scholar, Wang Jian, will be the 6th army commander of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty effective immediately. Boom! As the statue spoke, Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread to all the cities of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty. The citizens of the nearly 3,000 immortal cities of the East Divine Continent immediately stopped what they were doing. Long live the Dajin Celestial Dynasty! May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years! Cheers could be heard from the 3,000 cities. Cheers were everywhere in the Dajin celestial dynasty. The Dajin celestial dynasty seemed to be able to gather the citizens of the world. The sea of fate clouds in the Dajin celestial dynasty suddenly churned, and the fate energy surged. Yan Jing congratulated. Zhu, who was heading north, led the demon race experts past a city. He immediately understood when he saw the citizens cheering in the city. Go and find out who won the Dajin celestial dynasty, Zhu said to Spider King. Spider King nodded and quickly entered the city. Soon he brought back the news. Literature scholar Yin Hentian and martial scholar Wang Jian? Zhu frowned and pondered. Yin Hentian? I've heard Meng Sanqing mention him before. Who is Wang Jian? How can he stand out from more than 200,000 experts? Yao Tianshang asked curiously. He's probably a nobody. Spider King shook his head. A nobody? Maybe. But he's going to be famous soon. Yen Chuan has gained a lot in the Dajin celestial dynasty's examination. Zhu sighed. Yin Xian thought for a moment and said, yes, with the heavenly dynasty's name, we can recruit all the talents in the world. Your Majesty, the demon imperial dynasty is still lacking. Zhu nodded and said, that's right, it's still lacking. The only thing missing is the name. There aren't many opportunities in the world to reach the upper karmic rank. Everyone nodded. When I return, I'll prepare to break through to the 12th level void stage. I'll wait until I recover my cultivation from my previous life. Yao Tianshang, you have all my memories. Try your best to break through to the 12th level void stage as soon as possible. Zhu looked at Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang nodded solemnly. Everyone continued to fly north. At the same time, Meng Sanqing stopped at a city with a large formation. Amidst the cheers of the people, he quickly found out the news. Literature scholar Yin Hentian and martial scholar Wang Jian? An immortal said with a frown. Yin Hentian? The Yin family? Yan Chuan is really bold. Doesn't he know that the Yin family is no longer tolerated in the celestial realm? It's more than just a disaster. Meng Sanqing sighed. Yan Chuan wants to die. That's his problem. Sect Master, don't worry about it. But what about that martial scholar Wang Jian? I've never heard of him. Another immortal said blankly. Wang Jian. He's a nobody. Our divine sect's holy land has searched for information on all the heroes in the world, but there's nothing about him. Meng Sanqing shook his head and said, no, he must be extraordinary to be able to become the martial scholar. Send people to collect information on him. A nobody? How is that possible? Meng Sanqing shook his head. Didn't we suffer because of a nameless junior? At the mention of the nameless junior emperor, the immortals all revealed bitter expressions. Emperor? Who would have thought that a nobody would be so strong? Sect Master, Chen Xian's revenge. An immortal said with a frown. Meng Sanqing said in a low voice. There'll be a chance in the future. Wait until my divine power is unsealed. Understood. The immortals could only nod helplessly. Emperor? The immortals did not dare to be angry in front of the emperor. Of course, the immortals did not know that not long ago, the emperor had killed 19 heavenly tribulations and become a heavenly immortal. Chapter 1056. Southern Divine Continent. Nightmare Dynasty, Imperial Palace. King Gai brought a group of experts and flew over. The 100+ experts who had returned from the East Divine Continent were all silent until they landed on a plaza in the Imperial Palace. Li Songhai hurried over. Your Majesty, you're back? Li Songhai was overjoyed at first, but when he saw that everyone was silent, he knew that something had happened. Snake Emperor, do you still blame me? King Gai asked. Your Majesty, we were forced by the situation. We naturally understand. No one will blame Your Majesty. Your Majesty, don't worry. Snake Emperor said immediately. Your Majesty, our lives and deaths are all in the hands of Nightmare. Your Majesty, please don't worry. The experts emphasized. King Gai nodded. You've all worked hard. Go and rest. Yes. Everyone nodded. Everyone left. Only Li Songhai was left behind King Gai. Seeing that King Gai did not speak, Li Songhai did not disturb him. King Gai watched everyone leave. His skeletal hands clenched tightly. King Gai had not expected that Yin Chuan would be so decisive and release his group of officials at once. That day, King Gai was afraid that his army would be wiped out. He was afraid that Yin Chuan would take the sky-burying coffin, so he left first. King Gai did not plan to return to the southern divine continent. He wanted to hide first, and then try to save his officials. But King Gai did not expect Yin Chuan to be so vicious. Release all of his subjects? Although most of them saw through Yin Chuan's intentions, they could not help but fall for Yin Chuan's scheme. Everyone was more or less estranged from themselves. Perhaps because they doubted their own strength, or because they doubted Jun Xian's decision to abandon them. All sorts of doubts grew in their hearts. Bastard Yin Chuan! King Gai roared. Your Majesty, what happened? Li Songhai asked worriedly. King Gai did not hide anything. He told Li Songhai everything that had happened. Yin Chuan? What a vicious method! We shouldn't have let him go back then, Li Songhai said with an ugly expression. Right now, everything is in vain. With the burying heaven copper coffin in hand, apart from Yin Chuan, no one in the world can do anything to me. As for Yin Chuan, as long as I have the momentum to bring disaster to the heavenly dynasty, Yin Chuan will not be able to do anything to me. Li Songhai, speed up the process. Quickly conquer the southern divine continent for me. I want the entire southern divine continent. Hurry, King Yu of Gai said in a low voice. Yes, West Divine Continent. Confucius Lu Academy. In Kong Lu Palace. Kong Mok and Kong Daoqiu confronted each other. Around him stood a group of Kong family disciples and officials of the great Buddha celestial dynasty. Kong Daoqiu's eyes glinted, and his aura suppressed Kong Mok. However, Kong Mok did not back down at all. His aura skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he was on par with Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. Kong Mok's cultivation has skyrocketed? Not far away, a Kong family immortal exclaimed. Kong Daoqiu, I received news that you went to the East Divine Continent. You actually helped Yin Chuan? Kong Mok said coldly. Your cultivation has skyrocketed. It must be because you refined the Buddha's Saraira. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Let me ask you, did you help Yin Chuan? Kong Mok asked coldly again. Kong Mok's aggressiveness forced Kong Daoqiu's ferocious nature out. Boom! Kong Daoqiu's aura skyrocketed again, and it suppressed Kong Mok. With a flick of his sleeve, Kong Daoqiu said coldly, I am the Kong family head. What kind of tone is that? Are you talking to me? Although Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed, he was still much weaker than Kong Daoqiu, without using the power of the Lotus God. His face twitched as he was suppressed. No one dared to speak when Kong Daoqiu was angry. Kong Daoqiu, Yin Chuan is my enemy. He is the enemy of the great Buddha celestial empire. You cannot help him. Kong Mok growled. The officials of the great Buddha celestial empire nodded. Most of the Kong family disciples nodded as well. The Kong family disciples who had gone to the East Divine Continent still did not understand why their family head would help Yin Chuan. Hadn't Yin Chuan already fallen out with their family head? Moreover, Yin Chuan and Kong Mok had a blood feud that would never end until one of them was dead. Why would he help Yin Chuan? Everyone looked at Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu's expression did not change. Kong Mok, listen carefully. The great Buddha celestial empire is only the Kong family's tool. It is not the Kong family that is the great Buddha celestial empire's tool. You must first understand who is the master and who is the subordinate between the Kong family and the great Buddha celestial empire. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. The faces of the Kong family disciples changed. All their doubts about Kong Daoqiu disappeared. Yes, who was the master and who was the subordinate between the Kong family and the great Buddha celestial empire? Did the Kong family disciples still need to think? Of course they had to be the master. No matter what Kong Daoqiu's motive was, and whether or not he had any influence on the great Buddha celestial empire, Kong Daoqiu was still the family head. He had to think for the Kong family and for himself. In an instant, all the Kong family disciples stood firm on Kong Daoqiu's position. I understand now. You're still thinking about your daughter. You're still thinking about your grandson's faction? Kong Mok said with a ferocious expression. Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes and said, Kong Mok, know your place. Don't forget who you are. As he spoke, Kong Daoqiu's aura pressed down again, as though he wanted to leave a deep impression on Kong Mok. Boom! Kong Mok was once again suppressed by Kong Daoqiu's powerful aura. You Kong Daoqiu, you will regret this. Kong Mok could not suppress Kong Daoqiu, and he turned around to leave. Who? The great Buddha Celestial Empire's officials followed suit. Kong Daoqiu did not force Kong Mok anymore, and he watched coldly as Kong Mok left. Kong Mok, who had walked out of the main hall, gritted his teeth. Old man, you ruined my plans. Sooner or later, I will make you wish you were dead. Kong Mok walked away with bloodshot eyes. Great Jin Celestial Empire. The grand exam had ended. The news of Yin Chuan's victory in the Yin capital battle also quickly spread in all directions, along with the world examination. Although it was still a distance away from the East Divine Continent, it was only a matter of time. There was no doubt that more and more experts from all over the world would rush over one after another. In the study room in Beijing, Yin Chuan looked at the group of officials in the study room. Yin Hentian and Wang Jian had joined them. Yin Hentian, that day, Meng Sanqing said that you are feared by the celestial world. Yin Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian stepped forward and said with a sad smile, Your Majesty, I don't want to talk about the past now. Meng Sanqing is right. If my family appears in the celestial world, we will become the enemy of all the celestial sects. If your Majesty thinks that I'm a hindrance, I can resign immediately. I will leave Dezhun. Yin family? How does the Yin family compare to the Lotus God? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Lotus God? Yin Hentian's eyes flashed with hatred. Then, Yin Hentian shook his head and said, Of course the Yin family cannot compare to the Lotus God. All the sects in the celestial world are no match for the Lotus God. Then you don't have to worry. I am not afraid of the Lotus God, let alone the celestial sects. If you do not want to tell me, I will not force you. However, I will be bringing everyone to the celestial world soon. Will you mind? Yin Chuan asked. Celestial world? How will your Majesty bring everyone there? Soon. How long? Yin Hentian was confused. About 10 days. Yin Chuan said. 10 days. Yin Hentian was shocked. After all, Yin Hentian did not know about the dream of heaven's secret art. He thought that Yin Chuan was going to break through the void and go to the celestial world. However, did the current Yin Chuan have the ability to do so? Although Yin Hentian did not understand, he still said, I am fine. As long as you do not mention my family background, no one will know who I am. That's good. Seeing that Yin Chuan did not ask about his family background, Yin Hentian was touched. Your Majesty, this subject has some difficulties that I have to tell you. One day, this subject will tell your Majesty everything. My family suffered a great injustice in the celestial world. My family was almost completely destroyed. I am the only one left in the family. Yin Hentian's eyes were red. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. I hate those hypocritical sections. They hit us when we are down. I hate this unfair world. I want justice. I want justice for my family. I wandered around until I saw the rise of Dezhun. Yin Hentian took a deep breath. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian seemed to have entered a state of mind. I entered Dezhun for my own selfish reasons. Your Majesty, I hope that in the future, I can use Dezhun to seek justice for my family. I came to Dezhun to participate in the imperial examination, because I have high hopes for Dezhun. If your Majesty can accept me, a person with great hatred, I will do my best to help Dezhun reach the peak. Yin Hentian said firmly. Since I have appointed you as the army commander of Dezhun, I will naturally accept all your grievances. Hatred makes people work hard. If Dezhun reaches the peak one day, I will uphold justice for your family. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, your Majesty. Yin Hentian said emotionally. Yin Chuan nodded and looked at the others in the study. He looked at everyone in the room. Huo Guang, Mengwenrua, Lu Gang Jindayu, In Hentian by Ditian Wang Jian Tan Lang and Feng Yinyang, follow me. This time, Yifeng, I will have to trouble you to look after Dezhen for a while. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will not let you down. After the imperial examination, there will be a long period of peace. Yifeng smiled. Yifeng was speaking the truth. Who would dare to cause trouble in Yanjin during the imperial examination? Yen Chuan nodded. Wang Jian and Yin Hentian looked at the selected officials in Dezhen. Why were they so happy when they heard that they were going to the immortal world? One had to know that these people were all mortals. In the immortal world, there were many dangers. It was only 10 days later that the new top scholar understood what was going on. Outside Xianying Palace, Tan Lang had gathered 3,000 terracotta soldiers. Meow. Yen Chuan, you promised to bring me this time. Meow. Meow came to Yen Chuan and said coquettishly, I know. You will follow Zizi. Wherever she goes, you will follow. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Meow. Meow said excitedly. Zizi hugged Meow and smiled. Soul entering the immortal world? Yin Hentian also understood from his colleague's explanation. At the same time, he looked at Yen Chuan with shock. There is such a secret art in the world. Why is there no record of it in the Yin family? Yin Hentian frowned. Your Majesty. Tan Lang knelt on one knee. The 3,000 terracotta soldiers also knelt on one knee. Yen Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Bang! The door of Xianying Palace opened. Feng Yinyang stepped out of Xianying Palace. Your Majesty, the Heaven's Calamity Point has been dealt with. We are just waiting for Your Majesty to enter the palace. Feng Yinyang said respectfully. Yen Chuan nodded and turned to look at Yifeng. Yifeng, remember, wake me up if you need anything. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, rest assured. Yifeng nodded. Wait! Yin Hentian suddenly shouted. Huh! Everyone looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian looked at Zizi and Yen Chuan and said, Your Majesty, the Empress seems to have a curse body? Curse body? Yen Chuan frowned. This is a general term. It means that a person with such a physique can practice the Tao of curses. Yin Hentian said. I was born this way. Zizi nodded. Your Majesty, if the Empress doesn't mind, I have a book of curses that I can give to the Empress. It can fully utilize the Tao of curses. Yin Hentian said. A book of curses? Yen Chuan was surprised. Yen Chuan had collected books about curses from all over the world, but he had never found a book that was useful. Of course, there were some small curses, but they were far inferior to Zizi's curses. Yin Hentian had one? This book is called the Book of Life and Death. I hope it will be useful to the Empress. Yin Hentian handed over a black book. On the book there were 3 words, Book of Life and Death. However, after flipping it open, there was not a single word. Zizi took it gently and raised her eyebrows, as if she had sensed something inside. Zizi looked at Yen Chuan with a hint of desire in her eyes. Yen Chuan immediately understood, and turned to Yin Hentian. Thank you for this Book of Life and Death. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. I can't practice this Book of Life and Death. I still hope that in the future, Your Majesty will bring me back to the immortal world and seek justice for my family. Yin Hentian smiled bitterly. Yen Chuan nodded and said solemnly, Don't worry. Since you have entered Dezhen, Dezhen will take care of your grievances. No matter what kind of grievances you have, I will seek justice for you in the future. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yin Hentian nodded. Zizi also refined the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, countless black runes appeared on the Book of Life and Death, and rushed into Zizi's forehead. The Book of Life and Death also turned into countless runes, and entered Zizi's forehead. After waiting for 2 hours, Zizi opened her eyes. Yen Chuan looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. The Book of Life and Death is too mysterious. I might need a long time to understand it. Zizi smiled. That's good. Let's enter the hall. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Everyone answered. Yen Chuan and Zizi still did not understand how valuable the Life and Death book that Yin Hentian had given them was. Yin Hentian did not care about it. The justice that the Yin family had lost was much more important than the Book of Life and Death. Yin Hintian had chosen Dezhun as a last resort. Everyone entered Xianying Palace. Yifeng, Lu Jin, and a few other experts were waiting, until a long shout came from Xianying Palace. Let the souls go. Yan Xuan led a large number of officials and the Terracotta Army, and traveled to the immortal world. Chapter 1057. Book 7. 3 Parts of the World. Chapter 1. Zombie Yan Xuan Dream of Heavenly Secrets. In the Xianying Palace, Yan Xuan led more than 3,000 officials of the Great Jin Kingdom into the immortal realm. Their souls roamed the immortal realm. In an instant, 200 souls were scattered all over the immortal realm. The immortal realm. In an extremely dark and small space. The small environment was like an enclosed space, and there was a faint light. The light came from some scattered magical treasures in the small space. The magical treasures illuminated the dark space. It was a space that was wide on one end and narrow on the other. In the small space, a pale-faced corpse in a black dragon robe was lying on the ground. The corpse did not have any aura, but the small space seemed to be constantly absorbing endless black gas into the corpse's body. Billowing yin qi seemed to be gathering into the man's body. The man lay there quietly. 2 scarlet fangs were exposed in his mouth. He looked slightly ferocious. The man's appearance was none other than the Great Jin Kingdom's emperor, Yan Xuan. He looked almost exactly like Yan Xuan. The corpse that looked like Yan Xuan's body suddenly trembled. It was as if it had been electrocuted. The corpse trembled again, as if it was about to come back to life. The corpse kept trembling. A large number of magical treasures in the small space also vibrated with joy. Among them, the one that vibrated the loudest was a yellow longsword. Its shape was exactly the same as Yan Xuan's Jade Emperor sword and God's sword. Finally, after 2 hours, the corpse changed. The corpse finally changed. The eyes of the corpse suddenly opened. The corpse's red eyes lit up the small space like 2 red lanterns. The small space was immediately exposed. It was a bronze interior. It was like the interior of a coffin. The corpse woke up. Roar. The corpse seemed to have no self-awareness. It suddenly roared ferociously. The huge roar shook the magical treasures in the surroundings. Roar. The 2 huge fangs indicated the man's identity. A zombie. An awakened zombie. Roar. The zombie suddenly stood up and roared violently again. The resentment on its face seemed to be able to dye the world black. Boom. The zombie punched the coffin wall. Buzz. The coffin suddenly emitted a dazzling green light, and the green light rushed towards the zombie. Boom. The green light pierced the zombies. Roar. The zombies struggled furiously, but the green light was too powerful. Buzz. The zombie couldn't move. Under the green light from the coffin, the zombie's scarlet eyes slowly recovered, and the resentment around it was suppressed. Slowly, the zombie seemed to wake up. He retracted his fangs into his mouth. The zombie's face gradually calmed down. Zhen Xiong, return my roer. I by E. will cut you into 1,000 pieces. Ah. The zombie suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Buzz. The zombie trembled again. Then the zombie seemed to have regained its memory. I'm by E? No, I'm Yin Xuan. The zombie trembled. The zombie's expression gradually became confused. Bai Yi? Yin Xuan. Bai Yi? Yin Xuan? Roar. The zombie roared angrily. Bai Yi is Yin Xuan, and Yin Xuan is Bai Yi. I'm Emperor Dezhun, and I'm Yin Xuan. The zombie's expression suddenly calmed down. His memory seemed to have returned in an instant. Buzz. The green light from the coffin that suppressed the zombie slowly disappeared, and a long line of words slowly appeared on the wide end of the coffin. Yin Xuan stretched out his hands, looked at his pale hands, and then looked around. Didn't I enter the celestial world through a dream of heavenly secrets? Where am I? The zombie Yin Xuan said in surprise. After looking around, Yin Xuan's pupils suddenly focused. He reached out and grabbed the yellow treasure sword that looked exactly like the Jade Emperor's sword and the God's sword. Grand Emperor's sword? Grand Emperor's sword? This is the heaven-burying coffin of my previous life. All of these treasures are mine, all mine. Yen Chuan's eyes were brimming with excitement. Then, Yen Chuan looked at his body again. Then what am I now? Didn't I die in my previous life? This is my body from my previous life? This is my corpse from my previous life? I woke up using my previous life's corpse? Yen Chuan's eyes widened. Zombie body. The corpse from your previous life turned into a zombie? Yen Chuan said in surprise. I understand now. Life-usurping derivation. Before I died, I used life-usurping derivation and reincarnated into Yen Chuan. During life-usurping derivation, life and death were separated. I misunderstood back then. Separation of life and death? It's not reincarnation, but my fate was split into two. Yen Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Life-usurping derivation caused my fate to be split into two. A fate is made up of life and death. Life and death are separated. Life-usurping derivation is the separation of life and death. The fate of a reincarnated body is all life. But this zombie body is all death. Life-usurping derivation? Zombie body. Yen Chuan suddenly understood. This is not an external avatar. This is more real than an external avatar. Two bodies, both of them are me. I have two bodies. Yen Chuan's eyes suddenly congealed with ecstasy. At this moment, Yen Chuan discovered that at this moment, billowing yin qi was constantly flowing into his body. The last time I went back, I caught a cultivator and said that the sky-burying coffin was led by Su Fu into the netherworld of the immortal world and fell into the nether spring. The sky-burying coffin is extracting the purest yin qi for me, nourishing my body. Yen Chuan immediately understood his situation. This is the sky-burying coffin? It's nourishing my zombie body. It seems that the sky-burying coffin is really related to me. Perhaps the sky-burying coffin is really mine. A long time ago in my previous life, maybe it's mine? Yen Chuan immediately guessed. Turning his head, Yen Chuan suddenly saw the wide end of the sky-burying coffin emitting a faint green light. It was as if there was an article. Yen Chuan stepped forward. He began to read. The Lotus God has transcended and achieved immortality. The destruction of the three realms is imminent. Transcendence? If I were given another 100,000 years, I might be able to achieve it. However, the Lotus God is not waiting. I am willing to give it my all. If I succeed, I will transcend. If I fail, I will help others to transcend. A gamble of life and death. A gamble of life and death. I want to leave behind a chance to live. I want to see the world at peace. I hope there is a next life. I hope there is a next life. This was a self-narration full of desolation. Yen Chuan frowned deeply. Immortality? Didn't immortals have immortality? Was it that difficult? What did transcendence mean? This person was the former owner of the sky-burying coffin. Could it be my previous life? If so, then did I belong to this slim chance of survival? Yen Chuan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Was it really him? But he had no memories of his past at all. Soon, once I transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, I will be able to remember my past life. Even if I have the sky-burying coffin in this life, I will still be able to remember. Immortal, as long as I become an immortal. Yen Chuan's eyes were filled with determination. The memories of his past life could only be unsealed after he became an immortal. At the end of this self-narration, there was a cultivation technique. Body of a general and official? This is a cultivation technique specially made for zombies? Yen Chuan looked at it in surprise. Body of a general and official. This cultivation technique was extremely long. Yen Chuan kept looking at it. Yen Chuan took a deep breath as he read the introduction of Body of a general and official. There is actually such a powerful cultivation technique in this world. Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed as he said in surprise. He silently and quickly memorized the cultivation technique. After a while, the light and shadow on the sky-burying coffin slowly disappeared. However, Yen Chuan had already memorized Body of a general and official. After sitting in the sky-burying coffin for a while, Yen Chuan slowly digested everything in front of him. He looked around and sensed the yin qi that was constantly being absorbed by the sky-burying coffin. This yin qi can be used to cultivate the body of a general and official. Since the outside world is the secluded spring, I might not be able to withstand it for long if I go out now. Why don't I stay here and cultivate the body of a general and official? My zombie body will cultivate in seclusion here. Yen Chuan analyzed solemnly. After making up his mind, Yen Chuan lay down again. Yen Chuan knew that this was the only way to absorb the yin qi faster. Closing his eyes, Yen Chuan the zombie entered into cultivation. The sky-burying coffin returned to its original calm state. It was as if the zombie had never woken up. Everything returned to normal. Yen Chuan's zombie body went into hiding, unknown to the world. Goddess Xi Chen's sealed realm. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen capital. Lu Jin often came to Xianyang Palace. Xianyang Palace was guarded by the experts of the Tiger tribe and the Great Jin Celestial Empire. No one was allowed to disturb them. Today, when Lu Jin came again, she saw Yifeng passing by. Lordy, Eunuch Lu. The two of them greeted each other. His Majesty has been gone for 180 years. Lu Jin exclaimed. Yes, 180 years. 200 times cultivation is equivalent to 36,000 years. Haha, this time, the Great Jin Celestial Empire will have many more peerless villains. Yifeng said with a smile. Lu Jin nodded and smiled. Northern Divine Continent. Demon Race's Celestial Empire. Imperial Palace. Outside a large hall. Zhu did not attend the morning assembly today. Instead, he had been guarding outside the hall. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the hall. After a while, Quang. The door of the hall opened and Yao Tiansheng walked out with a hint of excitement. You also broke through? 12th level upper void stage? Zhu asked. That's right. You and I are both at the perfected mortal stage now. Yao Tiansheng's eyes flashed with excitement. Middle Divine Continent, Divine Sex Sacred Ground. In the Divine World. Boom. A loud sound came from the Divine World. Then, a series of congratulations came from the Divine World. Congratulations, Sect Master. Your strength has increased tremendously. Congratulations came from the Divine World. Western Divine Continent. Great Buddha Celestial Empire, Thousand Buddha City. In a secret room. Boom. Lotus God, my strength has increased again. Ha ha ha. Kong Imoka shouted excitedly. While the heroes of the world were immersed in cultivation, something big happened in the Southern Divine Continent. At the border of the Great Nightmare Celestial Empire, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. Endless lightning flashed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. Hundreds of figures flew in from the hole. Don't worry, Holy King. We will not let you down. We will unify the sealed world as soon as possible. A man in a white robe said respectfully to the huge hole. Don't worry, Holy King. The hundreds of figures said in unison. Chapter 1058. Southern Divine Continent. At the border of the Great Nightmare Heavenly Dynasty, dark clouds covered the sky as heavenly thunder rumbled. Countless living beings looked up at the sky in horror. In a valley, there was a thatched hut. The sudden change in the sky caused the thatched hut to open. A red-robed cultivator quickly walked out. When he saw the huge change in the sky, his jaw dropped. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted in the sky. Hundreds of experts crawled out from the hole. Don't worry, Sacred Ruler. We won't let you down. We'll unify the sealed realm as soon as possible. A white-robed man said respectfully as he faced the huge hole. Don't worry, Holy King. Hundreds of figures bowed at the same time. The red-robed Xiozha below could see clearly that there were 600 Xiozha in total. At this moment, they bowed their heads and looked at the hole that was becoming smaller and smaller. From within the hole, an incomparably dignified voice gradually sounded. We shall wait and see. 600 Xiozha bowed respectfully. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the huge hole in the sky slowly closed. Below, the red-clothed cultivator looked at the sky in shock. Immortal? People from the celestial realm had descended to the mortal world? The descent of the immortals? The 600 immortals were surrounded by dazzling lights, and a powerful aura was emitted. The hole in the sky closed, and the dark clouds quickly scattered in all directions with the wave of an immortal's hand. The 6 leaders of the 600 immortals gathered together. The other immortals all looked over. The 6 immortals looked at the sky and closed their eyes to sense it. As expected, the spies we sent to the Great Zhou sent news that they were correct. One of the Dao seals in this world was taken by Wuxia. The netherworld collapsed and only the world of the living is left. Moreover, this Yang realm no longer suppresses immortals like in the legends. The leader said, Big brother, although this world doesn't suppress immortals, it still has a suction force. If you don't pay attention, you can easily be squeezed out of this world. Another immortal said, What's this bit of pressure? Ha ha ha, us 6 brothers are all heavenly immortals. The Sage King is too cautious. He doesn't even need us to do anything. Just one Earth immortal is enough to dominate this world. No, a Xian immortal can dominate the world. Another immortal laughed. Well, first of all, we need to figure out the current situation of this world. A tall and sturdy man in the lead said. Everyone nodded. Then almost everyone looked down at the ground. Underground, a red-robed cultivator rushed towards the mountain forest in fear. Haha, where are you going? Come on up. One of the immortals laughed loudly. Swish, the red-robed cultivator was instantly sucked in front of the immortals. This lowly one greets the great immortals, the red-robed cultivator said fearfully. You don't have to be afraid. Just tell me what you know. Where is this place? Who are the experts in this world? Who are the experts in the vicinity? The leading immortal smiled. Yes, I will tell you everything I know. After a series of inquiries, the immortals looked at each other. Celestial Empire? Holy Land? Heh. An immortal said disdainfully. Let's go, bring us to the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty. An immortal called out. Yes, yes, the red-clothed cultivator immediately shouted. Under the guidance of the red-clothed cultivator, the 600 immortals headed towards the capital of the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty, Wei City. Wherever the group of immortals passed by, a huge aura pressed down. In the various cities that they passed by, countless immortals were instantly terrified. However, when they looked up, there was nothing. The pressure was also gone. Leaving behind the confused immortals, they headed straight for Wei City. Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty, Wei City, in the Imperial Court. King Gaio was in the Imperial Court. Suddenly, a terrifying aura pressed down. Roar! The golden dragon of the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty suddenly roared furiously. Who is it? How dare you? The palace guard immediately shouted angrily. Bang! The palace guard that rushed up to the sky was instantly pushed down by a huge force. Pa! A huge pit was formed on the ground. In the Imperial Court, King Gaio's skeleton eyes flashed. He stood up and walked out of the Imperial Court. The civil and military officials of the Imperial Court followed closely behind and quickly walked out of the Imperial Court. Standing at the entrance of the Imperial Court, everyone followed King Gaio and looked towards the sky. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by multicolored light appeared in front of the officials. Immortal! Before the officials finished shouting, whoosh, 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 rays of multicolored light shot over quickly and stopped above the Imperial Court in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 600 rays. Within each of the 600 rays of multicolored light was a person. Immortal. The officials of the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty looked at the sky with their mouths agape. Immortals. They had seen many immortals. However, none of them were as exaggerated as this. 600? 600 immortals? 600 immortals looked down from high above, as if they were looking at a group of ants. Nearly half of the officials of the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty panicked. However, nearly half of them looked towards King Gaio. The eyes of King Gaio's skeleton flickered again. 20 years later, Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty, Yinjing. Yifeng took charge of the country's affairs. He was cautious and conscientious. In the study, he was looking at some memorials that were within his authority. Lu Jin sat next to him. Lu Jin sipped on her tea and said with a smile, It's been 200 years. I wonder how long it'll take for the emperor and the others to wake up this time. 200 years. When they return, their birth charts will increase by 40,000 years. It's still all right for the others. However, the luckiest ones this time are the terracotta soldiers. This group of children, who have just joined Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty for 10 years. Haha. Yifeng sighed and laughed. Lordy, are you envious? Who wouldn't be envious? However, I don't lack this opportunity. I believe I'll have another chance in the future. Yifeng said with a smile. While the two of them were chatting, a loud shout suddenly sounded from outside the imperial court. Urgent report. Come in, Yifeng shouted immediately. Urgent report? That was something that would only happen when something big happened. This was the first time in 200 years that something like this had happened. Soon after, a guard ran into the imperial court. He knelt on one knee and handed over a letter. Yifeng frowned slightly and quickly took the letter. He opened the letter and read it. Lu Jin was drinking tea when she suddenly saw Yifeng's expression change. What's wrong? Lu Jin asked curiously. Something big is going to happen. Yifeng handed the letter to Lu Jin. Lu Jin read the letter as well. 600 immortals? Lu Jin exclaimed. How many immortals were there in the world? 600 immortals had appeared in the southern divine continent? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Let's go. We must report this matter to the emperor. Yifeng said immediately. Lu Jin nodded. 600 immortals. This was a huge number of immortals that had never appeared in this world. 600 immortals? That was a number that could easily destroy a holy land. The two of them did not dare to stay, and quickly made their way to Xianyang Palace. Guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone disturb us. Yifeng instructed. Yes, a large number of powerhouses outside the palace responded. The two of them entered Xianyang Palace and quickly closed the door. Inside Xianyang Palace, it was pitch black and a sinister wind was raging. There were more than 3,000 coffins placed in Xianyang Palace, all of them covered. In the lead was a huge black coffin with a huge black banner beside it. Yifeng grabbed the black banner and waved it violently. Souls return. With a wave of the black banner, the surrounding Yin Qi seemed to listen to his command and quickly spun, forming more than 3,000 small vortexes that stopped above each coffin. Immortal world. On a battlefield, a general in red armor was holding a bloody longsword and slaughtering his way through an army of tens of thousands. Wherever he passed, the enemy fled in terror. Suddenly, the general in red armor paused as a long voice sounded in his ears. Souls return. In a valley, a couple with a kitten were enjoying tea and enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their ears. Meow. The powerhouses who had gone to the immortal world seemed to have heard Yifeng's voice. Their bodies trembled as their souls returned to Xianyang Palace. The first to return was naturally Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's coffin slowly opened. Yin Chuan's figure was revealed. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous souls seemed to appear out of nowhere and quickly entered Yin Chuan's body. Apart from Yin Chuan's coffin, the other coffins in the main hall opened one after another. Numerous souls quickly gathered and entered the bodies. Inside Xianyang Palace, the Yin Qi was abundant. For a moment, the abundant Yin Qi seemed to have broken through Xianyang Palace. Outside Xianyang Palace, the Yin Qi soared to the sky. The guards outside were all abnormally shocked. Yin Chuan opened his eyes, his expression slightly sluggish, as if he was merging the 200 memories. After 10 breaths, Yin Chuan took a deep breath and focused his eyes. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yifeng and Lu Jin immediately said respectfully. Yin Chuan let out a long breath and nodded. Yifeng, something big happened? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty needs to make a decision. Yifeng nodded. Meow. Meow's voice came from a coffin not far away. Zizi and Meow also woke up. Not only the two, but more than 3,000 coffins also sat up one after another. Whoosh! Suddenly 50 black-robed figures jumped out of 50 coffins. The 50 figures landed in front of Yin Chuan and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, we will return first, the leader said. Yin Chuan nodded. The 50 people quickly opened the door and turned into 50 black figures, disappearing from Xianyang Palace. Yifeng and Lu Jin were surprised because the two of them did not know who these 50 figures were. Who were they? Did Dezhen have power that they did not know? The 50 people were not bystanders, they were from Butian Pavilion. This time, Yin Chuan let Dugu Wudi lead a group of sword experts to enter Tianji. This time, Dezhen's collective strength increased greatly. Lu Jin, go get someone to prepare a spirit bath. Everyone needs to freshen up. Also Yifeng, have you prepared the spirit stones I asked you to prepare? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, Lu Jin replied. Rest assured, Your Majesty. These years, all the accumulated spirit stones and immortal stones have been stored. We are only waiting for Your Majesty and your colleagues to return and absorb the internal vitality. Yifeng replied. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. Everyone had gained a lot from entering Tianji's dreamland. Their birth charts had increased. Next, it was time to increase their cultivation base. Chapter 1059. The Great Jin Celestial Empire had returned. In an instant, the officials of Yin Jin received the news. However, Yin Chuan did not hold a court meeting, and the officials did not dare to disturb him. They could only visit the various officials. However, Lu Gang, Meng Wenrua, Li Si, Yin Hentian, Wang Jian, Hua Guang and the others had closed their doors. In Wang Jian's residence, Wang Jian summoned a subordinate in purple. He was the only upper void stage expert who had participated in the same exam that day. Sir, the subordinate in purple asked curiously. Wang Jian's back was facing the subordinate. The subordinate could tell that Wang Jian was still at the Qi Jing level. But for some reason, the subordinate could feel a terrifying aura emanating from Wang Jian's body. It was even more terrifying than 200 years ago. He was at the upper void stage. Why was he so terrified? Wang Jian slowly turned his head. His eyes contained a ferocious killing intent as he looked at the purple-clothed emptiness realm expert. The purple-clothed emptiness realm expert suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was as if his entire spiritual soul had been frozen by Wang Jian's gaze. You are in the upper void realm. Take me to the eastern sea immediately. I want to pass the tribulation. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. Ah yes, the subordinate replied. Swish. The two of them were extremely fast as they shot towards the east. A month later, on an island in the East Sea, the subordinate in purple stared blankly at the entire island. On the island, Wang Jian had laid out a large number of spirit stones. A mountain? No, more than a dozen mountains of spirit stones piled up on the island. Where had my lord been for the past 200 years? Just as the subordinate in purple was puzzled. Rumble! A huge suction force was emitted from Wang Jian's body, sucking the yuan qi from the spirit stones in front of him. Who? A gentle breeze blew past, and the spirit stone turned into a pile of dust. All of the energy was absorbed into Wang Jian's body. Rumble! Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. 39 heavenly tribulations? The subordinate in purple looked up at the sky. Wang Jian raised his head, and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He swung the long sword in his hand. Above the long sword, a beam of blood-red light soared into the sky. Boom! The 39 heavenly tribulations exploded into countless fragments. Cough, cough, cough. The purple-robed subordinate coughed violently. Was this a tribulation? Was this a joke? Wang Jian continued to absorb the yuan qi from the spirit stones. Wang Jian's cultivation soared once again. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the tribulation clouds that had been shattered by the explosion gathered together once again. Why are they gathering again? No, this is not the 3 in 9 heavenly tribulation, but the 4 in 9 heavenly tribulation? Just as the purple-clothed subordinate was astonished. Clang! Boom! Another blood-red light soared into the sky, and the tribulation cloud exploded into pieces again. Cough, 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 cough. The subordinate in purple coughed again. 49 heavenly tribulations? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? However, Wang Jian's actions were not over yet. He continued to repeat the same thing. 59 heavenly tribulations? 6 hours later, when Wang Jian finished his 69 heavenly tribulations and reached the upper virtual stage, the subordinate in purple was speechless. He stared at Wang Jian with his eyes as wide as a goldfish's, quietly watching this strange scene. 200 years? Where did His Excellency and His Majesty go in the past 200 years? How could there be such a monstrous thing? Not only here. Similar things were happening everywhere in the Great Jin Empire. On another island in the East Ocean, behind Lu Gang stood a group of trusted guards. At this moment, the guards were also staring at Wang Jian with their goldfish eyes, looking at the horrifying scene before them. Upper virtual stage. After Lu Gang finished his tribulation, he sorted out the energy in his body inside. Lu Gang understood his own body constitution. After cultivating, he understood that with his body constitution, reaching the God state was already his limit. But now he had reached the upper virtual stage, and it was an extremely powerful upper virtual stage. In fact, Lu Gang was glad that he had chosen His Majesty back then. He looked at his master. At this moment his master was still in the deity realm. What about him? Lu Gang's determination to follow Yan Chuan grew stronger. On another island, Yin Hentian had just finished his tribulation. He looked at his palms. Dream of heaven's secrets? What a strange skill. Was this created by His Majesty? This is too demonic. Yin Hentian exclaimed. At the mouth of a volcano, there was endless lava below. Jin Diyu sank into the depths of the volcano. He could feel the increase in his strength. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Ancestor, perhaps I can really restore the glory of my ancestor. Jin Diyu said excitedly. Meng Wenrua. After Meng Wenrua transcended his tribulation, he went straight to the Jilu Academy. He did not disturb anyone, and went directly to his father's grave. Facing the grave, Meng Wenrua respectfully kowtowed a few times. After kowtowing, Meng Wenrua clenched his fists. Father, I've become stronger. I'll definitely avenge you. When I return, I'll report to His Majesty and ask him to send troops to kill Li Songhai. Meng Wenrua said with bloodshot eyes. Under the effects of the dream of heaven's secrets, everyone's strength had reached the upper virtual stage. In Beijing, in the palace, Yan Chuan was also absorbing a large number of spirit stones. Yan Chuan's cultivation base was also rapidly increasing. Pung, pung, pung. Yan Chuan continued to compress the life force, causing it to become more condensed, and his vitality to become stronger. Boom. In the end, a loud explosion rang in the main hall. Yan Chuan opened his eyes. I've finally suppressed it. I'm at the 11th level of the upper virtual stage. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yan Chuan's eyes. It was not difficult for Yan Chuan to reach the peak of the upper virtual stage. However, Yan Chuan had suppressed his cultivation base. After learning that he had another zombie body, Yan Chuan understood how great of an advantage he had gained. Yan Chuan wanted to wait until his zombie body had also reached the same cultivation base before making a breakthrough. According to the life-usurping derivation scroll, there would be great changes when one ascended to a celestial realm. The two bodies might have different consciousnesses and become two people, just like Zhu and Yao Tianshang. However, Yan Chuan did not want that. Yan Chuan only wanted one consciousness. Since he had two bodies, he had to have one consciousness. After a long sigh, Yan Chuan stepped out of the main hall. Meow! Meow immediately jumped over. Meow! Yan Chuan, why isn't your cultivation base as high as mine? Haha! Meow said proudly. Yan Chuan was surprised. You've ascended to a celestial realm? Meow! Meow said proudly. It seems like your cultivation base is now the highest in the upper virtual stage? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Who am I? I'm the genius Meow. Moreover, I don't need to undergo tribulation to raise my cultivation base. Isn't that amazing? Meow said proudly. She didn't need to undergo tribulation after ascending to a celestial realm? If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. However, Yin Chuan was not that surprised at this moment. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought. Where's Zizi? Yin Chuan looked at Miao. Sister Zizi? She's still in seclusion. She said that the life and death book is vast and profound. She needs to study it properly. So, don't think about your bad intentions. Miao said with a smile. Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan knew what Zizi was thinking. Although the two of them were husband and wife in name, they had not done it for hundreds of years. Yin Chuan had always said that it was fine, but Zizi was always worried that it would bring disaster to Yin Chuan. Therefore, Zizi had always rejected him. She wanted to wait until Yin Chuan became a Celestial Realm Master. After the Celestial Realm Master, they would have to consummate their marriage. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. He knew that Zizi was doing this for his own good. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan nodded. Southern Divine Continent, Nightmare Dynasty, Wei City. In a huge hall, King of Gaia, Li Songhai, and the Snake Emperor were accompanying 6 immortals. Li Songhai and the Snake Emperor stood behind King of Gaia. They sat with the 6 immortals drinking tea. King of Gaia, this time, we'll use your Wei City to conquer the world. The leader of the immortals said. Lord Gaia, you worry too much. It's my honor. King of Gaia nodded. Nightmare Dynasty is a vassal of our Sage Court. In the future, we will report this to the Sage King. The Sage King will reward you handsomely. I Gaia Dalong promise you. The leader of the immortals said with a smile. I Gaia Erlong also promise you. Don't worry, we 6 brothers mean what we say. In the future we'll be comrades. Another immortal smiled. Thank you everyone. King of Gaia said. It's getting late. We'll go back first. Gaia Dalong stood up. Everyone stood up. Then, the 6 immortals stepped out of the hall. Watching the 6 immortals leave, the Snake Emperor and Li Songhai's faces darkened. A vicious light flashed in their eyes. King of Gaia clenched his fists. Gaia Dalong? Gaia Erlong? Gaia Sanlong? Gaia Lulong? What kind of lousy name is that? Li Songhai said with disdain. No, the Gaia family is a big family in the immortal realm. It's just that it's declining now. Even so, these 6 brothers have reached the heavenly immortal realm. It's clear how strong the Gaia family is. The Snake Emperor shook his head. Your Majesty, is our Nightmare Dynasty really going to be a vassal of their Sage Court? Li Songhai frowned. King of Gaia snorted. Vassal? Comrades? Do they really want to accept our Nightmare Dynasty? Didn't you see the disgust in Gaia Wulong's eyes for a dead spirit like me? They're just using me, King of Gaia said. Indeed. The Snake Emperor nodded. They want to use me. Why wouldn't I want to use them? Next, we'll see who's the knife in whose hand. King of Gaia said. Your Majesty is wise. Have their envoys been sent out? King of Gaia asked. Yes. A group of immortals has already spread out. We'll see Yin Chuan, Zhu Ming Sansheng, and the others soon. I wonder what will happen this time. Li Songhai said with a cold smile. This world isn't as easy as they think. They want to unify the world in such a short time. Even Jingting didn't do it when he was still alive. They want to. King of Gaia said with disdain. East Divine Continent. High up in the sky, 3 figures were flying in the sky. 2 of them were glowing, and the last one was a skeleton ghostly cultivator. Great immortals, will be arriving in Yanjing soon. We'll be there soon. The skeleton said carefully. One of the immortals nodded with satisfaction. Yin Chuan, I want to see what kind of superhuman he is. The other immortal said with disdain. Chapter 1060. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yinjing. Skyward Hall. Yin Chuan wore the black dragon imperial robe and sat on the dragon throne, presiding over the imperial court. After dreaming for 200 years, even though Yifeng was in charge of national affairs, he did not have all the authority. Even if Yin Chuan did not want to give it to him, Yifeng would not accept it either. At this moment, during the court assembly, Yin Chuan was making decisions on some important matters. Li Si, Huo Guang, Jin Dayu, Meng Wenrua, Yin Hentian, and Wang Jian stood respectfully on both sides. Yifeng stepped forward. Your Majesty, 600 immortals have descended upon the southern divine continent. Chaos is about to descend upon this world. Yifeng frowned. 600 immortals? Most of the officials in the hall were shocked. After all, Yifeng couldn't possibly tell everyone about this news. Today, the imperial court was going to discuss the 600 immortals. As for Yen Chuan, he had already understood everything these days. 600 immortals? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Just as Yen Chuan was deep in thought, Yin Hentian suddenly stepped forward. I have something to report, Yin Hentian said. Oh, Yen Chuan asked curiously. The officials looked at Yin Hentian. Reporting to your Majesty, one of the seals in this world has been removed by Jing Ming, so it no longer repels immortals. However, it still repels immortals. It's just that the repelling force has become weaker. Yin Hentian said. Oh, how do I shrink it? Yen Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian stroked his goatee, thought for a while and said, according to my conjecture, the stronger an immortal is, the greater the repulsive force they will experience. Human immortals will experience the least repulsive force, followed by Xian immortals, earth immortals, and sky immortals. My own cultivation is another matter. If I use the power of a celestial, these celestials won't be as free and easy as they are in the celestial realm. After Yin Hentian finished speaking, Meng Wenrua stepped forward. Your Majesty, what Lord Yin said is true. Not long ago, I went to the Jilu Academy and talked to my great-grandfather Meng Lingtian. From him, I found out that what Lord Yin said is exactly the same. Meng Wenrua said with certainty. And Yen Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, it has been 20 years since those 600 immortals descended. Other than going to the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty, there is no other news. Yifeng said. Yen Chuan said solemnly, there will be. However, those who can break through this barrier are not easy to deal with in the immortal world. At that time, there was a cultivator who witnessed the descent of the 600 immortals. He was the one who broke through this realm, and was called Saint King by the immortals. He did not enter together with them. Yifeng said. Holy King? Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the officials did not know what a sage king was. However, Yen Chuan understood that the King of Saints was the Saint King. The Saint King created the Holy Court. The Holy Court was formed when the Heavenly Dynasty was upgraded. The Saint King was also Yen Chuan's next target. The Saint King is not here yet. This group of immortals is just a test, Yin Hentian said with a smile. Meanwhile, outside Yanjin, two immortals cloaked in multicolored light suddenly appeared with a skeletal ghost immortal. Great immortals, we are here, the skeleton ghost immortal said. The two immortals looked around and smiled. That's all there is to it. One of the immortals laughed. Let's go. The other immortal shouted. Whoosh. The three of them flew toward Yanjin. Boom. Suddenly, a transparent wall appeared in front of the three of them, blocking them from moving forward. A feng shui array? The three of them suddenly stopped. On the square of the Skyward Palace, Feng Yinyang narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you know that this is Yanjin? The limit is 10,000 feet. No one is allowed to fly more than 10,000 feet. The two immortals looked down from the sky. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The two immortals laughed in disdain. Who are you? One of the guards on the square shouted. I am the messenger of the Great Qi Sacred Court. I want to see Yen Chuan. The leading immortal said coldly. Wait here, Feng Yinyang said in a low voice. Then, Feng Yinyang walked into the Skyward Palace. The two immortals in the sky looked at him with disdain, but they did not do anything for the sake of their plan. Both of you, Yen Chuan is very powerful. Don't be too strong. The skeleton ghost cultivator advised. Powerful? Only trash like you think he is powerful. One of the immortals said disdainfully. The skeleton ghost cultivator could only feel helpless. Soon, Feng Yinyang walked out of the Skyward Palace again. His Majesty has ordered the two messengers of Great Qi to enter the palace. Feng Yinyang shouted. Whoosh! The three of them quickly landed on the square of the Skyward Palace. Under Feng Yinyang's lead, they slowly stepped into the Skyward Palace. Feng Yinyang was in the imperial court. In the Skyward Palace, Yin Chuan and the other officials quietly watched the two humans and one ghost walk into the palace. Yin Chuan looked at the two immortals calmly. The two immortals quickly scanned everyone's faces. Two human immortals? Yin Chuan was slightly surprised. The two human immortals were arrogant. They had no sense of danger at all. It was as if the strength of everyone in front of them was unbearable to look at. Yin Chuan's expression changed. He immediately understood everything. King Guai was tricking these immortals and did not tell them his true strength. You are Yin Chuan? My lord Gongyang Dalong has a letter for you to attend the Heaven Alliance meeting in 10 years. One of the immortals said. As he spoke, a letter suddenly appeared in his palm. He extended his hand and threw it at Yin Chuan with a gust of immortal power. It was as if he wanted to see Yin Chuan make a fool of himself. Whoosh! The letter flew over and shot at Yin Chuan like a sword chi. It was unusually ferocious. The powerful aura even made some of the officials in the imperial court change their expressions. The two immortals were about to see Yin Chuan make a fool of himself when the letter was halfway through its flight. Suddenly, two fingers appeared in front of the letter and clamped it. Bam! The letter stopped in midair and was caught by Li Si's two fingers. Holding the letter, Li Si turned to look at Yin Chuan. Lu Jin walked down and took the letter. She presented it to Yin Chuan. The two immortals' expressions darkened when they failed to humiliate Yin Chuan. The two immortals didn't come just to deliver the letter. They also wanted to intimidate Yin Chuan, so that the Heaven Alliance meeting in 10 years would be easier. However, their first attempt at intimidating Yin Chuan had been easily resolved by an official of Dajin. The two immortals glanced at Li Si coldly. Li Si ignored the two of them. Yin Chuan opened the letter and glanced at it. I already know. Go back and tell Gongyang Dalong that I'll be there when the time is right. Yin Chuan said lightly. As he spoke, he squeezed the letter lightly and crushed it into powder. Yin Chuan didn't plan to make things difficult for the two envoys. Crushing the letter was a signal to Gongyang Dalong that Dajin would never yield. However, that wasn't the case in front of the two immortals. How dare you destroy His Excellency's letter? One of the immortals shouted. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Are all the envoys of the Daqi Sacred Court so ill-mannered? Yin Chuan was slightly angered. How dare you? Is the Daqi Sacred Court something you can criticize? Yin Chuan, you must repent in front of me today. Otherwise, I'll inform His Excellency of your attitude today and have him destroy Dajin. The immortal shouted. The immortal didn't seem to care about his situation at all. Perhaps to him, he could escape unscathed no matter what. He was an immortal, and they were mere mortals. That was the difference between them. Today he wanted to give Yin Chuan a show of strength. Intimidate. That depended on the occasion. Intimidate Yin Chuan in Dajin's Skyward Palace? No matter how magnanimous Yin Chuan was, his eyes turned cold and a cold glint flashed in them. Wang Jian saw the cold glint in his eyes. What do you think? Yin Chuan, you still? The immortal shouted arrogantly. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sword cry, and a fierce murderous aura exploded in the hall. The murderous aura rushed towards the immortal, and the murderous aura formed a bloody mist that instantly dyed the center of the hall red. Boom! The arrogant immortal was blown to smithereens. Whoosh! The bloody mist suddenly condensed and swept up the immortal's mangled corpse, then flew out of the Skyward Palace. The hall fell silent. Some of the courtiers were horrified. An immortal had been killed with a single strike? Was that for real? However, some of the courtiers smiled faintly. Dajin had its own pride. How dare a nobody act so presumptuously here? Of course, the ones most shocked were the remaining immortal and the skeletal ghostly cultivator. How could they have imagined that an immortal, even the lowest human immortal, was still an immortal? How could he have been killed with a single strike? With just a single strike? They looked at the red-armored general in front of them. The general's face was cold. You should be executed for speaking such nonsense in Dajin's imperial court. Executed. The words executed sent a chill down the immortal's spine. Wang Jian's previous arrogance disappeared with the slash of his sword. That human immortal was on par with him. Just a single strike? Even the violent aftershock of that strike made the human immortal's heart palpitate. Your Majesty, the letter has been delivered. We will take our leave. The skeletal ghostly cultivator bowed with fear. The immortal's expression turned ugly, but he no longer dared to speak nonsense. With a fierce look in his eyes, he slowly retreated out of the hall with the skeletal ghostly cultivator. Go back and deliver the message. One person is enough. Yin Chuan said faintly from the dragon throne. Yes, Wang Jian responded, his murderous intent instantly locking onto the other immortal. Ah, bastard, no. The immortal's expression changed. He rushed out of the skyward palace at a speed more than 10 times faster than when he came. Whoosh! Wang Jian's cold shout came from the hall, just as the immortal fled in terror. Is the skyward palace a place you can come and go as you please? Wang Jian shouted coldly. With that, a blood-red sword energy shot out of the skyward palace. It went straight for the fleeing immortal. No! Boom! Wherever the energy swords passed, the fleeing immortals in midair were blasted into pieces. Blood mist filled the air. He died a gruesome death. At the entrance of the skyward palace, Wang Jian bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan as if nothing had happened. He returned to his court. Nearly half of Dazhen's officials looked at Wang Jian in shock. They were not too shocked. After all, Wang Jian was their colleague. The skeletal ghostly cultivator, on the other hand, was scared out of his wits. A human immortal? He didn't even have the right to escape from this general? Who was he? How could Dazhen be so terrifying? After a long while, the skeletal ghostly immortal finally regained his senses. He bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan again. I'll take my leave now. With his back facing the entrance of the hall, he slowly retreated out of the hall. As he retreated, sweat dripped down his forehead. He was afraid that the general in red armor would attack him again. The skeletal ghostly cultivator retreated until he was out of Yin Jin. He seemed to be in a daze. The earlier scene was too terrifying. Chapter 1061. North Divine Continent. The Demon's Heavenly Court. At the entrance of the hall, one of the zombies looked horrified. Meanwhile, a ray of light shot into the sky. One of the immortals fled in a hurry. Zhu Yao Tianshang, my lord will kill you. Just wait for your deaths. The immortal said with great hatred. Zhu snorted coldly. He extended his hand into the sky. Suddenly, a white energy palm appeared in the sky. Many divine inscriptions appeared around the energy palm. As soon as the divine inscriptions appeared, the energy palm seemed to burst into flames. It was extremely powerful. The energy palm chased after the fleeing immortal. The energy palm formed. Bam! The energy palm suddenly tightened its grip on the fleeing immortal. Ah! The immortal cried out in shock. The immortal struggled with all his might, but it seemed like he could not break free from the energy palm's power. On the square, Zhu's hand gesture was the same as the energy palm's hand gesture in the air. There's a price to pay for your arrogance, Zhu said coldly. As he spoke, he clenched his right hand. Bam! In the sky, the immortal exploded into a bloody mist. The zombies beside him trembled. Go back and tell Gong Yang Dalong that I'll be at the Heaven Alliance meeting, Zhu said coldly. Understood. The zombies fled in terror. Yao Tianshang looked at the fleeing zombies and said with a dark expression, Heavenly Immortal? We're already at the 12th level of the void. After the tribulation, we'll be heavenly immortals as well. Should we? Zhu shook his head and said, There's no need to worry until the end. Great Chi's holy court? Gongyang Dalong. He's going to make the entire world his enemy. The world isn't as simple as he thinks. Unifying the world? Even Jingming didn't touch this forbidden area back then. With just them? Yao Tianshang nodded. On the other hand, Yin Xian frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, was that the star-plucking hand earlier? Oh, Yin Xian, you know about it? Zhu asked in surprise. Yin Xian nodded and said, It's recorded in the Arcanum Sect's records that before the Great Ancient Tribulation, There was a mighty figure who cultivated the star-plucking hand. It's extremely powerful. Zhu nodded and said, I'm young Dan. Yin Xian's face immediately lit up. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Central Divine Continent. Divine Sect's sacred grounds. A large number of cultivators were stationed in a huge valley. The large number of cultivators were guarding a large hall in the center. The words Divine World were written on the plaque in the main hall. The door was wide open, but the interior was like a black hole. It was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was inside. At the entrance of the God Realm, a green-faced ghost cultivator was standing respectfully. At this moment, the green-faced ghostly cultivator looked anxious, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! 3 corpses suddenly flew out of the gate of the God Realm and landed in front of the green-faced ghost cultivator. The 3 corpses all had smiles on their faces. It was as if they were smiling before they died. Their deaths were extremely strange. 3 great immortals? Ah! The green-faced ghost cultivator exclaimed in shock. Boom! In the realm of the gods, a powerful aura suddenly pressed down, causing the face of the green-faced ghost cultivator to change. Meng Sancheng's voice came from the divinity. Go back and tell Gongyang Dalong that I'll definitely be at the Heaven Alliance meeting. As for those 3 reckless bastards, I've already taught them a lesson for him. Bang! The door slammed shut. The ghost cultivator was extremely shocked. Teach them a lesson? Teach them a lesson by killing them? Moreover, their deaths were too strange. Why were the 3 great immortals smiling before they died? West Divine Continent. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Thousand Buddha City. Outside the Imperial City. Originally, the Buddha and Zhao Xianji were smiling at a skeleton ghost cultivator. Go back and tell Gongyang Dalong that the Great Buddha Celestial Empire will definitely be at the Heaven Alliance meeting. Zhao Xianji said with a smile. Where are the great immortals? Where are the 2 great immortals? The skeleton ghost cultivator frowned. Those 2 immortals? Haha. His Majesty said that those 2 immortals were extremely arrogant. His Majesty has already subdued them and sealed their immortal core power. He's going to reward them as slaves. Zhao Xianji said with a smile. Zhao Xianji's smile petrified the skeleton ghost cultivator. Slaves? 2 immortals were sold as slaves after visiting the Thousand Buddha Celestial Empire? Is there anything else? Zhao Xianji asked with a smile. The skeleton ghost cultivator shuddered and immediately said, No, I'll definitely tell him everything. Zhao Xianji nodded. The world was too big. Without the guidance of an immortal, the group of ghost cultivators took a few years to return to Wei City. Wei City Gongyang Hall. Smack! There was a loud sound, as if a tea table had been smashed. In the hall sat the 6 Gongyang brothers and King Gaiyu. In front of them stood 5 ghost cultivators, and on the ground were 4 corpses. Outrageous! Gongyang Sanlong had just smashed the tea table, and he was still furious. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces were dark. They had sent some immortals to show the 5 major forces their strength. Who would have thought that the immortals would be wiped out along the way? Tell me clearly. Who are they? Gongyang Erlong said coldly. Great Jun. It's a general in red armor. According to the information we found, he should be the top martial scholar of the Great Jun Celestial Empire, 200 years ago. Wang Jian. The first ghost cultivator shouted. Wang Jian. Everyone's faces darkened. Demon Imperial Empire. It's Zhu. He reached out and killed the great immortal. A zombie shouted. Zhu. Killed. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces darkened. King Gaiyu interrupted. This Zhu was the most powerful person in this world 30,000 years ago. It's natural for him to be powerful. Most powerful person in the world? Humph. Everyone snorted. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. 2 great immortals were imprisoned. They said they were going to be slaves and rewarded to their ministers. Another ghost cultivator reported. Smack! Another tea table was smashed. Clearly, it had been smashed by these emperors. Divine Sect's sacred ground. I don't know what happened either. 3 great immortals entered the divine realm and were thrown out as 3 corpses. Another ghost cultivator explained. The Gongyang brothers suppressed their anger. Then what's going on? Why did Julu Academy have immortals die? King Gaiyu asked in a low voice. Julu Academy. The one who did it was a girl. A skeleton immediately reported. Girl? Who? King Gaiyu asked in surprise. King Gaiyu had thought that Julu Academy would only have a few immortals at most. However, they were all male. Why was there a girl? I don't know. That girl wore a veil and was holding a guqin. She pulled the strings with both hands and suddenly, a sound technique shot out. The sound technique turned into a peerless demon and charged into the great immortal's body with a long saber. With a boom, the great immortal. The skeleton looked at the corpses on the ground in horror. Leave, King Gaiyu said. Yes. The ghost immortals retreated. For a moment, there was silence in the Gongyang Palace. Big brother, these mortals have a death wish. Gongyang Sanlong, who was hot-tempered, said angrily. That's right, big brother. We can't let them live. Gongyang Wulong nodded. Everyone looked at Gongyang Dalong. Gongyang Dalong's face darkened. You're right. We can't let them live. Let's kill all of them at the Heaven Alliance meeting. Gongyang Dalong was truly furious. King Gaiyu stood at the side. His skeleton eyes flashed slightly, as if he was very satisfied with the current situation. Who wouldn't want to rule the world? Back then, King Gaiyu also had great ambitions. However, after being defeated by Jing Ming in one move, he understood that this world was not as simple as he had imagined. The waters of this world were too deep. Let's go all out. With 600 immortals, we'll stir up the stagnant waters of this world. It'll be best if we can all perish together. King Gaiyu, send people to each faction and record the people who came to participate in the Heaven Alliance meeting. I want to know the whereabouts of all the powerhouses in this world. Gongyang Dalong said. Don't worry, everyone. King Gaiyu nodded. After giving some instructions, King Gaiyu stepped out of the Gongyang Palace. After King Gaiyu left, the 6 Gongyang brothers' faces darkened. King Gaiyu wants to use us? Gongyang Erlong said with a frown. All his schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. Use him? King Gaiyu won't be able to escape from me. Gongyang Dalong said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. The death of a human immortal didn't mean much to the 6 brothers. It was just a loss of face. Human immortal? The 6 brothers didn't care about the strength of a human immortal. Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty, Yen Capital, Upper Study Room. Some of the important officials stood respectfully. Meng Wenrua stepped forward. Your Majesty, please allow me to go. I want to avenge my father's death. Meng Wenrua shouted. Yen Chuan frowned slightly. Meng Wenrua's eyes reddened as he said, Your Majesty, I understand the purpose of this trip. The southern divine continent might change drastically because of this. King Gaiyu might even play with fire. I don't know if Li Songhai can survive this calamity, but I hope that Li Songhai will die in my hands. My sister, Meng Rongrong, has already gone as a representative of the Julu Academy. Your Majesty, please allow me to accompany you to avenge my father's death and protect my sister's safety. Looking at Meng Wenrua, Yen Chuan nodded and said, All right, you can come along. Hand over your duties. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Wenrua said excitedly. After looking at the officials, Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Wang Jian Jin de Yu Meng Wenrua, and Feng Yinyang will accompany you to the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yes, Your Majesty. The 4 replied immediately. However, Hua Guang Li Si and the others felt a sense of pity. They handed over the matters of the imperial court. Yen Chuan, Feng Yinyang, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian and Meng Wenrua set off on their journey to the southern divine continent. On a huge flying boat, Yen Chuan and Meng Wenrua stood at the bow of the boat. Meng Wenrua looked at Yen Chuan in confusion. Yen Chuan frowned. He thought for a moment and said, The people from the Julu Academy have already left. Yes, 3 months ago. My sister Meng Rongrong brought a few people with her. Meng Wenrua nodded. Yen Chuan hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Meng Rongrong is leading the team? How can Meng Lingtian and the others not worry? Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Rongrong cultivates the Tao with the Guqin. According to my great-grandfather, even my great-grandfather can't compare to her now, Meng Wenrua explained. Yes. Yen Chuan nodded, but there was still some worry in his eyes. Chapter 1062. Meng Rongrong's Guqin. There were 2 wrong words in the previous chapter. Sorry, please correct them as soon as possible. Southern Divine Continent, Great Hall Gongyang. 40 immortals stood in front of the 6 Gongyang brothers. They looked at the 6 Gongyang brothers with great respect. Gongyang Dalong looked at them and took a deep breath. All 40 of you are Earth immortals. You're the strongest in this world. Everyone looked at Gongyang Dalong. The 5 biggest forces in this world will be here soon. These people must be extraordinary. I wanted to subdue them, but they're too arrogant. They killed all the immortals we sent. Gongyang Dalong said with a gloomy face. My lord, if you have any orders, please tell us. The Earth immortals said immediately. The natives of this world are too arrogant. If we want to complete the sage ruler's cause as soon as possible, we must punish them as an example to the rest. I'm going to send half of you Earth immortals, and half of you immortals to their lair. Kill all their subjects, disciples, and relatives. Leave no one alive. Gongyang Dalong took a deep breath and said, Everyone's face turned serious. I want the world to understand that no one can go against Daki. No one can. They can only submit to us. Gongyang Dalong said in a low voice. Yes. You don't have to worry. These indigenous leaders have all come to participate in the Heaven Alliance meeting. None of them will be able to escape with the 6 of us here. Go ahead and kill them to your heart's content. Kill them until they're afraid of us. Kill them until the world is afraid of us. Yes, my lord, the immortals answered. Big brother, what should we do with King Gaio? Gongyang Sanlong asked. King Gaio? If he's obedient, we'll use him to conquer the world. If he's not obedient, Gongyang Dalong's eyes flashed coldly. In King Gaio's study. Cough, cough, cough. Your Majesty, I feel that you're playing with fire this time. The Snake Emperor frowned and coughed. King Gaio's skeletal eyes flickered. Playing with fire? This fire, to my great nightmare heavenly dynasty, has 100 benefits and no harm. If Gongyang Dalong can wipe out all the heroes of the world in one fell swoop, why can't we join in? Even if the entire army is wiped out, my great nightmare dynasty won't suffer any losses. King Guai said calmly. No, your Majesty, I feel that. The Snake Emperor was still frowning. Alright, that's enough. I've made up my mind. King of Gai said solemnly. Yes. Snake Emperor could only helplessly reply. Li Songhai. King of Gai looked at Li Songhai and said. Present. Have you prepared the things that I asked you to prepare? King of Gai asked in a low voice. Yes. I have already ordered people to set up the formation to deal with the heroes of the realm. Li Songhai said solemnly. King of Gai nodded. What? Your Majesty, do you think that Gongyang Dalong and the 600 immortals will be wiped out? Li Songhai asked in surprise. I do have such a guess. Although it is unrealistic, that is what I think. King of Gai nodded solemnly. Why? The Snake Emperor asked in confusion. Although Gongyang Dalong and the other immortals are strong, I can still see through them. However, I can't see through the heroes of the realm and the various forces. What you can't see through is always the most dangerous. King of Gai said in a low voice. Yes, your Majesty is wise. Li Songhai nodded. There were still 3 months until the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yen Chuan and the rest had already arrived at the heart of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. The Heaven Alliance meeting was held near the capital of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. However, Yen Chuan and the rest stopped at a snowfield far away from Wei City. Meng Wenrua took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, before my sister left, she said that she would come here first. This used to be the base of my Feng Shui Southern sect. However, it has changed beyond recognition. That mountain used to be my Yin-Yang Palace. After that drastic change, this place is surrounded by Yin Qi all year round. Snow and frost are constant. Feng Yinyang exclaimed. This is also where my father died. Hatred flashed across Meng Wenruo's face. Ding! 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 Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out. The sound of the zither drifted in all directions of the snowfield. Some birds that were searching for food were suddenly intoxicated by the sound of the zither and flew around. My sister is playing the zither. Meng Wenruo understood immediately. Let's go. Yen Chuan led the group and flew quickly towards the sound of the zither. They flew to the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a plum blossom ridge. Snowflakes drifted down, and plum blossoms bloomed. The scenery was very pleasant. There were a few houses at the side. They looked like they were newly built and were very elegant. Whoosh! 10 cultivators immediately flew into the air outside the house. Who are you? One of them shouted. However, when they got closer, the 10 of them were delighted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Teacher Meng. The 10 of them immediately bowed. Teacher Meng? Yen Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo curiously. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, When I went back to the Jiulu Academy, I gave a few lessons to some Confucian cultivators. Yen Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, Teacher Meng, it's good that you are here. Some time ago, a group of thieves came and tried to kidnap eldest young lady. Eldest young lady repelled them with her zither. However, when they left, they might come again. A Confucian cultivator immediately shouted. Oh! Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. Who is it? Meng Wenruo's face turned gloomy. I don't know. However, they should be back soon. The Confucian cultivator said. Is Meng Rongrong injured? Meng Wenruo asked worriedly. No. With eldest young lady's zither skills, how could those thieves get close to her? However, those people's filthy words are too unpleasant. The Confucian cultivator said angrily. Take me to Meng Rongrong. Meng Wenruo said. All right. Teacher Meng, please. The Confucian cultivator said. Yen Chuan nodded and turned to look at Wang Jian. All of you stand guard outside. If there are any blind people, kill them. Yes. Jin Dayu, Feng Yinyang, and Wang Jian replied. Yen Chuan and Meng Wenruo flew to Plum Ridge together. A few houses surrounded a courtyard, and the sound of the zither was coming from the courtyard. Yen Chuan and Meng Wenruo landed outside the door. I will report to eldest young lady. Wait for the song to finish. Yen Chuan shook his head. Meng Wenruo saw that Yen Chuan was insistent, and could only accompany Yen Chuan. The zither music was extremely beautiful. Even the birds in the sky were unwilling to leave for a long time. Yen Chuan closed his eyes and enjoyed the music. From the beautiful zither music, Yen Chuan heard a hint of sadness. Sadness? Was Meng Rongrong still sad about what happened back then? Back then, in the Jiulu Academy's world of light, Yen Chuan was invaded by evil energy and lost control. Under Meng Rongrong's rejection, he took possession of Meng Rongrong. Since then, Yen Chuan had never seen Meng Rongrong again. He did not even have a chance to apologize. He could only leave 3 yellow roses at the entrance of the world of light. At this moment, hearing the sadness in the zither music, Yen Chuan's heart was touched. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.